both of which it represented equally. To turn now to the RST group of texts. The earlier identification of philosophy with science was repudiated. 40 Philosophy was not a theoretical practice as deemed in on the materialist dialectic. It had no object and produced no concepts. Its theses and categories did not yield knowledge. Nevertheless, it retained a privileged link with the sciences, and its relation to them was constitutive of its specificity. 41 What Althusser called the materialist thesis of objectivity forged the link between the two. This comprised two propositions, formulated by his pupil Dominique Lecourt as I, the primacy of being over thought, and 2, the objectivity of knowledge. 42 The stances adopted by various philosophies towards it provided a principle for the classification of philosophical discourse. The history of philosophy could be reduced to a struggle between two tendencies, the idealist and the materialist. 43 Philosophies of the RST tendency rejected the materialist thesis or ordered its components incorrectly. Philosophies of the second both subscribed to, and observed the priority of, I. The struggle between these tendencies was endless, because the issues at stake could not be scientifically decided. Philosophical theses were amenable to rational justification, but unsusceptible of scientific proof. Philosophy, accordingly, was a Kampfplatz over which the guns would never fall silent. Indeed, unlike the sciences, philosophy had no real history, being an interminable discourse, a succession of variations on two basic themes which were really only one. 44 This did not mean that it was inconsequential. Quite the reverse. The privileged link to which Althusser referred was, in reality, the relation between a modern affiliate to the materialist tendency, Marxist philosophy, and the sciences. Grounded in the materialist thesis, dialectical materialism was the philosophy which represents the spontaneous convictions of scientists about the existence of the objects of their sciences, and the objectivity of their knowledge. 45 The unprecedented novelty of Marxist philosophy was that, apprised of its determinants, it put its practical functions to good use. On the side of the sciences, it opposed all extra-scientific forms of idealism and further protected scientific practice by displacing the idealist element, residual yet resurgent, in scientists' own spontaneous philosophy. 46 The vocation of Marxist philosophy was to remove the epistemological obstacles or inhibitions to scientific progress constituted by the idealist philosophies of the philosophers and the contradictory philosophies of the scientists. Its function was to trace a line of demarcation within the theoretical domain between the ideological and the scientific, in order to free scientific practice from ideological domination. 47 At stake was the defense of the sciences against deformation/exploitation and the sustenance of their progress. 48 Marxist philosophy was not a normative epistemology dispensing judgments on criteria of scientific validity, it was a philosophical practice geared to the materialist defense of the sciences, a task for which it was qualified by its link with historical materialism. Now you will understand why we insist on the novel character of the materialist philosophy from which scientific practice may expect this service. For if it is to be able to serve scientific practice, this materialist philosophy must be prepared to combat all the forms of the idealist exploitation of the sciences, and if it is to be able to wage this combat en connaissance de cause, this philosophy must be capable of mastering through knowledge and criticism the organic link that binds it to the practical ideologies on which it, like any other philosophy, depends. We have seen under what conditions this critical control is possible, only in the case of a materialist philosophy connected to the discoveries through which Marx opened up the way to knowledge of the mechanisms of ideological social relations, Lenin, and therefore a knowledge of the function of practical ideologies and their class antagonisms. 49. Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism heralded this new practice of philosophy. 50. In the course of his assault on the Marxists, he had espoused the thesis of partisanship in philosophy which Althusser now wished to resuscitate. All philosophies, so it is suggested, are partisan in the sense that they pertain to one basic tendency, materialist or idealist, and oppose the other. This is not the end of the matter, however. The practical nature of all philosophy is constantly denied by its idealist practitioners even as they practice it. The reality thus negated is the relationship of the two tendencies to social classes and the struggle between them. As Lenin had indicated, philosophy represents the class struggle, i.e. politics. Philosophy is a certain continuation of politics, in a certain domain, vis-a-vis a certain reality. Philosophy represents politics in the domain of theory, or to be more precise, with the sciences, and, vice versa, philosophy represents scienticity in politics, with the classes engaged in class struggle. Rather than denying its partisanship, its representation in theory of the proletariat's materialist worldview, Lenin's philosophical practice proclaims it, acting according to what it is. 51 Some pages into Lenin and Philosophy, Althusser enumerated a series of recurrent disputes concerning the character and content of Marxism. 52 In For Marx and Reading Capital, he had offered answers to them. That he considered his previous responses on the subject of Marxist philosophy to have remained in hoc to the traditional terms, and his second attempt to have hit on the requisite new terms by developing Lenin's own, is clear. The philosophical revolution induced by Marx's opening up of the continent of history to scientific knowledge had registered its exceptional effects with the leader of the Bolshevik Party. Marxism-Leninism still lacked its great philosophical work. But, by returning to Lenin, Marxist philosophers could overcome the necessary lag of philosophy behind the sciences and accomplish the task, which history has assigned and entrusted to them, the elaboration and development of Marxist philosophy. 53 In the Autocritique he drew up in 1972, Althusser conceded the justice of the common accusation that the class struggle had been absent from his early work. The texts of 1967-8, where it had newly made its entry, had begun to repair matters. Yet they represented a halfway house, and ultimately unsatisfactory compromise. With increasingly violent accusations of revisionism ringing in his ears post-May, Althusser now kindled his own discontent and proposed a further injection of class struggle. The necessity of theory was a constant of For Marx and Reading Capital. The indispensability of philosophy remains to the fore in the second phase of Althusser's career. 54 The reason, he explained in reply to John Lewis, is that philosophy is, in the last instance, class struggle in theory. The philosophical positions adopted by philosophers ultimately wreaked their class positions. Dialectical materialism represents the revolutionary working class. The materialist positions it adopts, like the idealist positions to which its opponents adhere, are ultimately determined by, and wreaked, class interests. Contrary to received wisdom, philosophy is not pure disinterested speculation, it impinges on what is extrinsic to it. All philosophical positions produce effects in the social practices, including politics and the sciences, progressive effects if they are correct, Marxist-Leninist, retrogressive if not. 55 Althusser illustrates part of his argument by examining the theoretical and political effects of one of his antagonists' philosophical positions. The gravamen of his critique is that John Lewis's humanist thesis, "It is man who makes history," represents an epistemological obstacle to the progress of historical materialism, retarding its development, its production of new knowledge vital to political practice. Theoretically retrograde, the political consequences of Lewis's position are equally injurious. For to pronounce men the makers of history is to help disorient or disarm the workers, dicting them from the class struggle and its organizations. In short, Lewis's philosophical thesis is one which directly or indirectly serves the political interests of the bourgeoisie. The Marxist-Leninist theses counterposed to him by Althusser, in contrast, supposedly have theoretically progressive effects within historical materialism and are politically beneficial to the revolutionary cause of the proletariat. 56 We will take a look at Althusser's Marxist-Leninist alternatives later. Meantime, the comprehensiveness of his retreat from the theory of theoretical practice must be highlighted. Affirming the primacy of politics over philosophy, Althusser repudiated his prior definition of philosophy as the science of sciences and practices. 57 In a long footnote in Elements of Self-Criticism, He characterized the classical project of epistemology as intrinsically idealist. His own speculative rationalism, crystallized in a general theory of science, truth, and ideology, error, partook of its incorrigibly normative project. Alternatively, epistemology could be understood in materialist fashion as a theory of the conditions and forms of scientific practice and of its history in the different concrete sciences. In this case, however, it would constitute that regional theory of historical materialism whose object was already existing knowledge. 58 In terms of the internal logic of Althusser's work, the conjoint redefinition of philosophy and reconceptualization of historical epistemology were intended to resolve a central problem in For Marx and Reading Capital, the general relationship between theoretical discourses and the other social practices, and the particular relationship between Marxist theory and the working class movement, disarticulated by Althusser. The theory of theoretical practice, in any case incapable of performing the task allocated it, had been accorded such preeminence that relative autonomy took the form of absolute autonomy and omnipotence. Philosophy, having abdicated in favor of science, was restored to its throne by the addition of the epithet scientific. In the new definition, Marxist philosophy was neither an ontology. Althusser's materialist thesis is epistemological and more properly described as a realist one, and thus scarcely peculiar to revolutionaries, nor an epistemology, although it defends realist theses. It was a practice, the continuation of revolutionary politics by theoretical means. For all the complexity of its location in the science/ideology/politics/philosophy quartet, the continuing prestige attached to Marxist philosophy is obvious. Indeed, there is considerable continuity in Althusser's project, insofar as both the RST and second definitions of philosophy were designed to serve, rather than enslave, the sciences, RST among them, historical materialism. Althusser's practice of philosophy was always, so to speak, Anabaptist, concerned, in Bachelardian fashion, to wrest Marx's scientific theory from the epistemological obstacles which had accreted around it during his posterity, impairing the epistemological break constitutive of it. In the RST instance, however, the theory of that practice, the theory of theoretical practice, had taken a form inimical to Althusser's goal, as an epistemology which, in the words of Andrew Collier, was a little too much like the Queen of the Sciences, too little like their under-laborer. 59 Thereafter, the epistemological enterprise was identified as part of the problem, while the solution lay in an anti-epistemology, a philosophy for, rather than of, science, which developed what had already been identified as the eminently worthwhile aspects of the Leninist practice of philosophy, and merged them with a Bachelardian account of the anti-scientific tendencies of the philosophy not only of philosophers, but of scientists as well. 60 Now, it should be acknowledged at the outset, RST, that Althusser's new definition was a serious attempt to amend the earlier version, and secondly that, ably developed by Lecourt and others, 61 it has its merits. For it does amount to a Marxist version of the Lockean view of philosophy as an under-laborer to the sciences, a philosophie du non whose polemical practice respects and defends the objective knowledge, index sui et falsi, imparted by them. This said, however, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that the RST definition might have been rected in such a way as to preserve its virtues without introducing the vices, or hostages to fortune, characteristic of the second. What were these? The RST criticism to be made is well rehearsed. Althusser's simultaneous dismissal of epistemology as an inherently normative or juridical doctrine, on the one hand, and retention by it of the distinction between sciences and theoretical ideologies within a regional theory of historical materialism, on the other, is problematic. Granted, the search for a priori, external guarantees of the objectivity of scientific knowledge is both doomed and detrimental. But, just as criteria are needed in order to judge whether actually existing socialism is socialism, so too some sort of criterion is required to determine whether actually existing knowledge is knowledge. For is it what it claims to be? And how can philosophy perform its function if it does not possess the means to distinguish science from theoretical ideology? The denomination of a theoretical discourse as scientific, that is, as providing objective knowledge of a real object, implies and necessitates evaluative principles. In their absence, there are two possibilities: either no epistemological distinction can be drawn between, say, historical materialism and moral majoritarian as social theories; alternatively, politico-ideological parti pris usurps the role denied juridical philosophy. The Althusserian substitution of materialist history based upon the science of social formations, and its scientific theory of ideology, for speculative epistemology tributary to bourgeois legal theory, far from correcting the relativist bent of the earlier work, exacerbates it. The scienticity of historical materialism is taken for granted, hence imponderable. Historical materialism, then, is not immune from these relativist, or dogmatist, implications. Althusser abandons the idea of philosophy providing it with an epistemological foundation and further rejects any submission of it to epistemological interrogation. Simultaneously, page after page claims the status of science for historical materialism, or at least Althusser's version of it. Speculative rationalism is denounced, one of relativism or dogmatism effectively embraced. Paraphrasing Kant, Imre Lakatos once suggested that philosophy of science without history of science is empty, history of science without philosophy of science is blind. 62 Althusser's history is blind. What of his philosophy? Its problem is that it is at once too full and virtually empty, nothing in its own right, and, at the same time, practically everything. 63 Regarding its role vis-a-vis the sciences, there are numerous objections. To begin with the most obvious. The reduction, after Engels and Lenin, of the history of philosophy to a secular struggle between two tendencies courts predictable caricature. Moreover, Althusser's development of this historical thesis detracts from the merit in his retraction of the previous equation between philosophy and science. The imputation of a spontaneous materialism to the proletariat integral to the representative function of Marxist philosophy is at best implausible. More damaging, perhaps, is the effective recantation of the independence of science involved in assigning the defense of the sciences, including historical materialism, to a discursive practice which represents class struggle in theory. For, despite Althusser's restriction of its role to propagation of the materialist thesis, as opposed to adjudication of scientific theories, and so forth, and although he denied any dogmatism or pragmatism, insisting that the class struggle in theory amounted to a struggle for or against the sciences, not to their politicization, subordination to ideology, the second definition offers a point of entry for less benign forces. It is difficult to see how a Danavist outcome can be forestalled. With reply to John Lewis, the new definition bends the stick as far in the politicist direction as had the old in the theoreticist. Reductionism, rather than idealism, is the specter it cannot exorcise. As regards the role of philosophy in politics, what remain temptations or perils vis-a-vis the sciences materialis? The task of philosophy is to relay the scientific results of historical materialism, revolutionary theory, to the revolutionary movement. Relatedly, it must defend correct political positions and prosecute deviations. This supposes a niche doctrine, a dogma, which can supply the definitions of, correctness and absoluizes the role of science in politics. Indicative of the former is Althusser's tactic against Lewis. In defiance of his own recognition of the heterogeneity of Marx and Lenin's writings, and the existence of competing Marxist orthodoxies, the PCFs, the CPSUs, the CPCs, to name but three, and invoking the authority of the great and the good from Marx to Mao, Althusser employs a certain Marxism-Leninism to convict Lewis of revisionism. Here, the class struggle in theory, a motley of Bachelard and Mao, assumes a shape, and takes on accents of the communist langue de bois, which the earlier Althusser might have recognized as foes. Pursued to its conclusion, The road taken in reply to John Lewis terminates in the quasi-Zdanovite tutelage over the intellectuals, in the name of Marxism-Leninism, against which Althusser had once so eloquently intervened. Arguably, the outstanding characteristic of the second denition is its ultimate lack of originality. Althusser acknowledges his indebtedness to materialism and empirio-criticism, a work which had previously been credited with considerable polemical qualities, but found wanting as a satisfactory basis for Marxist philosophy. Its theses on partisanship have been a talisman of Soviet, and Chinese, philosophy from Stalin onward. 64 The materialist mode of reading, adopted by the later Althusser in place of the symptomatic, 65 operates arbitrarily, extracting the supposedly materialist elements of a discourse and disposing of the rest. This was Althusser's procedure with Lenin, at any rate. Recourse to Lenin's work is one thing, the growing frequency of references to Mao and occasional superfluous affidavits for Stalin quite another. Althusser's chinoiseries on the class struggle in theory reveal both the profundity of the ignorance of the Cultural Revolution on him and the fact that it was an ignorance for the worse. In a text attacking the UJC in 1967, Murray, who had recently joined the Mouvement Communiste Français, upbraided Althusser for his apparent aversion to Mao's on practice and for failing to breathe a word on Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism and Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism. 66 Murray was right to pinpoint the silence of Althusser's as symptomatic, wrong in his estimate of it. It is an index of the originality of Althusser's philosophical project within communism. Althusser was no more an orthodox Stalinist or Maoist after 1968 than before it. But, with the renunciation of the RST, and promulgation of the second denition of philosophy in the precise form it took, Althusser sought salvation where none was to be found, mistaking a familiar and discredited refrain for a theoretical innovation. The words he breathed on Lenin and, as we shall see, Stalin after 1965 did not need the author of For Marx and Reading Capital to give vent to them. Finally, the Maoist ination of the place and role of the ideological could serve as a useful self-justification for Marxist intellectuals and academics. The very emphasis given to ideological struggle, and its philosophical subset, in the Maoist and Althusserian scheme of things, in addition to its idealist and voluntarist bent, could easily be turned to apologetic ends, providing a mystique for inaction. From his Bolivian prison cell, Althusser's pupil Regis Debray meditated on Althusser's original philosophy. It could be, and had been, exploited to indicate that all we had to do to become good theoreticians was to be lazy bastards. 67 The second denition is open to equivalent exploitation. If philosophy is the class struggle in theory, then for a Marxist philosopher to philosophize is to GHT the good GHT, philosophy, to borrow the title of Althusser's interview, is a revolutionary weapon. Marxist philosophers may no longer be quite the Illuminati they once were. But they can now utter themselves that their desks have been turned into barricades, Brecht, the seminar room into a place d'armes. If, then, Althusser was right to renounce the theory of theoretical practice in its original form, the conception and practice of philosophy he put in its place under the exigencies of an external logic is not, ultimately, an advance over its shortcomings, but a partial retreat, one that is not redeemed by its positive aspects. Proletarian positions, or the motor of history. Possessing particular allure as a result of its combination of a retheorization of Marxism, and Leninism, in contemporary terms, and an implied political radicalism, sympathetic at least to Maoism, Althusserianism rapidly acquired, if not hegemony, then certainly preeminence among young left-wing French intellectuals after 1965, a prestige that endured until at least May 68. For many, Althusserianism was the highest stage of Marxism. Accordingly, the heroes of yesteryear, Sartre, Lefebvre, Goldman and so on, were unceremoniously dispatched, along with the young Marx, to the outer limits of the Latin Quarter. 68 The controversy generated by Althusser's intervention was in direct proportion to its radicalism, and ignorance. The criticisms attracted by contradiction and overdetermination have already been cited. Marxism and humanism provoked a debate in the Communist Party journal La Nouvelle Critique, which lasted for close on a year, March 1965 to March 1966. The PCF's Central Committee met at Argenteuil in March 1966 to rule on the subject of Marxist humanism, and found against the Althusserian line. Whereas a young Marxist intellectual like Poulantzas exchanged Sartrine for Althusserian loyalties, to the veteran Garaudy, theoretical anti-humanism was the specifically French variant of neo-dogmatism. 69 Althusser did not recant his theoretical anti-humanism. What he did do after 1968, responding to internal and external logics, was to redraft his history of Marxism and to reconceptualize historical materialism. If it was necessary to select one passage from his work which encapsulates Althusser's message in the years 1967 to 75, it would be the following from Marxism and Class Struggle, 1971. The center and core of the whole of Marx's theory is the class struggle. The class struggle is therefore the decisive link, not only in the practice of the Marxist-Leninist workers' movement, but also in theory, in Marxist science and philosophy. 70. Whether, in making the class struggle the center and core of his own Marxism out of indulgence to Maoism, and in a forlorn attempt to appease critics of his theoreticism, Althusser improved on his earlier efforts, is doubtful. In March 1969, Althusser wrote a preface to Capital Volume 1. Returning to the question of the rupture between Marx and Hegel, he declared himself unrepentant except insofar as he had given a much too abrupt idea of it in advancing the idea that it was possible to locate this rupture in 1845. Something decisively really does begin in 1845, but Marx needed a very long period of revolutionary work, before he managed to register the rupture he had made with Hegel's thought in really new concepts. The famous preface of 1859, is still profoundly Hegelian evolutionist. The Grundrisse are themselves profoundly marked by Hegel's thought. When Capital Volume 1 appeared, traces of the Hegelian influence still remained. Only later did they disappear completely. The critique of the Gotha program, as well as the marginal notes on Wagner, are totally and definitively exempt from any trace of Hegelian influence. 71. That only two short texts by Marx should have passed the Althusserian audition probably says more about Althusser's criteria than Marx. Althusser wished to retain the proposition of a break with Hegel in Marx's work, while at the same time indicating Marx's failure to party company with him until 1875. The suspicion must be that the real operation involved here is Althusser's calibration of Marx's over against his own view of what constitutes a scientific theory of history, endorsing such works as conform to, discarding those that deviate from, the standard. Althusser's acknowledgement of the survival of Hegelianism results not in a revision of his own specification of the corpus of historical materialism to bring it into line with the canon, but a restriction of the canon to what is congruent with his preferences regarding the corpus. Althusser's modification of his previous periodization of Marxism was subsequently complemented by repudiation of the theoreticist fashion in which the advent of historical materialism had been understood. Deploying the new definition of philosophy and conception of the history of the sciences, in reply to John Lewis and elements of self-criticism, Althusser admitted that he had substituted an epistemological history of Marxism for a materialist history of Marx's break with bourgeois ideology, a Marxism of Marxism. Instead of explaining this historical fact in all its dimensions, social, political, ideological, and theoretical, I reduced it to a simple theoretical fact, to the epistemological break which can be observed in Marx's work from 1845 onwards. As a consequence, I was led to give a rationalist explanation of the break, contrasting truth and error in the form of the speculative distinction between science and ideology, in the singular and in general. The contrast between Marxism and bourgeois ideology thus became simply a special case of this distinction. From this rationalist speculative drama, the class struggle was practically absent. 72. Simultaneously and relatedly, Althusser criticized his reduction of Marx's philosophical revolution to the epistemological break. In reality, the former was prior to, and a precondition of, the latter. 73. This involved repudiation of the notion, retained in Lenin and philosophy, that philosophy invariably arrives post festum. How did the genesis of historical materialism look now? What were the conditions and determinants of Marx's scientific discovery? The short answer is that they were both theoretical and extra-theoretical. Althusser's initial reconsideration of the relationship between Marxist science and the complex conjuncture in which it was engendered dates from June 1970. In an essay entitled On the Evolution of the Young Marx, he proposed that Marx's scientific revolution was based upon his philosophical conversion to proletarian class positions in theory, and that this philosophical development was in turn based upon his political evolution. Thus, between 1841 and 1845, Marx had progressed politically from a position of radical bourgeois liberalism to petty bourgeois humanism, then to communism. Philosophically, he had made the transition from Hegel to Feuerbach and thence to revolutionary materialism. During these years, the object of his intellectual labors had changed from law to the state to political economy. Marx's political position, Althusser argued, was determinant at each stage of his evolution, but his philosophical position was central, since it guaranteed the theoretical relation between the political position and the object of Marx's thought. 74. Marx's shifting philosophical position represented the class-theoretical conditions of his thought. His philosophical revolution in 1845 had resolved the contradiction, evident in the 1844 manuscripts, between communist political, and Hegelian Feuerbachian philosophical, stances. The revolutionary materialism heralded in the rupture with Feuerbach gave philosophical expression to his class politics. Politics, Marx's ever deeper engagement in the political struggles of the proletariat, remained determinant. But philosophy assumed centrality, enabling Marx to make his break with bourgeois ideological conceptions of history, economy, and society, and to fashion historical materialism, science of the class struggle which was its condition of possibility. For the mechanisms of class exploitation and domination to become visible, it is necessary to leave these ideologies, that is, to settle account with the philosophical consciousness which is the basic theoretical expression of these ideologies. It is therefore necessary to abandon the theoretical position of the ruling classes, and take up a position from which these mechanisms can become visible, the proletarian standpoint. It is not enough to adopt a proletarian political position. This political position must be worked out into a theoretical, philosophical, position so that the causes and mechanisms of what is visible from the proletarian standpoint may be grasped and understood. Without this displacement, the science of history is unthinkable and impossible. 75. It would appear that, if the early Althusser had reduced Marx's philosophical revolution to the epistemological break, the new schema performs the opposite reduction, of the epistemological break to the philosophical revolution. Marxist philosophy is the theoretical representative of the proletarian standpoint from which the mechanisms of class exploitation and domination are already visible. The prized opposition in philosophy acts as a relay between the proletariat's experience, and concomitant spontaneous ideology, and Marxist science. The incipient reduction of science to philosophy and of philosophy to ideology shatters theoreticism and restores historicism. Historical materialism is the theorization of proletarian vision, of the economic and political class struggle waged against the working class, of the class struggle it wages in return. In sum, the original Althusserian project of endowing historical materialism with an epistemological foundation independent of class consciousness/experience has been abandoned. In its stead, we have the inconsistent propositions of the necessity and priority of science, a process without a subject, and the veracity of proletarian vision. Where once Althusser had effectively denied the sociological genesis of Marxism in order to defend its epistemological status, he now compromised its status in the course of accounting for its genesis. With capital, it was argued elsewhere, Marx returned to the working class movement in a theoretical form what he took from it in a political and ideological form. Historical materialism was the theoretical effect of a determinate cause, contemporary class struggles. Although the science of history, one providing objective knowledge of its object, it was not a science among others and could not be recognized by everyone, only by the proletariat and its allies. Workers, indeed, were better equipped to read capital than intellectuals, since it spoke in scientific terms of something they experienced daily. Capitalist exploitation. 76 Althusser's insistence that Marx's rupture with bourgeois ideology was unthinkable without the inspiration of proletarian ideology, and the class struggle in which it was embodied. 77 also offered an explanatory framework for the survival or restoration of ideological elements in work postdating the foundation of historical materialism. The latter was a revolutionary science and, as such, could no more instantly abolish its ideological prehistory than could a political revolution. Indeed, the theoretical class struggle over the science of history, for and against it, was interminable, a precondition of the progress of Marx's theory, but also a condition for its distortion or regression. 78 Although, for the most part, Althusser maintained his initial hostility to the Hegelian heritage, he now conceded the implausibility of his earlier account by attempting to specify the positive input of Hegel's philosophy into Marx's doctrine. His RST and most detailed reaction on the issue occurs in Marx's relation to Hegel, January 1968. Restating his conviction that the subject was a theoretico-political question of decisive importance, Althusser returned to reading Capital. Faithful to the contention that Marx's inversion of the Hegelian dialectic was in reality a transformation, he reaffirmed the presence in Marx's oeuvre of non-Hegelian conceptions of history, social structure, and dialectic. Left in the shade, however, had been Marx's positive debt to Hegel, the idea of the dialectic. The Hegelian dialectic did, after all, contain a rational kernel. Absent from Feuerbach's philosophy, but present in Hegel's, was a theory of history as a dialectical process of production of forms. If Hegel's conception of history and the dialectic intrinsic to it were inherently teleological, paradoxically Marx was nevertheless indebted to him for the indispensable concept of a process without a subject. The conception of history as a process, of alienation, with a subject, man, was foreign to Hegel. The provenance of left Hegelian anthropological interpretations of his work, ancient and modern. Abstracting from the teleology inscribed in the negation of the negation, it was possible to extract from Hegel the category of a process without a subject. This is what Marx had inherited, and it had permitted a scientific, and philosophical, revolution wherein history was understood, to borrow the title of a note dating from May 1973, as a process without a subject or goal. 79 Having thus rehabilitated Hegel for theoretical anti-humanism, in Lenin before Hegel, Althusser sought to recruit Lenin for his new interpretation of the Marx-Hegel relationship. His maneuver is, to say the least, audacious, the enlistment of Hegel as a proto-Marxist 81, and a proto-Althusserian one at that. Commentators have been divided in their reaction to the readmission of Hegel into the Marxist genealogy. Lucio Colletti and Sebastiano Timpanaro, for example, have construed this departure as a reconciliation with Diamat and Hegelianism. 82 Althusser was certainly playing a dangerous philosophical game when, in 1969, he asserted that the Marxist tradition was quite correct to return to the thesis of the dialectics of nature, which has the polemical meaning, among others, that history is a process without a subject. 83 But the rational kernel he uncovered in Hegel scarcely warrants the remonstrations of Colletti and Timpanaro. The category of process without a subject, which had made a brief appearance in Reading Capital, represented not a regression to Diamat, but an addition to the arsenal of theoretical anti-humanism. Its prominence after 1967 is further evidence of Althusser's opposition to the left Hegelianism, which restricted an all too Hegelian dialectic to history conceived as a process with a subject. Althusser is possibly to be faulted for his reading of Hegel. Colletti considers it absurd, whereas Kallinicus has defended it, 84 and his analysis of Lenin is certainly tendentious. He effectively proposed a society of Marxist friends of Lenin's critique of the Hegelian dialectic, ignoring the fact that Lenin's proposed society of materialist friends of Hegelian dialectics had non-Althusserian terms of membership. 85 In contrast to the Italian Marxists, Kallinicus has offered a positive evaluation of the domestication of the category within Marxism. For him, it stands between historical materialism and any return to conceiving history as the creation of a collective subject, thus encapsulating Althusser's rupture with orthodox and Western Marxism. 86 As he points out, Althusser's concern to reinstate the class struggle at the center of Marxism is also involved here. And, with this, we pass from the emendation of his history of Marxism to the amendments he made to his reconstruction of historical materialism. As early as 1967, Althusser declared the two great principles of Marxism to be, I. It is the masses that make history, and, 2. It is the class struggle that is the motor of history. 87 His Maoist revision of the science of history c. 1965 consisted essentially in retaining a strict theoretical anti-humanism whilst according an ever-increasing role to the class struggle. The outcome was disappointing, a Gauchist antidote that was possibly more injurious to historical materialism than the Spinozist/structuralist virus. At RST, the theoreticist deviation was believed not seriously to have affected the exposition of historical materialism. 88 In 1972, Althusser retracted this exemption. Very unfortunate consequences resulted as far as the presentation of the modality of Marxist science was concerned. 89 Absent from reading Capital was the class struggle and its effects in theory. Its exceptional importance had neither been appreciated nor registered. It had not Gourdi in its own right. 90 Historical materialism had been treated as a science among others, whereas, in truth, it was a revolutionary science, the science, as Althusser put it elsewhere, of the conditions, the mechanisms, and the forms of the class struggle. 91 Althusser confessed a irritation with structuralist terminology, though denying that it had gone any further, and admitted to his heretical Spinozism. 92 By harping on structuralism, he counterattacked. Critics had for the most part overlooked his dependence on Spinoza and mistaken quasi-Spinozist propositions for instances of the French ideology. An example, structural causality, of which Althusser now offered no more than a partial defense. 93 Structuralism was a secondary deviation, and the theory of modes of production had been expressly, and accurately, demarcated from it. 94 Before charting Althusser's rectifications, mention should be made of an important auto-critique of his own constructions made by Balibar in 1972. This went much further than Althusser was prepared to, stating that their main objective had been to demonstrate the impossibility of explaining transition, speaking plainly, social revolution, in evolutionist fashion. Balibar conceded that, in the process of portraying the passage from one mode of production to another as a history in the strongest sense, unforeseeable in the reality of its concrete forms, he had converted non-transition into a non-history. 95 Balibar now repudiated a general theory of modes of production, a theory of the mode of production in general and of its possible variations, as being of typologistic or structuralist inspiration. In addition, he rejected his treatment of historical transition, concluding that there could be no general theory of it. 96 In contrast to Balibar, Althusser gives the impression that he believed it possible to make amends without being obliged fundamentally to modify his system. The remedy for theoreticism and Spinozism was an injection of the class struggle. Salkars perhaps captured the later Althusser's position well when he wrote, "If Marx without Mao is revisionism, Mao without Lenin is leftism." 97. The new orthodoxy, presented as the epitome of Marxist-Leninist rectitude, was set out at greatest length in the short reply to John Lewis, via a juxtaposition of the respective theses of Lewis and his critic. To Lewis's proposition that it is man who makes history, Althusser counterposes the dictum, "It is the masses who make history." Against the British communists' notion that man makes history by transcending history is set the scientific precept, the class struggle is the motor of history. These Marxist-Leninist axioms do not enjoy equal weight, however. For the second displaces the idealist question of the subject of history, replacing it with the question of the motor of history and identifying that motor. The second thesis is crucial, because it puts the class struggle in the front rank. As a consequence, it affects a demarcation between revolutionaries and reformists. Unlike the latter, the former do not disconnect classes and class struggle, appreciating that exploitation is already class struggle and that the class struggle accordingly takes precedence. Thus the RST thesis regarding the masses must be subordinated to the second concerning the motor of history. 98 If reformism must be eschewed, so too must idealism. The class struggle does not go in the air, or on something like a football pitch. It is rooted in the mode of production and exploitation in a given class society. You therefore have to consider the material basis of the class struggle, that is, the material existence of the class struggle. This, in the last instance, is the unity of the relations of production and the productive forces under the relations of production in a given mode of production, in a concrete historical social formation. This materiality, in the last instance, is at the same time the base of the class struggle, and its material existence, because exploitation takes place in production, and it is exploitation which is at the root of the antagonism between classes and the class struggle. All the forms of the class struggle are rooted in economic class struggle. It is on this condition that the revolutionary thesis of the primacy of the class struggle is a materialist one. When that is clear, the question of the subject of history disappears. History is an immense natural human system in movement, and the motor of history is class struggle. History is a process, and a process without a subject. 99. Idealism is to be guarded against by anchorage of the primacy of the class struggle in the economic base, voluntarism by bringing Maoist axioms under the sway of theoretical anti-humanism. The following interesting situation has emerged. Post-1966, Althusser allowed that the masses, but not man, made history. 100. At the same time, he never invoked the slogan of the Cultural Revolution, "It is the popular masses who create history," doubtless because of its humanist connotations. Having made a concession on the fabrication of history, however, Althusser immediately qualied it, "The very question of a maker is idealist." On the alert against hydra-headed theoretical humanism, Althusser prioritized the question of the motor of history, reiterating the argument that society is constituted by the system of its social relations in which its individuals live, work and struggle. 101 Thus subordinating the role accorded the masses to the primacy of objective social structures enveloping them. If, in the early work, via structural causality, social formations made and unmade themselves, in the later, the motor of history is also its maker. Althusser's attack on Lewis's anthropocentric epistemology is instructive in this regard. Associating it with Vico's verum factum principle, in which the identity of maker, man, and made, history, supplies an epistemological guarantee, Althusser insists that history is that much more intractable to apprehension than nature because the masses are always separated from history by the illusion that they understand it. 102 Little or no retreat from the strictures of reading capital is evident here, Althusser proceeding to advise Lewis of the impropriety of informing the workers that men make history. How should these developments be judged? J suggests that the later Althusser's stress on the centrality of the class struggle, at the economic, political, ideological, and theoretical levels, effected a clandestine reinstatement of an expressive concept of totality. 103 All history, and every history, became a history of class struggles, its core and center was the class struggle. Further, the simultaneous allocation of a constructive role to the masses in history and maintenance of an unqualified theoretical anti-humanism resulted, as Anderson remarks, in incoherence, yielding no new synthesis comparable to reading capital. 104 The motor of history has all the signs of an ad hoc importation designed to disrupt the eternal reproduction inscribed in the Initial concept of mode of production. In order to conceive real history as the process of the reproduction of social formations and their revolutionary transformation, 105 Althusser retreated to voluntarism. Paradoxical as it may sound to those accustomed to hear Althusserianism characterized as a structural superdeterminism, 106 it needs emphasizing. In the RST Althusserian schema, history was determined but not predetermined. So remorseless was this determination, however, that the twin bêtes of indeterminacy and predetermination threatened it. This was the problem faced by Balibar and, by his own admission, he failed to resolve it. Reproduction became a process without a history, historical transition a process with a goal. The adjustments introduced with a shift to the primacy of the class struggle thus had an internal as well as an external logic. But the remission of determinism was secured at the cost of an equally obstructive voluntarism. It is only fair to Althusser to point out that this problem is not peculiar to him and that his unsatisfactory solution has numerous precedents. Absent from Marx's 1859 preface is any discussion of class struggle. Its importance to Marxism, theoretically and politically, is not in doubt. The real question concerns its precise explanatory role. In his own accounts of social change, Marx propounded, without integrating, two general explanatory theses, a structural hypothesis according to which the systemic contradiction between the forces and relations of production is the motor of history. The 1859 preface provides a succinct presentation of it, and, 2, an agential thesis according to which the class struggle is the motor of history. The Communist Manifesto is invoked here. For some Marxists, it is a question of either/or. For others, the problem is to integrate the two axioms in such a way that the inverse perils of economistic and voluntaristic reductionism are avoided. The later Althusser opts exclusively for the second hypothesis. There is a certain irony to this in that the majority of those who adhere to it do so in protest against the economic fatalism entailed, so they believe, by the RST. Thus, for example, in an article on feudalism in Europe, Rodney Hilton explains his subscription to, by reference both to the demonstrable historical role of the class struggle and to his desire to emphasize the positive and creative role of the exploited. 107 By contrast, Althusser assents to the Marxist-Leninist thesis supposedly enunciated in the Communist Manifesto as the basis of theoretical anti-humanism. 108 Despite this, Althusser did not escape voluntarism. Although he rooted political and ideological class struggle in the economic class struggle, he veered from denying the primacy of the productive forces to affirming the primacy of the relations of production, which he further treated as relations of exploitation between social classes. In Deon's of the rebuke delivered to Hegelian Marxism in Reading Capital for ignoring the prior distribution of the means of production. The effect, and doubtless the absent cause, of the inversion of the primacy thesis was the Maoist discounting of the level of the development of the productive forces in the construction of socialism. In the name of anti-economism and anti-evolutionism, Althusser abandoned a classical tenet of historical materialism, substituting such theses as the dominance of the ideological level and the class struggle waged therein in socialist social formations. On the credit of the Cultural Revolution, elevated into an exemplum, the later Althusser aggravated the voluntarist tendencies already evident in his 1966 essay on China. As Debray once remarked, in the Paris of the late 1960s and early 1970s Maoism was theorized as the highest stage of historical rationality. 109 The theoretical and political consequences of this involution were, as we shall see in the next two chapters, serious. The effect of the circumscription of the relations of production is equally grave. Althusser's conviction was that both the reproduction and the transformation of social formations are explicable by the ubiquitous class struggle. Yet the explanatory power of the class struggle is limited since, as Kallinicus reminds Althusser, it stands in need of explanation itself, precisely one of historical materialism's tasks. 110 If the primacy of class struggle in reproduction and revolution alike leads to voluntarism, history as a process without a subject is believed by Coletti, anticipating Thompson, to signify that history is not the site of any human emancipation and to betoken Althusser's organic sympathy with Stalinism. 111. Althusser's propinquity to Stalinism is the subject of Chapter 5. What is the justice of Coletti's RST charge? Insofar as Althusser's category precludes any preordained end to history, and, in particular, the realization or emancipation of a collective or singular subject as its goal, Coletti's view can be endorsed, as a statement of fact. In other words, Althusser is quite right to deny the proposition that history is the site of human emancipation. Yet he would also appear to deny that it might be, that is, that there can be any self-emancipation in history, a proscription which not only covers the past, but extends to the present and future as well. Thus, socialist revolution is not exempt from Althusser's scrutiny of conscious and voluntary human agency, for him, as for Spinoza, the asylum of ignorance. Voluntarist when it comes to class struggle, Althusser courts the charge of structural necessitarianism when it comes to agency. 112 History, social reproduction and transformation, is inexplicable according to either. It would seem, then, that Althusser opted for the worst of both worlds in retaining strict anti-humanist theoretical protocols while relaxing structural causality to accord an exorbitant role to class struggle. That these two propositions are, moreover, inconsistent only highlights his failure to rectify for Marx and reading Capital. Just as his new conception of history fared little better in accounting for its own history than had the theory of theoretical practice, so too it reproduced the aporia of the earlier conception. Emblematic, perhaps, of the deadlock was the most significant theoretical piece written after 1965, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, 1969-70. In 1974, Althusser confessed that in his early work, and under Spinoza's influence, he had made ideology the universal element of historical existence. 113 Despite his efforts at emendation, he was to repeat the error in 1969. The universal element of historical existence. That Althusser's renewed attention to ideology was in some sense a response to May 68 has been a commonplace of commentary on his work. In March 1969, he remarked of an analysis of the events that it had the merit of posing. 112 C. Anderson 1980, pages 21, 58, and Benton 1984, pages 209-14. 113 Althusser 1976a, p. 141. 204 Chapter 4. The problem of the constitution of a Marxist theory of the mechanisms of ideology. 114 The following June, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses appeared. Its primary significance resided not in its attempt to constitute a new Marxist theory of ideology. Texts in 1964 and 1965 anticipated that, nor in the importance assigned ideology, ditto, nor again, in the theme of ideological class struggle, it was central to on the cultural revolution, but, rather, in Althusser's attempt to produce a renovated theory of ideology as part of a new theoretical synthesis. The text published in La Pensée in 1970 was composed of two extracts, dated January-April 1969, from a more substantial manuscript entitled On the Superstructure, Law State Ideology. This was itself part of an ambitious project, subsequently abandoned, which might be seen as Althusser's attempt to integrate the lessons of 1968 in order to resolve the problems in his original system, and whose condensed foreword asserted that we are entering an era which will witness the triumph of socialism throughout the world. The revolution is already on the agenda. 115 The abandonment of the full-scale work, the publication of extracts from it which took up the point of view of reproduction, and the addition of a postscript, dated April 1970, urging adoption of the point of view of the class struggle, dramatize the disjunction between Althusser's focus on the maintenance of the capitalist order and his insistence on the possibility of its revolutionary subversion through ideological and political class struggle. For Althusser's study is marked by an unresolved tension between functionalism, an automaticity of social reproduction via state apparatuses, and voluntarism, a contingency of social transformation via the deus ex machina of class struggle. It opened by glossing Marx's famous dictum in his letter to Kugelmann of July 11, 1868. 116 The problem posed is that of social reproduction and, relatedly, social order. The continued existence of any social formation necessitates reproduction of the dominant mode of production therein, its forces and relations of production, which confers unity on it. The productive forces comprise the means of production and labor power. Reproduction of the former involves reproduction of the material conditions of production, instruments of production and raw materials, the task of what Marx called Department I reproduction of labor power, to which Althusser rapidly passes, involves more than payment of subsistence wages to workers. For a start, the minimum wage required by workers is historically variable, greater in 1970 than 1870, and their historical needs, for example, for paid holidays, are recognized only as an outcome of class struggle. But, in addition, labor power must constantly be reproduced in the necessary quantity and equipped with the requisite variety of technical skills and ideological propensities. In capitalist social formations, these are furnished outside the sphere of production, above all, in the education system, but also within the family. A precondition of the reproduction of labor power, then, is the reproduction of its subjection to the ruling ideology. It is in and under the forms of ideological subjection that provision is made for the reproduction of the skills of labor power. 117 Thus, Althusser argues, under capitalism the superstructure intervenes decisively in the reproduction of labor power, hence of the productive forces. What of the relations of production? Since the superstructure likewise plays a role here, Althusser is obliged to revert to his old question, what is a society? The response is as follows: according to Marx's spatial metaphor, every society comprises an infrastructure, the economic base, and a superstructure, the political, legal and ideological levels. The infrastructure is determinant in the last instance, the levels of the superstructure have their own indices of effectivity, relative autonomy and reciprocal action. There is, Althusser believes, a positive and a negative aspect to this topography. Positive, it simultaneously nominates the ultimately determinant level and assigns effectivity to the others. Negative, it is metaphorical, hence descriptive. The remedy is to be sought not in renunciation of the classical metaphor, but in theorization of its descriptive content, an operation which must be conducted from the vantage point of reproduction. 118 Althusser's own attempt commences with the political level, the state. According to the Marxist tradition, it is a repressive apparatus and a machine of class domination, a proposition to which Althusser assents. Yet the Marxist-Leninist theory of the state is also descriptive and must be supplemented by distinctions, between state power, the objective of political class struggle, and state apparatus, the machinery of class rule, police, army, courts, prison, and so forth, which may partially or wholly survive seizure of state power, and, 2, between the repressive state apparatus, RSA, and the ideological state apparatuses, ISAs. 119 Althusser supplies a provisional list of the ISAs. Churches, schools, the family, legal institutions, the political system and parties, trade unions, the media, cultural forms. 120 The majority of these are private institutions, but this does not disqualify designation of them as pertaining to the state, it is argued, since the private/public distinction is internal to bourgeois law and the state is above the law, functionally, they are state apparatuses. 121 It is their modality that distinguishes them from the RSA. Whereas it operates largely, though not exclusively, by repression, they function primarily by ideology, and only secondarily by repression. 122 The common purpose of the diverse superstructural institutions labeled ISAs confers unity on them, for the ideology by which they function is always in fact unid, despite its diversity and contradictions, beneath the ruling ideology, that of the ruling class. In order to retain state power for an extended period, a class must achieve and preserve hegemony over and in the ISAs, which can be both the stake and the site of class struggle. 123 Having set out these hypotheses, Althusser returns to the question of the reproduction of the relations of production, proposing that it is largely secured by the exercise of state power in the state apparatuses. The RSA and ISAs do not have equal weight in the process, however. Operating under the commanding unity of the policies implemented by the political representatives of the ruling class, the RSA ensures its political conditions by force. Protected by the RSA, the ISAs play the predominant role, preponderant among them, in capitalist societies, being the education system. Althusser conjectures that, in the capitalist era, the school-family couple has replaced the church-family couple of feudalism. At school, a captive audience is endowed with the appropriate skills and dispositions for the various class roles its members will perform thereafter, via the transmission/inculcation of the dominant ideology. The vital result, for capitalism, of the reproduction of the exploitative relations of production is primarily obtained in the education system. 124 The article proceeds to a discussion of ideology. Rejecting the theory offered by Marx in the German ideology as non-Marxist, and signaling his intention to initiate a theory of ideology in general, Althusser adopts a formulation from the work of the Break: ideology has no history, but imparts novel content to it. The peculiarity of ideology is that it is endowed with a structure and a functioning such as to make it a non-historical reality, i.e., an omni-historical reality, in the sense in which that structure and functioning are immutable, present in the same form throughout what we can call history. Electing discretion over valor, Althusser conveys his discussion to history as deemed in the Communist Manifesto. The admission of an organic link between his perspectives on ideology and Freud's on the perdurability of the unconscious, which leads Althusser to amend his proposition to ideology is eternal, reinstates the permanence. 125 By way of introduction to his main contention, Althusser presents two preliminary theses. First, ideology represents the imaginary relationship of individuals to their real conditions of existence. Already familiar from Marxism and humanism, this asserts that ideology does not represent the real relations regulating people's existence, but their imaginary relationship to them. The necessity of this imaginary relation is postponed to later discussion. Meanwhile, a second thesis is proposed: the materiality of ideology. The imaginary relation has a material existence, contrary to what Althusser calls the ideology of ideology. In the latter, an individual is a subject endowed with a consciousness wherein the ideas in which he believes are formed and preserved, whence derives, or at least should, action in conformity with those beliefs. Thus, a good Catholic not only believes in God, but attends church on special days, goes to confession and communion, contributes to the collection plate, and used to eat sh on Fridays. Althusser proposes to invert the order of this idealist scheme, turning humanism's master categories against it. Where only a single subject is concerned, the existence of the ideas of his belief is material in that his ideas are his material actions inserted into the material practices governed by material rituals which are themselves deemed by the material ideological apparatus from which derive the ideas of that subject. The subject is, as it were, more acted than acting. By participating of his own free will in the practical rituals of, say, the Catholic Church, he subjects himself to the ideology subscribed in them. The pivot of the schema is the category of the subject, from which Althusser infers two conclusions: there is no practice except by and in ideology, and there is no ideology except by the subject and for subjects. 126 The stage is now set for the third and central thesis: the category of the subject is constitutive of all ideology, but the category of the subject is only constitutive of ideology insofar as all ideology has the function, which deems it, of constituting concrete individuals as subjects. The basic function of ideology is to transform individuals into subjects, inverting, via interpellation, the real relations between individuals and social formation into an imaginary relation wherein they live the relation with their real conditions of existence as if they were determinant of them, as if they were constitutive, rather than constituted, subjects. In other words, ideology constitutes individuals as conscious subjects of society, free subjectivities, centers of initiatives, so as to enforce their subjection to the social order and its demands on them. Employing Lacan's concept of the mirror phase, Althusser suggests that the self-recognition inherent in the constitution of subjects, and the illusions of autonomy and uniqueness characteristic of subject status, pertain to the realm of the imaginary. 127 Christian theology is taken as paradigmatic of the invariant structure of ideology. The secret of anthropology is theology. The duplicate mirror structure of ideology ensures simultaneously, 1. The interpellation of individuals as subjects, 2. Their subjection to the subject, 3. The mutual recognition of subjects and subject, the subject's recognition of each other, and nally the subject's recognition of himself, 4. The absolute guarantee that everything really is so, and that on condition that the subjects recognize what they are and behave accordingly, everything will be all right. Amen, so be it. Result, caught in this quadruple system of interpellation as subjects, of subjection to the subject, of universal recognition and of absolute guarantee, the subjects work, they work by themselves in the vast majority of cases, with the exception of the bad subjects who on occasion provoke the intervention of one of the detachments of the repressive state apparatus. But the vast majority of good subjects work all right by themselves, i.e. by ideology, whose concrete forms are realized in the ideological state apparatuses. Via the mechanism of interpellation, the subjected beings who are social agents, recognize themselves as free, constitutive subjects at the center of their world. The reality occluded from and by this drama of recognition is the reproduction of exploitative relations of production and the oppressive relations dependent on them. Ideology, embodied in and transmitted by ISAs, involves misrecognition/ignorance of the real relations which shape and dominate the lives of concrete men and women. By means of ideology, which binds individuals to the social structure, and one of whose typical effects is its own denegation, an exploitative and oppressive social order is reproduced, without having to declare itself for what it is. 128 In the postscript appended for publication, Althusser signals the abstractness of his propositions. First, reproduction of the relations of reproduction is a matter of class struggle. Given that it can only be realized through class struggle, the effects of the ideological mechanism advanced to explain it depend on concrete conditions, they are not pre-given. The point of view of reproduction is ultimately inseparable from the point of view of the class struggle. Secondly, focus on the mechanism of ideology in general leaves unanswered the question of class ideologies. Whoever says class struggle of the ruling class says resistance, revolt, and class struggle of the ruled class. The ISAs are neither the realization of ideology in general, nor the unimpeded realization of the dominant ideology. A very bitter and continuous class struggle is required in order to install and preserve the ISAs and, therewith, hegemony. Moreover, the matrix of class ideologies and ideological class struggles lies not in the ISAs, but in the social classes at grips in the class struggle, their conditions of existence, their practices, their experience of the struggle, etc. 129 Does Althusser's essay, always suggestive and often brilliant, fundamentally rectify the problems associated with his earlier texts on ideology? The answer, surely, is no. One result of Althusser's original elective affinity with Spinoza had been a theory of ideology in which its practico-social function in class society was dependent upon its provision of false conceptions of the world. The unremittingly mystifying effects of ideology meant that it constituted a social cement ensuring cohesion and reproduction. Ideology was both an invariable component of any society and invariant in its structure. Only in the subject-less discourse of science could its illusions be shattered and real conditions of existence known. If this is correct, then a marked feature of the new theory is its replication, in certain essentials, of the old one. The importance of the ideological superstructure, hence the extra-economic, in social reproduction had been highlighted by the Cultural Revolution in the East and May 68 in the West. Rather than acknowledge its pertinence in ad hoc fashion, Althusser essayed a new theoretical synthesis. The upshot of his adoption of the point of view of reproduction was a reworked theory of ideology still dependent on Lacan and Spinoza, 130, and whose functionalism undermined its likely moussant ambition theoretically to found the paramountcy of ideological class struggle. A conjointment theoretical and political intervention, Althusser's text was theoretically odd and, doubtless inadvertently, politically pessimistic, ideology proving as resilient as ever. In reading Capital, the economic structure reproduced itself and its superstructural conditions of existence to eternity. At the same time, in the form of fetishism, ideology became well-nigh coextensive with social relations. In the new account, reproduction of the relations of production, and therewith of the social formation, is affected by the ideology materialiste in the ISAs and inculcated in social agents by them. The actual institutions discharging this function are of limited relevance, since ideology is an omni-historical reality with an invariant structure and function, generating the useful illusion, Nietzsche, of subjecthood through which subjection is accomplished. Theoretical humanism is incorporated as the paradigm of ideology in general, the subject form as the ideological effect par excellence. There are no subjects except for and by their subjection. 131 Thus Althusser's theory peremptorily inverts humanism, equating subjectification/subjectivity with subjection and ascribing to the structural systemic level the agency denied at that of the subject/individual. The theoretical consequences of the form taken by this particular emphasis on consent, rather than coercion, in the maintenance of capitalist exploitation were twofold. First, as Kallinicus following Hirst remarks, Althusser slides into ideologism, reducing the relations of production to intersubjective relations. 132 Secondly, the point of view of reproduction trumps the point of view of the class struggle. Or, rather, in the class struggle in ideology the cards are always stacked in favor of the ruling class, because its particular interests coincide with the universal functional requirements of social reproduction. No space is left for oppositional ideology. Little efficacy can be assigned the oppositional ideologies Althusser nonetheless posits. His attempt to ameliorate ideologism, and incipient voluntarism, by reference back to the total process of the realization of the reproduction of the relations of production, including the processes of production and circulation, remained unelaborated, while his causal prioritization of class struggle was perhaps part of the problem rather than a solution. 133 In his self-criticism Balibar suggested that the properly Marxist theory of ideology had become possible with Mao Zedong and his period, on the practical basis of the Cultural Revolution. 134 We have already seen Althusser in his text of 1966 greeting events in China as the implementation of Marxist principles regarding ideology, an application which would give impetus to theoretical research. His essay of 1969 can in part be taken as an attempt to provide rigorous theorization of the inchoate principles actually underpinning the great proletarian cultural revolution, a reconstruction of historical materialism attuned to the characteristic concerns and emphases of Maoism. The ascription of dominance to the ideological superstructure in socialist social formations is controversial enough. The voluntarist wager was that ideological class struggle was the crucible in which the future took shape, impelling progress towards communism or, alternatively, impeding it and facilitating regression to state capitalism. The transfer of the schema from east to west, its projection onto capitalist states, produces analogous aberrations, with some surprising political consequences. Althusser's ination of the strategic role of the ideological was accompanied by an expansion of the state, in the form of the ISAs, to cover everything from play schools to political parties. Therewith the state was emptied of existence as an objective structure and diffused into any institution or social form, public or private, which contributes to social cohesion and reproduction. The political superstructure, the state and its apparatuses, like the ideological, ceases to be a superstructure and becomes ubiquitous, coterminous with social relations. The result, as Anderson points out, of this attenuation of the state proper is the erasure of the distinction between state and civil society, thereby undermining any scientific attempt to deem the specificity of bourgeois democracy in the West. 135 The potential for ultra-leftist political deductions from the ISIS scheme is clear. For it obscures, or can, important distinctions between various forms of capitalist state, most crucially, between bourgeois democracy and fascism. What, to say the least, are pertinent differences are rendered indifferent. Althusser stopped short of any such dementia, naturally. But that his fusion of state and the totality of ideological and political institutions in conformity with Maoism could license it, is incontrovertible. Paradoxically, however, an antipodal political conclusion, one that was anathema to Althusser, could be derived from his theses, and was designed to account for that subtle everyday domination beneath which can be glimpsed, in the forms of political democracy. What Lenin, following Marx, called the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, Althusser's theory can offer theoretical sustenance to a political strategy which declines his own impeccably Leninist conclusions, Eurocommunism. 136 As we shall see in Chapter 6, the leader of the Spanish Communist Party, Santiago Carrillo, was to exploit its theses in support of a gradualist strategy of democratization of the capitalist state. Thus, an unintended consequence of Althusser's dissolution of the state is to evacuate revolution of its Leninist meaning, transforming it into a process of revolutionization which can be construed in either Maoist or Eurocommunist fashion. Although enormously influential in French and British Marxism, Althusser's paper has been criticized from all sides. Under the banner of Maoism, ex-Althusserian Rancière accused it of theorizing the necessary domination of bourgeois ideology and constituting an ultra-left Platonism, while, under that of revisionism, post-Althusserian Hearst, despite paying tribute to its originality, detected economism, class essentialism, functionalism, and a pre-Freudian notion of the subject. 137 Somewhat surprisingly, it has been left to an unabashedly Hegelian Marxist, Frederick Jameson, to characterize Althusser's initiative as the RST new and as yet insufficiently developed conception of the nature of ideology since Marx and Nietzsche. 138 At about the same time Jameson was writing these words, Althusser was penning a note on the ISIS in which he rejected the charge of functionalism, arguing that insufficient attention had been paid to his postscript, wherein the primacy of the class struggle had been categorically affirmed. 139 By 1979, however, he was apparently no longer committed to the concept of ISIS. 140 The ISIS decade, as it has been dubbed by Michael Gain, 141 was over. But this is anticipating. Our next concern is not the career of Althusser's concept, but the time and place of its conception. Paris in spring. Like everyone else in France, we were caught unawares by the events of May 68, Sartre reminisced with de Beauvoir in 1974. 142 The contrast between the modesty with which he, for example, entered into fraternal colloquy with the insurgent students and the silence of Althusser has plagued the latter's reputation ever since. Two of the less spectacular graffiti to appear on the walls of the Latin Quarter said it all. À quoi sert Althusser? Althusser, Plekhanov, meme combat? That his absence was in fact due to illness is somewhat beside the point. For, in March 1969, he wrote two analyses of May, a letter to Maxiaki and a reply to an article by Michel Verret of the PCF, whose propositions have generated considerable antagonism. When, in 1976, Kallinicus concluded that, over the Paris spring, Althusser had returned meekly to the fold, 143 He probably spoke for the majority of revolutionary socialists. When the time of politics intersected with, indeed, outstripped, the time of theory, Althusser's disconcertment is evident. In political, ideological, and philosophical struggle, the words are also weapons, explosives, or tranquilizers and poisons, he had told an interlocutor in November 1967. 144 to categorize Althusser's words of 1969 as tranquilizers or poisons would be to mimic the rather melodramatic scenario of Althusser's second definition of philosophy. But whatever else they were certainly not incendiary. No rehearsal of the course of the revenge of history 145 that was May is possible here. The explosion detonated by de Gaulle's attempt to make France marry her century has been documented countless times. One fact is agreed on: Paris was not Petrograd, May did not reach October. 146 Whether it could have been, and might have done, are questions that have been debated with more or less vehemence ever since. Rather than enter into the debate, we shall simply note that the PCF, engaged prior to May in electoral negotiations with Mitterrand's Federation of Left Democratic Socialists, did not simply refuse its revolutionary vocation, it utterly failed as a reformist organization. 147 What, so far as we can gauge, was Althusser's position on the eve of May? In her autobiography, Maxiocchi quotes him as remarking sometime in 1967, "There is a contradiction between what I write and the political situation, between the theory which I seek to advance and the strategy of the communist parties." 148 This conforms to the analysis presented here. Althusser's position was well to the left of his party's official line. Enthusiastic about the Cultural Revolution, and initially far from hostile to those of his followers who had broken with the revisionist PCF, he elected to remain within the party, conducting a radicalization of his own positions at once incompatible with its gradualist horizons and congruent with the ascendant Maoism of its opponents. That he retained revolutionary hopes of the contemporary situation is evident from the RST letter in his published correspondence with Maxiocchi. Dated February 3, 1968, it advised here that the present period holds out infinite possibilities and resources. We have been so conditioned to underestimate things that both our bodies and our spirits are wrapped in a Nescia's shirt. Even when we think we are overestimating, we still underestimate. The masses are potentially, in fact, but no one gives them the means, far ahead of us. 149. In the second week of May 1968, the French masses confirmed Althusser's conjecture. When, that August, he was well enough to resume his correspondence, he naturally turned his attention to the events. Perceiving in them the RST stage of a process that is going to take a long time to play itself out, Althusser pondered the big question: which parts of the working class really wanted, politically, to go beyond the material bennets which were won, and stated his conviction that the younger workers were ready to go very far indeed, and that next time the older ones will probably be willing to go further. As for the June election results, the communists and socialists were decisively beaten. They were fragile and formed a part of the lesson of reality concerning the parliamentary road. 150 A few months later, Althusser reminded his correspondent that a communist party must have a mass revolutionary political line which unites, in the closest possible fashion, theory and practice, in other words, concrete analysis of the concrete situation, carried out by applying Marxist science in concrete political investigation, and the masses, who are, in the null analysis, the only ones who can make history. 151. Put simply, this letter reveals its author as an Althusserian Maoist. What did Althusser, partisan of concrete analysis and the mass line, make of May 68 when he come to meditate on it the following March? Althusser's long letter commenced with the observation that something of great importance happened in May, something of the greatest importance for revolutionary prospects in the capitalist countries of the West, something which must have repercussions on our policies, or else our policies risk being dragged along by events and I do not mean by the events of May, which are now a part of the past, but by present and future events which, one day, are going to go far beyond those of May. 152. This promising opening is rapidly disappointed by what follows. In effect, Althusser disavows the militant temper of his previous letters and utilizes his own concepts in such a way as to narrow, though by no means totally bridge, the political gulf between him and his party. First, via a distinction between chronological and historical order, he insists, as though it were a novelty, on the predominance of the general strike, which saw 10 million workers on strike by May 22, praises the PCF for its insight in appreciating this fact, and criticizes the students for erasing it from the record. 153. Secondly, May constituted a historic encounter, not a fusion, between working-class revolt and student insurgency. For the requisite fusion to transpire in the future, the students would have to come a very long way from where they presently are, and the workers' movement, yes, it too, will also have to move a certain distance. Whereas the students had launched leftist slogans, the workers had chanted defensive political slogans and voiced their immediate economic demands, thereby revealing a discrepancy between the two which had nothing to do with the leaderships of the PCF and CGT, but which, on the contrary, dramatized the distance between the entire working class and their utopian petty bourgeois juniors. The denouement is virtually construed as a victory. Above all, the working class now had etched on its memory, and this is a denitive inscription, the knowledge that the bosses, the government, and the state apparatus had been thrown into stark fear overnight by the action of the masses, that action was therefore possible, and that such action, one day, could lead to something that the working class had heard spoken of, since the Paris Commune, since 1917 in Russia and 1949 in China, the proletarian revolution. 154. Having posited the determinant role of the general strike and the distance between workers and students, Althusser proposed a third thesis. The so-called student movement was, in reality, a heterogeneous phenomenon, composed of diverse middle strata and dominated by petty bourgeois ideology. 155. Noting the impetus given to this international movement by contemporary anti-imperialist struggles, Algeria, Cuba, Vietnam, and the global defeat of bourgeois ideology, Althusser identified it as an ideological revolt mainly directed against what he would shortly nominate the educational ISA. As such, it was objectively progressive, playing a positive role in the anti-imperialist struggle. This, however, raised the central problem facing it, the conditions and timescale of its merger with the workers' movement. 156. At this stage, Althusser registered the loss of contact between the communist parties and students/young intellectuals, a state of affairs which pre-existed May. By way of causes, he cited the impact of the Algerian War and the Cultural Revolution, including the CPC Scissionist slogans, recommending further investigation. His main concern was that as a result the young had been tempted into petty bourgeois leftism. Invoking Lenin, he urged a corrective strategy combining detailed analysis of the events and patient education of the students that they might see the errors of their utopian ways. Thus enlightened, they would be ready to unite with the working class, to recognize the principle of the latter's leadership of the revolutionary struggle. 157. Althusser's letter closed with a description of May as the most significant event in Western history since the resistance and the victory over Nazism. 158. Before commenting on Althusser's analysis, a few words must be said about Michel Verret's article on the student May, published in La Pensée in June 1969. In the course of his assault on Althusser, Rancière justly remarks the difference in tone between the two pieces, both dated March 15. 159. 4. Although the article reiterates the point that May was primarily the Mai des Prolétaires, Althusser here undertook a defense of our student comrades against his fellow communists' swingeing criticism of them, insisting on the importance and progressiveness of their revolt, emphasizing the need for unity in action with them, reminding his readers that Lenin considered leftism appreciably less dangerous than rightism, and advising Verret of the suspicion in which the PCF was held by many students for historical reasons. 160 Their actions, he writes, were sometimes adventurous, but courageous and even heroic. 161 If they were to be criticized for their errors, for its part the PCF should thoroughly analyze the causes of its loss of contact with them, not hesitating to admit and rectify its own errors where necessary. 162 Notwithstanding the implicit qualifications made to the Italian letter by the French article, judgment on Althusser's written analysis of May 68 must be negative. To be sure, his recognition of the positive importance of May is commendable in comparison with the PCF's desire to put the crisis, and concomitant challenge to its political authority, behind it as soon as possible and return to popular frontist business as usual. Yet herein lies the discrepancy. Althusser's own reactions are hardly commensurate with an event characterized as the most significant in Western history since the resistance and the victory over Nazism. They cannot be described as a concrete analysis, since they abstract from the role of the PCF. Hinging on the action of the student movement to the exclusion of any discussion of either the record of his own party or the course of the general strike, Althusser's analysis has the paradoxical effect of reinstating the primacy of the student. May it appropriately commenced by denying. In Student Problems, he had followed Lenin in insisting that a communist party must not be at the same level as a trade union, but in advance of it. 163 In May, the PCF was on a par with the CGT, and both lagged behind sections of the working class, even at the level of immediate economic demands. When Althusser invoked the discrepancy between the students' dreams and the workers' demands, implicitly exonerating the role of the communist organizations by reference to the latter, it is he who is inverting the historical order. The PCF and CGT did everything they could to keep the general strike, which lasted for a month, on an economistic track, jumping at the Grenelle agreements of May 27, only to be spurned by the rank and Lee. The real discrepancy, as one of Althusser's earlier letters hints, was between the horizons of both students and a significant proportion of the working class, on the one hand, and those of the PCF and CGT on the other. Even were Althusser's point correct, the spectacle of a proponent of the mass line accepting that a revolutionary political party satisfy itself with returning 10 million workers to work forthwith is arresting. What is the raison d'etre of a revolutionary party armed with Marxist theory but to know when an objectively favorable situation obtains, and act accordingly? The naivete of Althusser's analysis lies here, in the assumption, against all the evidence, that the PCF was still such a party. For, if some of the students were deluded ultra-leftists, then the PCF was subkoskiist until forced out of its immobility by manifestly more advanced sections of the working class and koskiist thereafter. Fusion, it is true, did not occur. Yet Althusser might have noticed that the PCF, competing with bourgeois parties in vilification of the students, agents of bourgeois adventurism, and so forth, worked overtime to sabotage any possibility of it. Whether May was or was not a revolutionary or pre-revolutionary situation is debatable. That the PCF interposed itself between the French social order and the mass movements contesting it from below, thereby inhibiting further development of the challenge, is not. 164 Such vanguardist illusions as the students entertained had their source precisely in the PCF's abstention from the avant-garde role Althusser bizarrely continued to accord it. It may once have spoken of revolution. Wherever else it heard revolution spoken of in 1968, the French working class did not hear it from the lips of PCF spokesmen. Had Althusser returned to the resistance, the penultimate most significant event in Western history, he might have discovered the founding moment of the political orientation more or less sustained by the PCF up to, and during, May 68. To maintain that May was not the right time, but one day. Revolution signed die, to harbor the slightest illusion that Waldeck Rochath, Mark Heiss, and Segway were constrained by the economism of the workers, to put the onus on rectifying student errors. These are propositions which say little for the virtues of theory, since they prohibit comprehension of the concrete situation during, and after, May. The PCF was dragged along by events, and responded by trying to drag them down to its level. To blame theory would of course be to do it an injustice. Whilst signaling a measure of dissent on certain issues, Althusser utilized, and deformed, his own repertoire of concepts to produce an analysis, proximate to the PCF's own, of a social dynamic in which it participated only to frustrate. We didn't lose our heads. Waldeck Rochaith congratulated his Central Committee in July 1968, in a report that should have disabused Althusser about the PCF the non-existent next time. Althusser, Maxiaki writes, fell ill in the very midst of May, caught between the revolt he had invoked and the reality of its configuration 165 possibly hyperbolical. This comment nevertheless captures the contradictions of his position, exacerbated thereafter. Althusser's Marxism and May 68, Un Rendezvous Manque. For Rancière, in 1968 Althusserianism revealed itself to be a philosophy of order and perished la nuit de barricades. Before 1968 Althusser had concealed his heterodoxy behind orthodoxy. After May, vice versa 166 that this was not how all Maoists saw it is sufficiently attested by Rancière's book, written to disillusion those who still claimed Althusser for their own 167. Nevertheless, to his ex-disciples and many others, Althusser was the lost leader. Emerging from May profoundly transformed ideologically, and soon to amalgamate with other leftist currents to form the Gauche Proletarienne, leading lights of the UJC would henceforth abandon their attempt to detach him from the PCF and seek an informal alliance with other Parisian maîtres à penser, Sartre, Foucault, and so on. As we shall see in Chapter 6, the Gauchist harvest of May 68 was eventually to prove detrimental to the whole French left. 10 years on, Althusser would condemn the PCF for its behavior in 1968, the party deliberately cut itself off from the student and petty bourgeois masses. Because it did not have control over them, and pressurised the working class to restrict its activity to material demands. 168 But it was too little too late. The ruptural unity theorized in contradiction and overdetermination nearly came to pass in France in 1968, only to be passed up by its theoretician. The most important event in Western history since 1945 found Althusser politically wanting. Thereafter, publicly loyal to his party's domestic horizons, Althusser preserved his revolutionary credentials by executing a rectification of for Marx and reading Capital conformable to Maoism, investing his political hopes in the evolution of the People's Republic. Subjected to identical criticisms from the Maoist left after May 68 as he had faced from the communist right before it, Althusser reneged on central aspects of his system. In place of a new system, he offered what were essentially pieces de circonstance notable for their simultaneous fidelity to questionable components of the earlier work and to desultory Chinese verities. Employing an increasingly hortatory rhetoric of the class struggle, he retreated from the highly sophisticated and original versions of Marxist philosophy and historical materialism of 1962-5 into the schematic Marxism-Leninism of 1968-74. The reconceptualization of dialectical materialism as a new practice of philosophy, and of historical materialism as the revolutionary science of history, combined with the abandonment of epistemology and the retention of theoretical anti-humanism, resulted not only in impoverishment but in an incoherence fatal to the subsequent fortunes of Althusser's Marxism. To compare the pamphlet enclosed with Réponse à John Lewis, Chus Cek la collection theory, with the original program of the theory series is to measure the distance traveled in 8 years. On progress, it proclaims. 14 years on, this phase of Althusser's career might be better summed up, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. 2 months after de Gaulle's electoral triumph in June 1968, one of the most significant events in Eastern history since 1945 occurred. On 21 August, the USSR and other Warsaw Pact countries invaded Czechoslovakia to terminate socialism with a human face and, in the process, de-Stalinization in Eastern Europe. In contrast to Garaudi, whose indiscreet protests occasioned his expulsion from the PCF, Althusser remained silent. Only after an interval of almost 4 years would he advise his readers that the national mass movement of the Czech people merits the respect and support of all communists. 169 Althusser's contemporary taciturnity on May and August has engendered its full share of suspicions. Was he the new Koski or Plekhanov? Or Amel? Or Stalin? Chapter 5. Questions of Stalinism. My aim was, to make a start on the RST left-wing critique of Stalinism. Louis Althusser, 1975. In reply to John Lewis, Althusser nally put his cards on the table. Admirers have been few and far between. Initially received with acclaim among some French Maoists, the reply found little favor elsewhere and its reputation has further declined over the years. One in contrast, in his 1976 introduction to the English edition, Althusser's pupil, Graham Locke, suggested that, taken in conjunction with other works, it allows us to constitute a genuinely new theory of the Stalin period too. That Althusser's writings, at different levels and often obliquely, are concerned with the problems put on the agenda by the 20th Congress and its Khrushchevite and Maoist sequels is clear. And that one of Althusser's ambitions was to contribute to an explanation and critique of the Stalin period is attested not only by the comment that serves as an epigraph to this chapter, but by recurrent references to such a project from Contradiction and Overdetermination onwards. Yet no extended discussion by Althusser himself ever materialized. His longest published reaction on the subject is the Note on the Critique of the Personality called, 16 pages, written in 1972 and appended to the French edition of Reply to John Lewis. It is in this text that the contours of Althusser's critique must be sought. Here, to the right-wing critique fashionable in bourgeois and Trotskyist circles, Althusser counterposes a left-wing critique which will account for Stalinism by undertaking serious research into its basic historical causes, that is, into the superstructure, relations of production, and therefore the state of class relations and the class struggle in the USSR. 3. Whilst Althusser himself did not provide such an analysis, what he does offer leaves little room for optimism on the shape it would assume. The elements of a critical analysis furnished by him amount to an ambiguous perspective on the unitary history of Stalinism. Substantiation and explanation of this assertion are the purpose of the present chapter. A new theory of Stalinism. The theses proposed in Reply to John Lewis cannot, strictly speaking, be said to constitute a novel theory of Stalinism for the simple reason that Althusser eschews the very term as non-Marxist. Like the cult of personality, it is theoretically vacuous, it designates a reality, but explains nothing. As an alternative he offers the properly Leninist concept, the Stalinian deviation. For before proceeding, we should note that Althusser's disdain for the categories advanced by Khrushchev in 1956, in particular, the pseudo-concept of the cult, 5 and adopted by the majority of communist parties thereafter, is not as original as he would appear to think. In one of his last major political essays, Czechoslovakia, the socialism that came in from the cold, 1970, Sartre remarked of Khrushchev's tragi-comic speech that it contained not an idea, not an analysis, not even an attempt at an interpretation. 6. Already in 1956, Sartre was writing that the leaders of the CPSU had merely replaced white masses by black masses, and had not got away from the cult of personality. 7. So one does not have to wait until the 1970s for a call from within French Marxism for a materialist analysis of Soviet history, nor for an attempt, on a scale as massive as Althusser's is miniature, to begin the task, the ultimately abandoned second volume of Sartre's Critique of Dialectical Reason. 8. Sartre was not alone, of course. Broadly speaking, within Marxist culture 4 lines of analysis challenging the CPSU's position were available after 1956. 3 were communist and contemporary with the 20th Congress. 1. Togliatti's reactions in the famous interview with Nuovi Argomenti of 1956. 9. 2. The CPC's The Historical Experience of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, 1956, and On the Question of Stalin, 1963, and 3. The Socialist Humanist Critique that echoed throughout Europe, and which in Britain is associated, above all, with E.P. Thompson. The fourth, coeval with Stalinism itself, but heresy within the international communist movement until the apogee of Eurocommunism in the 1970s, was that developed by Trotsky and his followers in political opposition to the dictator and his heirs. Althusser does not mention, like alone discuss, the proto-Eurocommunist and Maoist analyses, a reticence in contrast to his open antagonism to the humanist and Trotskyist traditions. Althusser's seigneurial dismissal of humanism has been discussed in Chapter 1. A hallmark of reply to John Lewis is the conation of anti-communist bourgeois theory and the anti-Stalinist theory of Trotskyism. Indeed, the latter is assimilated to the category of right-wing critiques and denunciations. The absence of a left-wing critique, the substitution for the requisite analysis of Khrushchev's indictment, is said to provide the most violent bourgeois anti-communism and Trotskyist anti-Stalinism. With a historical argument, it gives them a justification, a second wind, a second life. Since this sentiment would go largely unchallenged among the French communists and Maoists who formed his natural audience, Althusser presumably felt under no obligation to justify what amounts to a tactic of guilt by association redolent of the phenomenon that was the object of his critique. Noting that Althusser either ignores or reproves previous Marxist analyses, communist and non-communist, we can now explore what he offers as an alternative to Orwell, Khrushchev, and Trotsky. For Marx, Althusser's reconceptualization of the structure of social formations had enabled him to characterize the USSR under Stalin in terms of a dislocation between a socialist infrastructure and a deformed superstructure. In 1972 he ventured the following hypothesis. 1. The international communist movement has been affected since the 1930s, to different degrees and in very different ways in different countries and organizations, by the effects of a single deviation, which can provisionally be called the Stalinian deviation. 2. Keeping things well in proportion, that is to say, respecting essential distinctions, but nevertheless going beyond the most obvious phenomena, which are, in spite of their extremely serious character, historically secondary, I mean those which are generally grouped together in communist parties under the heading of personality cult and dogmatism. The Stalinian deviation can be considered as a form, a special form, converted by the state of the world-class struggle, the existence of a single socialist state, and the state power held by the Bolshevik Party, of the posthumous revenge of the Second International, as a revival of its main tendency. 3. This main tendency was, basically an economistic one. 12. Hedged round with qualifications, this hypothesis contains 3 clear propositions. I. The relation of the history of the international communist movement to a deviation dating from the 1930s, 2. The identification of that deviation as an inheritance from the Second International, and 3. The specification of it as economism. These are proffered as laying the foundations of a left-wing critique of Stalinism. Stalinism, it is suggested, was characterized by the substitution of economism-humanism, roughly, the primacy of the productive forces as the motor of the transition to communism and the abrogation of the dictatorship of the proletariat in favor of a state of the whole people. For Marxism-Leninism, roughly, the primacy of the relations of production and class struggle, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, as the motor of the transition to communism. It was connected to Stalin and the Bolshevik Party's defection from Leninist orthodoxy, which had conceived socialism as a transitional social formation comprising a contradictory combination of capitalist and communist modes of production, and their introjection of the Menshevik tradition, wherein socialism was a stable mode of production whose advent was guaranteed and whose development would generate its own corresponding superstructure. As a return to Menshevism, Stalinism represented a re-Hegelianization of Marxism, the ruse of reason inverted. 13. This social democratic theoretico-political ensemble had, moreover, been imposed on the Third International. And, by implication, If Stalinism represented the posthumous revenge of the Second International, then Khrushchevism, Brezhnevism and post-Stalinist communism represented the posthumous retribution of Stalinism, its persistence in transformed forms, and hence the enduring penetration of Marxism by bourgeois ideology. 14 Althusser's initial conclusion is grave. As astonishing as this may seem, the whole history of the labor movement and Lenin's theses are witness to it. Marxism itself can, in certain circumstances, be considered and treated as, even practiced as a bourgeois point of view. Not only by armchair Marxists, who reduce it to academic bourgeois sociology, and who are never anything but functionaries of the dominant ideology, but also by sections of the labor movement and their leaders. 15. However, if the Marxism of the Second and Third Internationals and the line of the Stalin period were characterized by the elimination of the relations of production and of the class struggle, 16 neither Stalin nor, a fortiori, the Third International could be reduced to this deviation. Stalin had other historical merits, namely, abandoning the miraculous idea of an imminent world revolution and embarking on the construction of socialism in one country. As a consequence, Communists were indebted to him for Stalingrad and for the knowledge that principles of Leninism existed. 17 For the time being, let us ignore the oft-remarked fact that Stalin honored these principles more in the breach than in the observance. Two aspects of this account, one political, the other theoretical, stand out. First, as Garitana has observed, by means of a left-wing critique Althusser succeeds in attributing to Stalin some of the merits he claimed for himself. 18 Secondly, Althusser's essay at a Marxist explanation falls somewhere short of that. Contra Locke, this analytical framework does not facilitate a theoretical great leap forward. What it does offer is a reduction of complex history to simplex theory. Stalinism, as Rancière has observed, is converted into a predicate of economism, a historical form of appearance of the ideological couple economism/humanism. 19 Althusser would doubtless respond that his censure of a deviation, whose theoretical conditions of possibility he has identified, was simultaneously aimed at the politics and practices it encompassed. 20 But this will not do. Insofar as Althusser discusses such realities, his account tends to the evasive, sometimes to the apologetic. Moreover, a Marxist who disputes the worth of all existing critiques and cons his ambition to better them, making the capacity so to do so a point d'honneur of his own Marxism, is surely under some obligation to tackle the subject without pleading lack of time or space. All we have to go on is what Althusser gives us. His readers cannot be blamed for overlooking what he neglected to include. A question suggests itself: how could Althusser, in 1972, have offered this as his analysis of Stalinism and as the long-awaited, genuinely Marxist left-wing critique? It so happens that a possible answer is close to hand, in the hypothesis advanced at the end of his note. If we look back over our whole history of the last 40 years or more, it seems to me that, the only historically existing, left, critique of the fundamentals of the Stalinian deviation to be found, is a concrete critique, one which exists in the facts, in the struggle, in the line, in the practices, their principles and their forms, of the Chinese Revolution. A silent critique, which speaks through its actions, the result of the political and ideological struggles of the revolution, from the Long March to the Cultural Revolution and its results. A critique from afar. A critique from behind the scenes. To be looked at more closely, to be interpreted. A contradictory critique, moreover, if only because of the disproportion between acts and texts. Whatever you like, but a critique from which one can learn, which can help us to test our hypotheses, that is, help us to see our own history more clearly. And Althusser concludes: if I have been able, even very feebly, to echo these historic struggles and to indicate, behind their ideological effects, the existence of some real problems, this, for a communist philosopher, is no more than his duty. 21. This passage indicates that the key to understanding the relationship of Althusser's work to Stalinism lies in its relationship to Maoism. Chapter 1, tracing some of the events and controversies leading to the CPC's secession from the Soviet-dominated international communist movement in the early 1960s, noted Althusser's covert sympathy for the Chinese line in opposition to the CPSU and PCF, a political liaison which enhanced the theoretical content of his Marxism. And, in the last chapter, it was argued that Althusser's autocritiques of 1967-72 drew much of their inspiration from Maoist themes issuing from the Cultural Revolution, an event to which he devoted an enthusiastic theoretical and political analysis. The origin of the ambiguities of Althusser's politics is to be found here, in the belief that the Chinese Revolution, from the Long March to the Cultural Revolution, afforded a manifestly superior model of socialist development and democracy to, and hence an imminent critique of, the Stalinist and post-Stalinist regimes in the USSR, was, indeed, the embodiment of Leninist rectitude. Not only was the historical record upon which Althusser proposed to base a theoretical critique of the Soviet experience far less positive than he supposed, his credulity prevented him, and many others, from seeing their own history more clearly. For all that he distanced himself from the CPC's official verdict on Stalin, the disproportion between acts and texts, Althusser's reply to John Lewis bears the scars of its Maoist genesis. Affiliated to the CPC as the contemporary standard-bearer of Leninism, Althusser misjudged the Chinese experience, produced an evasive account of Stalinism, erected a Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy which reconnected his intellectual project to earlier episodes in communist history, and condemned himself to an incongruous position in the PCF. The left critique of Stalinism. To characterize the CPC's verdict on Stalin as ambiguous 22 would be something of an understatement. By 1963, posing as the champions of Leninist orthodoxy, the Chinese were engaged in a neo-Stalinist defense of Stalin and critique of his successors. As anyone who reads on the question of Stalin can see for themselves, they maintained that Khrushchevite revisionism was inseparably connected with Khrushchev's complete negation of Stalin. With the 20th Congress, the CPSU had embarked on a revisionist course, whose terminus was the overthrow of socialism and restoration of capitalism in the USSR. The exclamation with which on the question of Stalin concluded expressed an attachment which would survive Khrushchev and Mao alike. Long live the great revolutionary teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. 23 Prior to this, it is true, explicit or implicit criticisms had been made of Stalin by the Chinese. 24 But thereafter, what pro-Chinese Marxists regarded as a discrepancy between meritorious non-Stalinist deeds and pro-Stalinist words became the norm. Althusser's own discussion certainly avoided any such clamant apologia. For he saw the Chinese Revolution as a concrete critique of Stalinism and sought to theorize it as such. This project dates back at least to the end of the 1960s, On the Cultural Revolution is the clearest anticipation of it. Maxiaki relates a conversation with Althusser in the 1960s in which, having noted the lack of democracy and the state-party fusion in the USSR, he remarked, "China re-raises the problems of the USSR and exposes its limits." She claims that the idea of a joint book on China was odied, whose guiding thread would have been the idea that China's course represented a left critique of Stalinism. 25 Maxiaki's own daily life in revolutionary China, 1971, the eulogistic product of an extended visit to the People's Republic in 1970-1, concludes with a section on the left critique and refers to an unpublished text by Althusser on the same subject. 26 Judging from Maxiaki's description, this featured the hypothesis advanced in reply to John Lewis a few years later, but was rumor in asserting a continuity between Stalinism and Khrushchevism in their common negation of proletarian democracy, and a discontinuity between Stalinist and Chinese models in precisely this respect. For Althusser, Mao's China was the incarnation of the democratic communism negated in the USSR. It is therefore not surprising to nd him keeping his distance from Chinese adjudications on Stalin and his successors. He admitted, and took seriously, the dictator's crimes and dogmatism. Notwithstanding his endorsement of the thesis that Yugoslavia was state capitalist, he never publicly maintained the same of the USSR post-Stalin. Still less did he assent to the line unveiled at the CPC's 9th Congress when, following the clashes on the Usury, the USSR was denounced as fascist and social imperialist. 27 It would appear, then, that Althusser did not believe a bureaucratic monopoly capitalist class had been conjured up by the spells cast by Khrushchev one February day in 1956. On the other hand, and at the same time, his view of the effects of the secret speech on international communism was analogous to that of the CPC. For Marx, he had given Khrushchev some credit for making serious theoretical work possible once again. This point was to be repeated in reply to John Lewis. 28 Now, as then, however, the positive side of the 20th Congress was at least counterbalanced by the negative side, its sponsorship of bourgeois ideological and political themes within the Communist parties. 29 Where the CPC posited a total discontinuity between the Stalin and post-Stalin periods in the USSR and the Communist movement, and one which redounded to the credit of the former, Althusser's position was more complicated. As already indicated, he discerned a negative continuity from Stalin to Khrushchev, simultaneously belied and betokenned by Khrushchev's trivial discussion. Yet he was tempted by the CPC's apportionment of blame between the two leaders. If Althusser was sufficiently independent-minded to reject the absurd proposition that all was basically well with the USSR and communism until Stalin's death, and if he refused the shallowness of the official Soviet critique and the resultant inadequate rectifications, in the name of a more substantial inquiry and a much more radical rupture with the Stalinist legacy, then this did not save him from illusions about the residual merits of Stalin. The naivete sprang from two sources: the gathering speed of the rightwards evolution apparent among Western Communist parties under Khrushchev and Brezhnev, and the verdict delivered by the leaders of the country which represented the radical rupture. In other words, under the influence of the CPC, Althusser too seems to have made some connection between the CPSU's new revisionist course and Khrushchev's complete negation of Stalin. That similar suppositions had currency in the Althusserian milieu early on is evident from Kaya's Marxists-Leninists. The political resolution adopted by the UJC in December 1966, for example, condemned the PCF's anti-Stalinism as a means of avoiding the requisite concrete analysis which would illuminate both Stalin's great merits and his errors. 30. The PCF's inability, for political reasons, to undertake a Marxist analysis and evaluation of Stalinism was, however, to be duplicated by the Althusserians. And, here, they were in good, or bad, company. For the CPC itself has, of course, proved singularly incapable of a serious reaction either on its own history, or on that of the international communist movement. Officially loyal to Stalin throughout its career, the CPC has thereby condemned itself, among other things, to misunderstanding even the victorious revolution it led, despite him. Deutscher once observed that Clio, the muse of history, has failed to obtain admittance to the Kremlin. 31 She has been no more welcome in the great hall of the people. Those who have apotheosised its occupants have been condemned to suffering, to a greater or lesser extent, a similar myopia. The CPC's own balance sheet of the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat did inform one epic piece of historical research which owed something to Althusser's philosophical theses, and received his imprimatur in return, Charles Bettelheim's Class Struggles in the USSR, nominated by him in 1976 as one of only two exceptions to the dearth of bona fide Marxist histories of the USSR and the international communist movement. 32 Locke's introduction to reply to John Lewis reveals reservations about central aspects of Bettelheim's account. Rejecting the category of state bourgeoisie which issues from Bettelheim's serious underestimation of property in the means of production, Locke entered strong objections to the thesis of capitalist restoration in the USSR. Nevertheless, the superiority of Maoism to Trotskyism was intimated on the grounds that the latter shared Stalin's economism. The CPC, in contrast, had effected a practical break with the Stalinian deviation. Its policies had been consciously anti-humanist and anti-economist. 33 Does Bettelheim's work, by far the most serious attempt to utilize the lessons of the Cultural Revolution in accounting for the history of the Soviet Union, deserve Althusserian plaudits? Theoretically, as Kallinicus has argued, in order to explain Stalinism and justify the thesis of capitalist restoration in the Khrushchevite aftermath, it affects a series of reductions: productive forces to production relations to superstructure, superstructure to ideology, which underpins the conclusion that the failure to initiate a cultural revolution consequent upon economism led to the restoration of capitalism. 34 Politically, as Ralph Miliband has emphasized, Bettelheim's effective apologia for Stalin and combination of Khrushchev serve only to restore a continuity between Lenin and Stalin that is historically false and politically disarming. 35 Class struggles in the USSR is something of a test case for the left critique, insofar as it seeks both to carry out the program of serious research invoked by Althusser and to legitimize the Cultural Revolution. Lauding the beneficent unions of the latter, Bettelheim decries the congealed Marxism inherited by the Bolsheviks from the Second International, a Marxism common to Stalin and Trotsky, from whose grip only Lenin was free. 36 As a result of their belief that nationalization was equivalent to socialization, their concomitant failure to appreciate the continuation of class struggle under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and their unilateral emphasis, instead, on the development of the productive forces, the leaders of the Bolshevik Party had failed to prevent the ascendancy of a bureaucracy which represented the embryo of a new bourgeoisie in the apparatus of the state and of the ruling party. 37 Only a cultural revolution as in China could have delivered revolutionization of the relations of production. Alas, it was unforthcoming. As to Stalin, his inexorable rigor in pursuit of the construction of socialism in one country was indeed contaminated by economism. Nevertheless, the resolute strategy of industrialization kept alight the beacon of the October Revolution and sustained the people's confidence in the victorious outcome of their struggles. The mistakes accompanying Stalin's implementation of Lenin's thesis of socialism in one country were doubtless historically inevitable. 38 It is not clear whether, in attempting a vindication of the possibility of socialist transformation regardless of material foundations, 39 Bettelheim has ultimately achieved anything more than exculpation of Stalinism. Althusser did not go as far as Bettelheim. But he shared his colleague's identification of economism with a central and ineliminable tenet of classical Marxism, material abundance as a necessary, if insufficient, condition of socialism and communism. Like Bettelheim, he proceeded from the quite proper rejection of any simple equation between nationalization, public ownership, and socialization, post-capitalist relations of production, and of the Stalinist view that the development of the productive forces spontaneously generates socialist relations of production, towards voluntarism. The paradoxical outcome in both cases, though less pronounced in Althusser's than Bettelheim's, was to salvage Stalin's historical merits from his economistic deviation. More serious than Althusser's residual illusions concerning Stalin's regime, for which he never displayed any enthusiasm, was the wholesale transfer of the delusion once entertained by communists about Stalin's Russia to Mao's China. Nevertheless, Althusser's remarks on Stalin's merits are utterly inappropriate. A few, albeit unoriginal, comments on them are therefore in order. To begin with, they risk restoring continuity between Stalin and Lenin. Although governed by a deviation founded on the primacy of the productive forces, the great change of 1929 to enforced collectivization and breakneck industrialization would be the continuation in adverse circumstances of Leninist strategy, the construction of socialism in one country. What Althusser curiously neglects in his denunciation of economistic interpretations of Soviet history is something his former pupil Linhart has graphically recalled: the double constraint of war and famine at once forged and deformed the Soviet Republic from the outset. 40 A plausible hypothesis is that the very project of socialism in one country was a product of the isolation of a post-revolutionary state which, crippled by backwardness, devastated by war and ravaged by scarcity, was the epitome of the kingdom of necessity, that it contributed to the reinforcement of the isolation until the changed correlation of forces at the end of World War II, and that after 1945 socialism in one zone, Eastern Europe, was established by Stalin at the price of the salvation of Western Europe from communism. 41 By simply caricaturing the left oppositions. Alternative, Althusser imbues Stalin's course, the revolution from above supposedly supported from below, with a redemptive historical inevitability. The price of that fateful substitution of autarky for internationalism, a substitution which occurred before the 1930s, is still being paid. Its domestic harvest, from the catastrophe in the countryside to the carnage of the Yezhovskaya, needs no recounting. As to Stalingrad, it would be the height of irresponsibility in the Cold War conjuncture of the 1980s to discount it. For it was there that the Red Army halted the Wehrmacht and turned the tide of the Second World War, thus creating a symbol as potent for Althusser's generation as Petrograd had been for an earlier one. To assign the credit to Generalissimo Stalin, however, is to relapse into the staple diet of come inform agitprop, as if errors, and far worse, on Stalin's part, which littered the road to Stalingrad, had not helped to bring the Soviet Union and, with it, the cause of socialism, to the brink of disaster. If a deviation is required to explain the Stalin period, then a likely candidate is the doctrine of socialism in one country, a notion foreign to classical Marxism and Bolshevism alike, an ideological monster, in Sartre's words 42 perhaps a necessity, it was one of which Bukharin and Stalin made a virtue. Premised upon the improbability of revolution outside Russian borders after 1923, and the possibility of durable peaceful coexistence between the Soviet state and the imperialist powers, it dominated the CPSU and the Comintern's strategy from the mid-1920s. Its logic, as Trotsky divined, was that messianic nationalism was supplemented by bureaucratically abstract internationalism, in which the communist parties played the role of frontier patrols. 43 Its contribution to the roll call of tragedies that have befallen socialism in this century, from the degeneration of the Russian Revolution itself, via the defeat of the German Communist Party, to the wars between post-capitalist states in Asia in the 1970s, might bear some investigation. It is a legacy of Stalin's to international communism which left, right and center of the movement have not repudiated. As it happens, the pseudo-theory of revolution, by stages which accompanied it, and which was designed to legitimate the prevention of revolutions transgressing limits acceptable to Stalinist realpolitik, was accurately identified some time ago as a revenge by Menshevism for the affronts which Bolshevism heaped upon it in 1917-44 in detecting in Stalinism, then, a posthumous revenge of the Second International. Decades later, Althusser was onto something, but not the right thing. What is required, however, is not the identification of theoretical deviations, but, as Althusser also recognized, historical explanation and evaluation of the social system christened with Stalin's name and which, albeit in substantially moded form, has survived its RST minister, of the transplantation, in all of its enormous complexity, of variants of that system to 4 continents, from Eastern Europe in the 1940s to Southern Africa and Southeast Asia in the 1970s, and of the political organizations modeled, tightly or loosely, on the monolithic CPSU. Set against this program, or even 1/3 of it, the distinguishing characteristic of Althusser's contribution is its inadequacy. Designed to help us understand what he once called the reasons for this unreason, 45 instead it supplies an involuntary affidavit for the theoretical and historical poverty of Maoism. Contrary to Althusser's peremptory judgment, it is just not the case that Marxist research of the highest caliber into this unished history was lacking. 2 years before he penned his reply to John Lewis, Fernando Clauden's magnificent communist movement appeared. Written by a former leader of the Spanish Communist Party, it represented an attempt, in its author's words, to use Marxism, to make a critical analysis of the political theory and practice of Marxism since the October Revolution. 46 In its conclusions, it acknowledged the Inyans and echoed some of the theses of a left critique contemporary with Stalinism, Trotsky's. Had Althusser turned to his writings, he would have discovered an analysis which, whatever its many imperfections, did illuminate our history. In the writings of such independent followers as Deutscher, he would have found an outstanding body of work which extended that critique to developments after 1940, and without making the slightest concession to the most violent bourgeois anti-communism. In 1976, Althusser was to cite Clauden's work alongside Bettelheim's as exceptional. 47 by then, 10 years of affiliation to the concrete critique underway in China had elapsed, and taken their theoretical, historical, and political toll. Red Star over China. Althusser commenced reply to John Lewis by noting that time had not stood still since the composition of On the Young Marx. A good deal of water has owed under the bridge of history since 1960. The workers' movement has lived through many important events: the heroic and victorious resistance of the Vietnamese people against the most powerful imperialism in the world, the proletarian cultural revolution in China, 1966–69, the greatest workers' strike in world history, in May 1968 in France, a strike which was preceded and accompanied by a deep ideological revolt among French students and petty bourgeois intellectuals, the occupation of Czechoslovakia by armies of the other countries of the Warsaw Pact, the war in Ireland, etc. The Cultural Revolution, May 1968, and the occupation of Czechoslovakia have had political and ideological repercussions in the whole of the capitalist world. 48. These were indeed dramatic years, witness to an acceleration of history. While the West European communist parties explored national roads to socialism in fraught symbiosis with Moscow, the anti-imperialist movements of the Third World went over to the offensive, encouraged by the militant message from Lin Piao in Peking and Che Guevara in Havana. The radicalizing unions of the Cuban Revolution, Algerian independence, and the Vietnamese liberation struggle in the West is well known. In the event, Algerian independence in July 1962 was virtually the last revolutionary success for 12 years. With the exception of South Yemen, 1967, it was a decade of defeat. When Guevara went down in Bolivia in October 1967, the Cuban guerrilla road ended in a cul-de-sac. In the absence of the many Vietnams for which he had called, one Vietnam was condemned to solitary déance of imperialist onslaught. The revolution in the counter-revolution detected by Debré in 1965 reinforced imperialism's weak links. 49 Within the socialist camp, the USSR's vacillation between reform and consolidation at home, adventurism and negotiation abroad, further discredited it in the eyes of many socialists. The advent of the Cultural Revolution in China in 1966, combined with Peking's internationalist rhetoric, seemed to many to promise the alternative to the post-Khrushchevite settlement in the USSR. And among those who believed that the Red Star had re-risen in the East was Althusser, who remarked to Debré in 1967 that in the cases of Vietnam and China, we are dealing with historical successes. 50 In their polemic with the CPSU, the CPC had coined the caustic slogan, "The satellites went up to the sky while the red egg fell to the ground." Perhaps echoing the Chinese, in 1968 Althusser avowed that to change the world is not to explore the moon. It is to make revolution and build socialism without regressing to capitalism. The rest, including the moon, will be given to us in addition. 51 In thus looking to China for a communism that criticized and surpassed the Soviet version, Althusser took the CPC's texts for its acts. It must be said that the attractions for left-wing communists of the CPC's position in the two- and then three-way split which rent the international communist movement from the late 1950s onwards were considerable. The general line proposed by the CPSU consisted of the battle for peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism. 52 Arguing that the position of socialism in this list reeked the low priority assigned it by the Kremlin, and assailing the CPSU for treating fraternal parties as pawns on their diplomatic chessboard, the Chinese advertised the alternative of robust proletarian internationalism and people's war. 53 This militant international line aimed at the colluding and contending superpowers was complemented by domestic radicalism. The construction of socialism required not Khrushchevite humanist velleities, but uninterrupted revolution, political and ideological revolution to consolidate socialist economic revolution. 54 The CPC defended what it called the basic teachings of Marxism-Leninism on socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, taking as its canonical text Lenin's most libertarian work The State and Revolution. 55 Proffering the mass line, from the masses, to the masses, as the model union of theory and practice, the CPC made its bid for the loyalties of communists disaffected with the USSR. These themes, in conjunction with the apparent egalitarianism of the Chinese social order, influenced a significant minority of communists to transfer their allegiances from Moscow to Peking. With the unleashing of the Cultural Revolution, the CPC, proclaiming politics in command, could be perceived as translating words into deeds as Mao enjoined the Red Guards to bombard the headquarters of the bourgeoisie and storm the strongholds of revisionism. Althusser's contemporary reaction to what was, on the face of it, a massive, popular anti-bureaucratic mobilization has already been surveyed. The Cultural Revolution was not merely congruent with Marxist and Leninist orthodoxy. It constituted a decisive practical advance over Lenin's, let alone Stalin's, strategy in Russia, a practical vindication of Althusser's own, anti-economistic and anti-evolutionist, theoretical positions which would make possible a left-wing critique of Stalinism and reanimate the revolutionary project in the West. The reports brought back to Paris by such sources as Jean Daubier, Maxiaki, and Bettelheim can only have confirmed Althusser in his beliefs. 56 In his indulgence, Althusser was not alone. Excepting loyal communists, it would have been difficult in France in the 1960s to end a left-wing intellectual prepared to go public with dissenting opinions. One respected foreign voice raised against the Chinese leadership was Deutschers. In a premonitory analysis written in 1966, he compared the upheaval and its political significance to the Zdanovskaya and hypernationalism of Stalin's last years. 57 His views went unheeded. As a dogmatist night descended, the Maoist Western intelligentsia celebrated an unprecedented revolutionary initiative against bureaucracy, technocracy, the social division of labor, the division between town and country, and so on. Rather than sweeping away all ghosts and monsters, the Cultural Revolution summoned up the ghosts of Stalinism past and gave birth to monsters, pursuing a sanguinary course of repression against millions, from disgraced leaders to materialistic workers, from capitalist roaders to the stinking ninth category, namely, intellectuals. 58 En route and obscurantism and voluntarism were promulgated, and enacted, which only the leaders of democratic Kampuchea, recipients of Chinese patronage, would exceed. Terminated in 1976 with the arrest of the Gang of Four, the Cultural Revolution was officially disowned by the CPC thereafter. 59 Repudiating the ideology of the previous decade, the new leadership henceforward dedicated itself to a central task, economic construction. 60 To the dismay of China's foreign admirers, the slogan of the four modernizations supplanted revolutionary rhetoric and theoretical orthodoxy was suitably written. 61 The one legacy of Maoism to emerge intact was China's foreign policy. 62 In this sphere, Maoism without Mao was the order of the day. If it was difficult for Althusser and others to read the domestic situation with any degree of accuracy, there is less justification for their credulity in China's version of proletarian internationalism. Its limitations might have been apparent to a French Marxist from the praise lavished on de Gaulle for his intransigence with NATO over France's independent nuclear deterrent. Quite the reverse of a concrete critique of Stalinist realpolitik, Chinese foreign policy was a replication of it. Ominous in this regard was the fate of the Indonesian Communist Party, KPI, in 1965. Counseled by a Peking eager for diplomatic compacts with its neighbors to adopt a stagist strategy, the third largest communist party in the world, 3.5 million strong, was literally annihilated. Disingenuously attributing the blame to KPI leader Adit's Khrushchevism, the CPC overlooked both its own sponsorship of his positions and their similarity to the strategy imposed on it by the Comintern at Stalin's behest, with analogous consequences, in 1927. 63 It was from the late 1960s onwards that China's foreign policy assumed its definitive shape. Largely isolated in the communist world, minus that is, the mixed blessing of solidarity from Enver Hoxha's Albanian Workers' Party. The CPC pursued a strategy whose anti-Soviet extremism and accommodation with imperialism completely contradicted its image as a left-wing critic of the USSR. In search of state alliances and recognition as a regional power, China's leaders colluded with reaction the world over. 64 The year Althusser wrote his encomium of the Chinese Revolution witnessed the Sino-US rapprochement. Even as the Shanghai Communiqué of February 28 celebrating peaceful coexistence was released, the B-52s were continuing their efforts to bomb Vietnam back to the Stone Age. The second French edition of Althusser's opuscule was published in August 1973. The following month, Allende's Popular Unity government succumbed to a military coup. The regime of his murderers was speedily recognized by Peking. 65 Thereafter, things went from bad to worse, culminating in the invasion of Vietnam at the end of the decade to the ill-concealed delight of a State Department alert to the potential of the China card. Something approaching the Holy Alliance into which the Russians had been accused of entering in 1963 became a reality in the 1970s, with China occupying the seat its propaganda had assigned to the USSR. That it would end thus was neither foreseeable nor inevitable. But a little more circumspection over the Chinese polemics of the 1960s would have been in order. For the conversion of the CPC into a conscientious objector to Soviet raison d'etat was, to say the least, belated. In retrospect, it is clear that its left turn in the Khrushchev era was dictated by China's contemporary diplomatic isolation and its ensuing anxiety that Soviet-American détente was being conducted at its expense. Similarly, the right turn at the end of the 1960s was a response to the failure of the earlier strategy of splitting the socialist camp and the international communist movement to its own advantage. Whatever, in the new foreign policy messianic nationalism was not even to be accompanied by bureaucratically abstract internationalism. It would be inaccurate to characterize Althusser as a Maoist of strict observance. His correspondence with Debré in 1967 over his pupil's theorization of Guevarism, revolution in the revolution, for example, evinces considerable sympathy for an enterprise that was anathema in Moscow and Peking equally. The present leader of the PCI, Alessandro Natta, was, however, right to detect a Maoist strain in the correspondence between Althusser and Maxiocchi in 1968, something he bitterly resented, insofar as the PCI found itself the target of a left-wing critique by one of its own parliamentary candidates. Yet he also displayed insight when he suggested that Althusser, held responsible for Maxiocchi's irritation with extremism, himself offers the best rebuttal of his position when he analyzes the events in France in 1968-66 over May. Althusser's ultimate loyalty to his party, right or wrong, is self-evident, as is the retreat from the practical implications of his theoretical and political positions. Don't give an inch to the revisionists. Maxiocchi quotes Althusser as counseling her in connection with her epistolary critique of the PCI 67. Maxiocchi may not have, Althusser did. His habitual caution about anything which challenged the authority of the PCF typically issued in a withdrawal to theory and political attentisme. 68. Althusser's abiding commitment was to a unit international workers' movement which no longer existed, to an imaginary international. 69. The resulting political and theoretical syncretism and centrism could not, of course, transcend the very real divisions in the communist movement. With the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia and termination of reform communism, a latent Western schism became manifest in international communism. Destroying any remaining illusions about liberalization in the Soviet bloc, what Ernst Fischer called Panzerkommunismus gave birth to Eurocommunism. By 1969, the bifurcation of the communist world had been superseded. The polycentrism anticipated by Togliatti in his Yalta Memorandum 70 duly came to pass, one now divided into at least three. However willing most communist parties were to join in the assault on Maoism at the International Conference of June 1969, a substantial number of them RMLY resisted attempts to reassert Soviet paramountcy. 71. While the PCF retreated from its initially forthright stand against the occupation of Prague, Its rapprochement with French social democracy continued. Although no improvement of inter-party democracy resulted, the PCF did allow a celebrity like Althusser to pursue his own course, on condition that it did not transgress the party's jurisdiction. By the early 1970s, the discrepancy between the PCF's ideological and political positions and Althusser's was enormous. June 1972, a month in which Georges Marchais signed the Common Program on behalf of the Communist Party, and Louis Althusser was composing a reply to John Lewis in defense of Marxism-Leninism. After Stalin, Mao. In the last chapter, it was suggested that Althusser's autocritique and rectification chimed with Maoism. The result, the orthodoxy unveiled in reply to John Lewis, objectively represents a notable retreat in Althusser's opposition to theoretical Stalinism, constituting a regression to the tone and style of an earlier era. In his RST essays, Althusser had been prepared occasionally to include Stalin in his list of authorities. Thus, in the introduction to For Marx, he had approvingly cited Stalin's intervention against Mar. Now, as the Althusserian Jean-Marc Gaiman has pointed out, Stalin's Marxism and Linguistics, 1950, and Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952, were welcomed by PCF ideologues at the time as a rectification of theoretical Lysenkoism, since they substituted the opposition between science and ideology for that between bourgeois and proletarian science. 72 The real determinants of Stalin's pseudo-rectification escaped Althusser a decade after the event as much as they had party philosophers at the time. The implication that the greatest philologist in the world proposed his amendments for reasons of theoretical principle is inept. Stalin's real concern, as Gaiman has shown, was to endow state and party with the technocratic authority of neutral science. It was this consideration that dictated replacement of voluntarism by scientism. 73 Similarly, Stalin's Foundations of Leninism, a series of lectures delivered at Sverdlov University in April 1924 intended to codify Lenin's theoretical legacy, were adjudged excellent by Althusser in 1962-74. That few other Marxists post-Khrushchev have found Stalin's usurpation so is of less immediate importance than the fact that this was the text amended later the same year to feature as a cardinal Leninist principle the victory of socialism in one country. 75 In any event, a regrettable feature of Althusser's later writings is intermittent obeisance to Stalin's theoretical merits. The commendation in For Marx of his expulsion of the negation from the laws of the dialectic was repeated in 1968 and 1969. 76 In 1967, for the RST and only time in Althusser's published work, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, Parvum Opus of Theoretical Stalinism, received a tribute, for all Althusser's reservations about its expository rigor. 77. Stalin's authority for the distinction between historical and dialectical materialism was also invoked in 1966 and 1968. 78 His insistence on the working class's requirement of philosophy in the class struggle was noted, probably with irony, in reply to John Lewis. 79 Thus, in the course of his complementary critiques of theoretical Stalinism and theoretical humanism, Althusser occasionally employed the former against the latter. That he was a critic of the former is plain, though perhaps at its plainest in a text unpublished in French, Theory, Theoretical Practice, and Theoretical Formation. By 1969, he was sketching the explicit critique of dialectical and historical materialism which was to feature in reply to John Lewis and become a familiar item in his own work and that of his collaborators thereafter. 80 The Althusserian version of Stalin's treatise, Historical Materialism and Dialectical Materialism, 1966, had little in common with the views of the Coryphaeus of science. And Althusser's general emphasis throughout the 1960s was on the non-existence of Marxist philosophy and the underdevelopment of historical materialism. Yet over and above their status as gratuitous provocations, pour épauler les humanists, and tokens of a refusal to disappear Stalin, these references are symptomatic of the ambiguities of Althusserianism, traceable, once again, to Maoism. Althusser conceived the historical and dialectical materialism fashioned in For Marx and Reading Capital as a return to Marx and reconstruction of Lenin, thus as a rupture with the theoretical Stalinism that exploited and deformed Marxism and Leninism. By the same token, the orthodoxy articulated in reply to John Lewis was the rectification and consummation of this rupture. The reality was somewhat different. With his autocritique and revision, Althusser regressed, via Maoism, to a schematic Marxism-Leninism which, in the reply, is unhappily redolent of come-inform Marxism. In other words, on the most favorable reading, Althusserianism Mark II was no substantive alternative either to theoretical Stalinism, or to Althusserianism Mark I, on the least, it could not constitute a left-wing alternative to the Stalinization of Marxist theory since its elected model maintained links with the apogee of that process, the come-inform period. 81 Seduced by Maoism, Althusser turned aside from what, despite remaining areas of ambiguity, was the far more original and fruitful course of 1960-5. The Chinese defense of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy against the renegade Khrushchev was largely based on casuistry. Who but Stalin, for example, had set the precedent of considering the USSR a state of the whole people? Again, who, if not Stalin, had RST exhorted the communist parties to raise the banners of bourgeois democratic freedoms and national sovereignty surrendered by the bourgeoisie, and to prioritize the struggle for the preservation of peace? 82 Loyal to Stalin's name, in these instances the CPC was disloyal to his writ. In other respects, however, the Chinese proved star pupils, especially of the style of come-inform ideological campaigns, for example, against Yugoslavia. 83 Moreover, Althusser's reservations about dialectical and historical materialism were not shared by the CPC leadership. In 1941, Mao had advanced proposals for reforming the method and the system of study throughout our party, among them, employment of the short course as the principal material. 84 Following Khrushchev's speech, the CPSU ceased to reprint Stalin's text and the mendacious compendium in which it featured. The CPC, by contrast, continued to distribute Stalin's works. In the company of Stanov, they remained standard items in Maoist bibliographies the world over. The Aussie Marxism bequeathed by Stalin to the international communist movement found its doughtiest defender in Chinese communism. The CPC referred to this system by its traditional designation, Marxism-Leninism. More accurately, it can be termed theoretical Stalinism. Having fabricated Leninism as part of the campaign against Trotsky, Stalin and his supporters proceeded to the concoction of a state doctrine. As Georges Labica has recalled, Stalin's Catechism of 1938 is inseparable from the short course in which it appeared. Placed in Chapter 4 immediately after the section on Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism, it was presented as the systematization of classical Bolshevism. Thus Marxism-Leninism was, in Labica's words, the theoretical consecration of Stalinist politics. 85 At the 20th Congress, Stalin was criticized in the name of the doctrine forged by him as the guarantor of his infallibility. In himself attempting to turn the weapon of Marxism-Leninism against dogmatism, Althusser, accordingly, was playing with theoretical Here, at least, the CPC was right. There was an organic connection between Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy and the career of the great revolutionary. Given this, the surprising thing is just how far For Marx and Reading Capital, where Marxism-Leninism as such is rarely mentioned, did break with the gens sex Marxism. As Labica has indicated and Althusser himself intimated, Marxist philosophy, dialectical materialism, was the blind spot of the original Althusserian Project. 86 The point is that the rectification made by Althusser, rather than distancing him from the Stalinist legacy, brought him nearer to it. The second definition of philosophy as class struggle in theory could not contribute to the deconstruction of theoretical Stalinism, and aid a de-Stalinization of Marxist theory, since it is at the opposite end of the same spectrum as its putative antagonist. In turning to the CPC's version of Marxism-Leninism, Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, as Marxism-Leninism applied to the experience of the Chinese Revolution and Chinese socialism, Marxism-Leninism enriched by this experience and expressed in a form directly accessible to the masses. 87 Althusser substituted a faith in China's state philosophy for faith in the USSR's. While the official doctrine of the Cultural Revolution did not restrict class struggle to the ideological sphere, it did pronounce it of paramount importance in a socialist society, identifying ideology as the Archimedean point from which the fate of the revolution would be decided. What Lecourt in his excellent study of Lysenkoism has stingingly termed the imaginary class struggle 88 conducted under the Zdanowskina against bourgeois science, aesthetic cosmopolitanism and decadence, and so on, was reproduced, indeed exceeded, in the decade of the Cultural Revolution. The class struggle in theory naturally extended to Marxism and licensed the treatment of defeated leaders, Liu, Deng, Lin, as agents of the bourgeoisie, in an oriental rerun of the Stalinist witch hunts. The rubric of criticism and self-criticism canonized by Zdanov in 1947-89 provided a spurious Marxist cover for ideological and psychological blackmail. The texts were stereotyped, the acts Stalinist. Fidelity to the chairman's obiter dicta and pietism for the Little Red Book became the epitome of party spirit, the Maoist equivalent of adhesion to the dogmas of proletarian science. The delirious cult of Mao, great teacher, great leader, great supreme commander, great helmsman, symbolized this repetition of history as tragedy. This was no concrete critique of Stalinism. The sole disparity between deeds and words was between the reality in China and its textual transfiguration in Paris, but not only there. It would be as misleading to imply the slightest assent on Althusser's part to the practices of the Maoist radicals between 1966 and 1976 as it would to cast him as a born-again Zdanovist. Yet, although he always rejected the thesis of proletarian science, and displayed no inclination to follow Zhang Kang in reading musical notes as indices of class position, his politicist's second definition of philosophy inhabits the same ideological universe of imaginary class struggle that was waged, all too materially, in the People's Republic. It would be an exaggeration to say that reply to John Lewis Rhee rather than to Stalinis's Marxism. But, at the same time, and whatever Althusser's intentions, it represents not a settling of accounts with the residual Stalinist conscience of reading Capital, but, in its Maoization of Marxism, a rapprochement with the modern representatives of that conscience. Rather the theoreticist deviation than the theorization of deviations. Perhaps the best way to conclude this FTH chapter is to return to the remarks made by Althusser in 1975 which head the RST. Althusser was right to consider Khrushchev's initiative a right-wing de-Stalinization, correct, too, in regarding the consequent humanist renaissance within the communist parties as theoretically and politically inadequate, but quite wrong to tar all Marxist humanisms and historicisms with a bourgeois brush. The refusal to surrender the later Marx and Lenin to the Stalinist parody of them, the belief that a Marxist explanation and critique of Stalinism demanded more than ethical judgments, the implication that a non-Stalinist communist political strategy required a renewal of Marxist theory, these also were commendable, even if Althusser sometimes gave the impression that he was unique in appreciating their necessity. On the other hand, Althusser never did react on Khrushchev, Prague, and Lin Piao. And his reactions on Stalin did not amount to the concrete analysis theoretical humanism had been taxed with a constitutional incapacity to generate, but to an essay in theoretical reductionism, even if it was accurate in identifying economism as a central plank of Stalinism. When, moreover, Althusser's left-wing critique was nally issued, it contained the major surprise of a defense of Stalin against critiques from the left. However disappointing the outcome, the point is not to lament or execrate, but to understand it. And the explanation, this chapter has tried to argue, must be sought where Althusser sought inspiration for the revolutionary project in the West, Maoist China. For over a decade, Althusser was caught up in the Parisian illusion of the epoch, which in turn engendered illusions about past epochs. The debacle in China in the 1970s was to have a dismaying impact on sections of the Marxist intelligentsia in France. In retrospect, Althusser's inconsistency in adhering to the PCF while zing his colors to the Chinese mast is something to be grateful for. It probably saved him from the kind of widespread renegacy which will be illustrated in Chapter 6. Nevertheless, the collapse of Althusser's elected alternative had an influence on him as strong as its emergence. Formerly, he had taken refuge from Stalinist practice in Marxist theory, while reading in the Maoist Cultural Revolution a Leninist letter from afar, one always stamped return to sender by the PCF. Henceforth his confidence in that theory was profoundly shaken and his thinking infected with a pessimism that was perhaps scarcely less inclement to Marxism than the Stalinism he now criticized much more forthrightly. Chapter 6. The Eclipse of Althusserianism. At last the crisis of Marxism has exploded. Louis Althusser, The Crisis of Marxism. In chapters 4 and 5, the theoretico-political positions arrived at by the later Althusser were examined. The bulk of Anglophone commentary on his work posits one main caesura in it, the break between the Althusser of 1967 and the Althusser of 1967, between the exponent of the theory of theoretical practice and the militant of the class struggle in theory, between the self-declared defender of Marxism and the professed partisan of Marxism-Leninism. And it is not wrong to do so. Yet this discrimination can be made at the price of overlooking or obscuring a more profound mutation in Althusser's career, the distance which separates the self-condemned champion of the scienticity of Marxism from the herald and interrogator of the crisis of Marxism. And, where attention has been paid to that complex phenomenon, the crisis of Marxism, there has been no comparable focus on the crisis of Althusserianism by which it was accompanied. The crisis announced by Althusser in Venice in November 1977 in fact concerned three overlapping and interlocking crises which, taken individually or collectively, were somewhat narrower in scope than a crisis of Marxism as such, a crisis of Marxism-Leninism which weighed with particular gravity on the Maoist French left, 2, a crisis of communism, induced by the vicissitudes of Eurocommunism as a third way between Stalinism and social democracy, and implicating the PCF, and, 3, a crisis of Althusser's Marxism, infected with theoretical and political scepticism as Maoism collapsed, Eurocommunism stalled, and actually existing socialism stagnated in the second half of the 1970s. The paradox of this last crisis was that whilst it involved renunciation of many of the theoretical leitmotifs of Althusserianism, it simultaneously permitted a significant political reorientation, from Maoism to centrism or left Eurocommunism. Where many of his peers and ex-students abandoned any kind of allegiance to Marxism, Althusser himself emerged as a communist militant critical of his party and its history, but equally unaccommodating to its enemies on the right. Marxism Yesterday and Today. In June 1975, a jury of the University of Picardy heard Althusser's defense of his doctoral thesis, comprising his work between 1959 and 1965. In what Le Monde described as an astonishing performance, he explained how his philosophical intervention was the work of a member of the Communist Party, acting, within the labor movement and for it, how, in order to enhance the real prince, the leadership of the PCF, he had spoken in the name of an imaginary prince, how, emulating Lenin's What is to be done, he had bent the stick in the direction of theoretical anti-humanism to combat Giroudism and so on, and how he had practiced the class struggle in theory so as to challenge the ideological hegemony of the ruling class one in his soutenance. Published in revised form in October of the same year in La Pensée, Althusser did not speculate on the fate of his theoretical intervention or on its political fruits. But he did make, or rather repeat, a remark of some importance for his future evolution. As a theoretical discourse with scientific pretensions, historical materialism was under an obligation to progress, to provide new knowledge about imperialism and the state and ideologies and socialism and the labor movement itself. Marxist theory can fall behind history and even behind itself, if it ever believes that it has arrived to so. In June 1975, Althusser was defending, albeit in qualied form, his theoretical project in the early 1960s, ascribing to it an unambiguously anti Stalinist political significance, and claiming that his writings from 1967 onwards had made some of the necessary amendments to the original theses. More generally, he was characteristically postulating the existence of a scientific theory, historical materialism, which could be defended philosophically and which, as a research program, was open to, indeed required, development. The continent of history discovered by Marx remained to be explored. Among the territories to be charted were the histories of socialism and Marxism. In the last chapter, some doubt was cast on Althusser's political self-evaluation. On this occasion, however, his promises were partially fooled. In 1976, Lecourt published a major study of Lysenkoism in the theory series, Proletarian Science, to which Althusser contributed a short but remarkable introduction, Unist History. In strong contrast to the silences of For Marx and Reading Capital and the ambiguities of Reply to John Lewis, Althusser explicitly returned to the formative years of his own Marxism, the Cold War in theory. Deploring the silence of the CPSU and fraternal parties alike, he noted that an extraordinary paradox asserts itself here, just as it does in the case of the terrible reality later baptized with the derisory name of personality cult, and in many other episodes in the history of the labor movement, the communist parties, provided by Marx for the rest time in history with scientific means of understanding history, seem to be powerless to account as Marxists for their own history, especially when they have made a mistake. 3. Althusser disparaged the pseudo-rectifications made by the CPSU and PCF and invoked the authority of Lenin for the claim that the labor movement must analyze and understand its past, so that it will not be digging in the dark. The primacy of Marxist politics dictated a historical materialist account of the USSR and the communist movement bearing on the profound causes of errors, not merely the visible effects of an unanalyzed and uncriticized cause, for the root cause of Lysenkoism had been left unexamined and unrected, not because the means were lacking but for political reasons, a consideration which led Althusser to what was easily his most outspoken reaction on Stalinism past and present. It was time to stop telling ourselves stories, he concluded, and to pose the simple but serious problem: what social relations today constitute the Soviet social formation? 5. Althusser offered no response to his question here, though he did take the opportunity to rectify Reply to John Lewis by now characterizing the political line of the Stalin period as one of economism and voluntarism. Instead, he turned to the Lysenko episode, remarking the PCF's vanguard role in it and the fact that the Stalinist ontological version of dialectical materialism guaranteeing Lysenko's theories had been treated to a superficial rectification, which preserved its substance and its apologetic function as a practical ideology glorifying the existing state of affairs. 6. Histo ire termini, histo ire interminable? What prompted Althusser's most forthright condemnation of the Stalin period, his written indictment of continuing repression in the USSR and elsewhere, China as well as Eastern Europe, and his criticism of the PCF's evasion of the issues involved is not known. But it can be surmised. Althusser's question was on the agenda. If one man could be said to have put it there, it was Alexander Solzhenitsyn, the RST volume of whose Gulag Archipelago appeared in 1974, the year its author was exiled. In the mid-1970s, freelance French Marxists suddenly discovered the Gulag, and it came as a revelation of Damascene proportions. In a move diametrically opposed to Althusser's call for a Marxist analysis of the history made in Marxism's name, many followed the Russian novelist in assigning responsibility for that history to Marxism. First off the mark was the former leader of Gauche Proletariat and sometime Clausewitz of French Marxism, André Glucksmann, with Loquaziniere etle Manger de Homs, 1975, an ideological extravaganza hailed by fellow theoretical anti-humanist and leftist Michel Foucault, who now declared Stalinism to be the truth of Marxism. 7. Glucksmann followed this up 2 years later with The Master Thinkers, a Parisian irrationalist version of Popper's Open Society and Its Enemies, which also had some stern words for Althusser. 8. The nouveaux philosophes proper were introduced to the French public by their most assiduous and sententious self, publicist, Bernard Henry Levy, in June 1976. Solzhenitsyn, Levy informed readers of Les Nouvelles Littéraires, plays the same role for these people as Althusser played 10 years ago. 9 Precisely, once, Marxism had been all-powerful because it was true, and engendered such marvels as the Cultural Revolution. Now Marxism was all-powerful because it was scientific, and gave birth to monsters. By a simple reversal of moral signs, an angelic was converted into a diabolical scientism. Marxism, totalitarian science, and science of totalitarianism, remain the demiurge of history. If we have any objection against Marxism, Foucault condemned in 1976, it lies in the fact that it could effectively be a science qua scientific discourse. Marxism secreted a will to power whose truth was the Gulag. Or, as Levy put it in his popularization of the self-styled New Philosophy, La barbarie envisage humaine, 1977, the Soviet camps are Marxist as Auschwitz was Nazi. 11 The coincidence of Solzhenitsyn's epic and the debacle in China thus unleashed a concerted ideological campaign, which recycled the themes of the Cold War, not socialism or barbarism, but socialism equals barbarism, communism equals Nazism. In September 1977, Time magazine, exultant at the intellectual renversement de alliances on the left bank, splashed its front cover, "Marx is dead." And, indeed, by the end of the year, what has been termed a new Parisian consensus, an anti-Marxist one, had crystallized. 12 As Dews and others have argued, the political and theoretical perspectives of post-68 Gauchism prepared the ground for the Nouvelle Philosophie. In his text on May 1968, Strategy and Revolution in France in 1968, Glucksmann had opined that beneath the ballot papers survives the revolutionary situation disclosed in May and concluded, the horizon is revolution, or counter-revolution. 13 This was the immediate horizon of Gauche Proletarienne, a Maoist organization formed from a fusion of elements of the UJC and the Mouvement du 22 Mars. In an issue of Les Temps Modernes devoted to New Fascism, New Democracy in 1972, Glucksmann expounded its ultra-leftist political perspectives, that reaction, the Pompidou regime, took the form of a fascism from on high, that it was buttressed by a social fascism beneath, the PCF, which had saved the day for capitalism in 1968, and that the revolutionary movement must organize a new popular resistance against it, imitating the exemplary actions which would stimulate the masses to rebellion and thence to a people's war. In the event, it was in Italy and West Germany that analogous phantasms were acted out, by the Red Brigades and the Red Army faction. For the most part, the ultra-leftists of the Latin Quarter graded their image as new partisans with rhetorical terrorism against the Gaullists and their communist collabos. Only in their heads did the critique of arms replace the weapon of criticism. Important for our purposes is that the anti-Sovietism the Maoists had learned from the CPC, and the anti-communism they promulgated in a Gallic rerun of the Third Period, could easily slide into an outright anti-Marxism. And this was exactly what happened in the mid-1970s when, having foundered on its own fantasies, the ultra-leftist, anti-Leninist spontaneism and populism preached, if not exactly practiced, by the servants of the people metamorphosed into a romantic philosophy of power and ethic of resistance, a critique of communism into a critique of Marxism per se. In the subsequent revaluation of values, May 68 and its Gauchist aftermath were perceived, in Foucault's words, as something profoundly anti-Marxist. 14 Marxism was now identified with a technocratic, authoritarian practice of politics whose terminus was l'enfer concentrationnaire. Capitalism had once equaled fascism, now it was socialism's turn. The PCF's behavior in May and June had not been an aberration, but an exemplary instance of Marxism's complicity with raison d'etat. Marxism was incapable of explaining the USSR because it was responsible for it. In the shape of the PCF, it had been hostile to May 68 because the Paris Spring was inimical to its totalitarian project. Few recantations have been as abject as this collective desertion. The utterly unoriginal critique of Marxism fashionable in France in the second half of the 1970s went through the motions of distancing itself from the right. Yet its popularity with time, Giscard d'Estaing et al. Was scarcely fortuitous, but rooted in its recuperation of May 68 and the dominant anarcho-libertarian ideology of May for the free world. The regrettable truth, however, is that the born-again anti-Marxists would never have succeeded in palming off such a melange of Camus, Popper, Solzhenitsyn, and Foucault as anything but rehashed Cold War ideology had it not been for the PCF's derelictions on the subject of Stalinism. In Paris, as elsewhere, it takes two to tango. If the threat posed to the French social order by the Union of the Left made the expiations of the enrages expeditions of some timely men, Nietzsche, the occasional superficial criticisms of the Brezhnev regime ventured by PCF leaders from October 1975 onwards were seen for the opportunistic adjustments to the exigencies of electoral opinion they were. The PCF's posthumous loyalty to Stalinism, and concomitant illusion of serious research and debate on the Soviet experience, returned to plague it even as its post-1956 strategy apparently neared success. Where anarchism had constituted a punishment for the sins of opportunism, anti-communism was the nemesis of residual Stalinism. The questions posed by Althusser in 1976, then, were already being answered with stock replies from the Cold War repertoire. The Parisian consensus was, in Foucault's words, that T-hos who hope to save themselves by opposing Marx's real beard to Stalin's false nose are wasting their time. 15 Any Marxist account of the Unist history would receive a not-so-polite refusal in the best salons. Even as Althusser announced an end to storytelling, another kind of story became a bestseller. Historical materialism found itself ruled out of court by the connuence of two currents, the new philosophy and post-structuralism. The alliance Althusser had sought in the early 1960s unraveled after 1968 as the philosophers of desire and power tributary to May drove high structuralism from the seminar room. Althusserianism was thus doubly compromised, as a Marxism and as a structuralism. Althusser's soutenance betrays an insouciance oblivious to the major, if largely, implicit challenge that had been mounted to historical materialism in such works as Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, 1972, and Foucault's Discipline and Punish, 1975. No response from the Althusserians was forthcoming as post-structuralism swept all before it. With Glucksmann, the transition from classicism to romanticism 16 effected in French philosophy post-May took an explicitly anti-Marxist turn. And what the deconstructionist philosophical challenge to Marxism had been unable to accomplish was achieved on the ideological Kampfplatz in record time. By 1977, historical materialism was generally regarded as theoretically and politically discredited in France. A GHT back was long overdue. If one senior French Marxist philosopher could have been expected to shoulder the task, the obvious candidate was Althusser. In the event, he revealed himself incapable of it. He came less to defeat his antagonists in a head-on confrontation than to underwrite, albeit unwittingly, by demi-Zion and default, some of their pronouncements. In the early 1960s, Althusser had hitched Marxism to structuralism's rising star. In the second half of the 1970s, he proved powerless to meet the challenge of the post-structuralism that emerged from its forebear. And it was precisely the Marxism-Leninism with which Althusser had aligned himself in a retreat from structuralism after 1965 that was most immediately put in question by his fellow countrymen. When Althusser came to deliver his paper on the crisis of Marxism to a conference organized by the Italian group, Il Manifesto, on the subject of post-revolutionary societies in November 1977, the theoretical cadence and combativeness of former years had evaporated. Previously, for Althusser the significant crisis of Marxism had been that which commenced with the 20th Congress of the CPSU. Now, in contrast, he postulated a crisis of much longer duration and graver dimensions whose contemporary acuity paradoxically offered an opportunity for Marxism. As Althusser explained at the beginning of his text, the challenge to Marxism was to be met by accepting the reality, but attempting to transform the meaning of the crisis of Marxism. First of all, what was this crisis? A phenomenon which must be grasped at the historical world level, and which concerns the difficulties, contradictions, and dilemmas in which the revolutionary organizations of struggle based on the Marxist tradition are now involved. Not only is the unity of the international communist movement affected, and its old forms of organization destroyed, but its own history is put in question, together with its traditional strategies and practices. 17. Bereft of any really living reference for socialism and haunted by Stalinism, Marxists were on the defensive. This state of affairs could not be ameliorated by provision of the requisite analysis of Soviet history. For, behind the failure hitherto to supply it, there lay the extreme difficulty, and perhaps even, in the present state of our theoretical knowledge, almost the impossibility of providing a really satisfactory Marxist explanation of a history which was made in the name of Marxism. If Marxist theory was not responsible for the history made in its name, it was implicated in and compromised by it. 18. The conjoint political and theoretical crisis of Marxism could be met by ignoring it or weathering it in expectation of better times to come. A third possibility, one endorsed by Althusser, was to view the matter with sufficient historical, theoretical, and political perspective, in order to try to discover the character, meaning and implications of the crisis. If we succeed in this, we can then start talking in a different way, and, emerging from our long history, instead of stating that Marxism is in crisis, we can say, at last the crisis of Marxism has exploded. At last it is in full view. At last something vital and alive can be liberated by this crisis and in this crisis. 19. Far from being a recent phenomenon, the crisis dated back to the 1930s. It was then that Marxism, which had been alive, living from its own contradictions, became blocked, entrenched in theoretical formulae, within a line and practices, imposed by the historical control of Stalinism, in doing violence to what Marxism had been. With its openness as well as its difficulties, Stalin in effect provoked a serious crisis within it, but in the same act he blocked it and prevented it from exploding. 20. The current eruption did not simply visit destruction, but, in liaison with the popular struggles of the 1960s and 1970s, held out the promise of a possible liberation and renewal. Yet there was no longer any question of a return to Marx à la Althusser. We cannot consider our historical, political, and even theoretical tradition as a pure heritage, which was distorted by an individual called Stalin, or by the historical period which he dominated. There is no original purity of Marxism that only has to be rediscovered. During the whole testing period of the 1960s, when we, in our different ways, went back to the classics, when we read or reread Marx, Lenin, and Gramsci, trying to end in them a living Marxism, something which was being snuffed out by Stalin-type formulae and practices, we were all forced, each in our own way, even within our differences, to admit the obvious, namely, that our theoretical tradition is not pure, that, contrary to Lenin's over-hasty phrase, Marxism is not a block of steel, but contains difficulties, contradictions, and gaps, which have also played, at their own level, their role in the crisis, as they already did at the time of the Second International, and even at the beginning of the Third Communist International, while Lenin was still alive. 21. Marxism was not a seamless scientific web. Marx had laid the foundations of what Althusser now deemed as a theory of the conditions and forms of the class struggle in capitalist societies. But that theory was incomplete and bore the imprint of the dominant bourgeois ideology of its time, by which it had been penetrated throughout its history. The classics themselves were odd. By way of illustration, Althusser pointed to what he termed the Titious unity of capital and the purely quantitative theory of exploitation derivative from it. He alluded to the enigma of Marxist philosophy, the dialectic announced by Marx, fashioned in positivist and evolutionist form by his successors, and catechized by Stalin. Moreover, he perceived two theoretical gaps of great importance in Marx and Lenin's contributions, the theory of the state and of revolutionary organizations. As to the RST, Marxism did not possess a theory as such, only injunctions to avoid what Lenin called constitutional illusions, a crippling political lacuna. As for the second, again, Marxism lacked a genuine theory of the functioning of political parties and trade unions, leading to the dual danger of a reproduction of bourgeois forms in the process of their contestation and a fusion of state and party/unions in any post-revolutionary social order. 22 The issues of state and party had been dramatized by the powerful mass movements that had arisen in Italy, Spain, and France, and, we might add, by the Cultural Revolution. They were burning political questions, the answers to which would help determine the fate of the social and labor movements alike. At the same time, mass practice furnished a condition of possibility for the resolution of the crisis, which itself represented a historical opportunity of liberation. Marxism, Althusser concluded, has in its history passed through a long series of crises and transformations. We are now, in the present crisis, faced with a similar transformation to that which occurred after the collapse of the Second International, which is already ending its roots in the struggle of the masses. It can bring about the renewal of Marxism, give new force to its theory, modify its ideology, its organization, and its practices, opening up a real future of social, political, and cultural revolution for the working class and for all working people. 23. Among the RST to demur at Althusser's diagnosis was Ursula Schmiederer, who protested in her contribution to the same conference that it was not Marxism which was in crisis but Marxism-Leninism. 24 As we shall see later, Althusser was not alone among the leading lights of West European Marxism in detecting symptoms of a general crisis of Marxism in the 1970s. Nevertheless, it is the case that the crisis began as a crisis of Maoism before spreading to the ranks of communist parties disorientated by the misadventures of Eurocommunism. The omission from a text eloquent on the subject of Stalinism of the slightest allusion to the experience of Maoist China, Althusser's lately deceased really living reference for socialism, is surely the crucial index here. Deprived of this reference, Althusser's long-standing disenchantment with the USSR found unequivocal expression. When the Red Star over China fell, Althusser's Marxism was precipitated into crisis alongside that of his leftist critics, impelling him to his Venetian ruminations. Althusser is to be faulted not so much for the perception of a crisis as for his delineation and treatment of it, for the focus and tenor of his remarks. The crisis of Stalinism and the communist alternatives to it was implied to implicate Marxism tout court. Althusser's intervention was thus hardly calculated to arrest the advance of anti-Marxism. Belated recognition of the fact that Stalin, rather than Khrushchevism and theoretical humanism, represented the veritable crisis is to be welcomed. Having recently joined them, however, Althusser erred in conceding the territory that independent Marxists had fought to hold. Indicative of this syndrome was his pessimism as to the capacity of historical materialism to provide a convincing account of the Soviet social formation. It combined belated distance from Maoist simplicities with dejected assertions about the obstacles to any materialist explanation of Russian history, a proposition dear to the hearts of the new philosophers. Apparently unaware of the disarming implications of such a conclusion, Althusser compounded it by proceeding to query the independence of Marxism from Stalinism. Again, insofar as this constituted an admission of his own lingering illusions about Marxism-Leninism, it can be applauded. But, to the extent that it implied a contamination of Marxism in toto, it is unbalanced and, to say the least, does an injustice to those who learn their Marxism elsewhere than in the short course and the little red book. It can be objected to Althusser's periodization that locating the emergence of the crisis, for us, in the 1930s is a revealing imprecision, suggesting a residual myopia. Yet this would be somewhat beside the point. For the significant thing was that Althusser now forswore any return to a pristine historical experience or to the Marxist-Leninist classics, announcing problems of a politico-theoretical nature in Marx and Lenin themselves. Naturally, there was nothing pernicious as such in this appreciation. What Marxist outside Tirana would gainsay it? Only in the extravagance of its enunciation. It was as if, having discovered that the return to Marx of the 1960s had been accompanied by presuppositions from Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy, and that the rectifications of his own Marxism had been mortgaged to Maoism, Althusser was projecting these specific shortcomings onto Marx and Lenin, just as he had once precariously projected Marxism and Leninism onto the Cultural Revolution. The immediate consequences of the new theoretical scepticism emerged in his declaration that Marxism lacked a theory of state and politics, a judgment which confused prevalent schematism, theoretical underdevelopment, and a dearth of strategic thinking with sheer absence. Moreover, the Marxist philosopher, who had been second to none in the vehemence and fastidiousness with which he asserted the gulf separating historical materialism from all species of bourgeois ideology, cavilling at the complaisance of his contemporaries, was now to be heard regretting its contamination by 19th-century ideological motifs. Therewith the herald of Marx's revolutionary singularity endorsed the claim made by Foucault in 1966 and cancelled the epistemological break. From being the science of history, historical materialism now dwindled into the problematic commencement of a theory of capitalist society. What must change in Marxism was left unspecified. But on this account, anti-dogmatism with a vengeance, it was little short of everything. To be sure, the tone of Althusser's address was incongruously optimistic. It ended on an almost exultant note. Althusser's reactions on Marxism did not, however, warrant any such optimism. Reacting against his own former theoreticism and Marxism-Leninism, Althusser settled a personal account. In the process, he lent his prestigious voice to a refrain hardly conducive to dispelling mere melancholy and encouraging the collective effort required for an alleviation, let alone resolution, of the crisis. Indeed, his pronouncement could be interpreted as handing over much of the Marxist legacy to its detractors, a counter-signature rather than a counter-statement. What was in effect an autobiographical balance sheet assumed the airs of an official court of inquiry which neglected to call other witnesses and hear other evidence. Judge and jury, Althusser proclaimed a crisis of Marxism and looked to its salvation in popular practice. The hopes invested in the advance of Eurocommunism which sustained his affirmative conclusion were to receive their quietus at the hands of the PCF leadership and French electorate the following spring. And then a crisis of French communism, and Althusserianism, exploded. The crisis of communism. We have seen that, in the mid-1970s, historical materialism came under in France from the batteries of the post-structuralists and new philosophers. By the end of the decade, a paradigm preeminent in French intellectual culture since the liberation had been rooted. Such as was returned by Althusser at least was insufficient to hold up the enemy advance. Yet, if Marxist theory and, with it, the reputation of actually existing socialism suffered a dramatic reverse in these years, the mass communist parties of Western Europe were on the offensive for the first time since the resistance. With the end of the post-war boom, a specter was haunting Western Europe, and the State Department Eurocommunism. May 68 and the Italian hot autumn the following year were a turning point. For, although the reunification of revolutionary theory and practice considered imminent by some in an era of dual crisis, of capitalism and Stalinism, failed to materialize, the communist parties of Italy, France, and Spain were the main beneficiaries on the Marxist left of the upsurge in working class and popular militancy in Europe at the turn of the decade. The repressed, class politics, returned. With the onset of capitalist crisis, what Carrillo termed the Eurocommunist road to power was the order of the day. The novelty of the Eurocommunist manifesto consisted in its explicit divergence from Comintern canons in an attempt to adapt socialist strategy to the conditions of bourgeois democracy under advanced capitalism. It comprised acceptance of a gradualist and constitutional conception of, and strategy for, socialism, envisaging an eventual rupture with capitalist polity and economy. This involved, to a greater or lesser degree, public distanciation from the Russian model, as distinct from Soviet-style socialism, the Western article would be democratic in means and ends. National and constitutional roads to power had a respectable pedigree in Khrushchevism. What converted this latter-day variant into a Western schism in the communist movement was the autonomy from Moscow it claimed as a prerequisite of its project. Impelled by the Brezhnevite consolidation in Eastern Europe which had disappointed the promise of Khrushchevism, the communist parties of Western Europe drew further away from the socialist mother country and closer to their own national traditions. In Italy the PCI made its historical compromise, in Spain the PCE entered a pact of freedom, and in France the PCF signed a common program with the socialists and left radicals, sealing a union of the left which was widely expected to triumph at the polls in March 1978. Eurocommunism, then, entailed at least de facto renunciation of the Leninism that had been official orthodoxy, however pro forma, for decades. In the PCF's case, de facto reorientation away from the Comintern heritage became de jure abrogation, when it was proposed in February 1976 at the party's 22nd Congress that the dictatorship of the proletariat should be excised from its statutes. The nuanced response this elicited from Althusser, on the 22nd Congress of the French Communist Party, signposted his own evolution away from quasi-Maoist political positions. In a contribution to the discussion leading up to the 21st Congress in October 1974, Althusser had entered various caveats about the PCF's strategic formulations, without by any means dissociating himself from them. 25 He now effectively demarcated his own position both from the official PCF orientation and from Comintern orthodoxy, giving the 22nd Congress a guarded welcome and seeking to disengage what he regarded as its many positive features from the negative ones. It was, he wrote, a decisive event, a crucial turning point in the history of the Communist Party and the French workers' movement. 26 Convened. Amidst a double crisis, of imperialism and the communist movement, the Congress represented an attempt to break out of the historical impasse constituted by the crisis of the latter and forge a new strategy, which could bring the new forms of struggle invented by popular movements in the era of détente to fruition. Never, Althusser believed, had they been so powerful, victorious in the Third World, advancing in the first 27, having warned that it would nevertheless be perilous to underestimate the capacity of imperialism to respond to these challenges directly or by proxy. Althusser moved on to discuss what he delineated as the 6 initiatives of the 22nd Congress. First, despite strong reservations on the theory of state monopoly capitalism underpinning PCF strategy, Althusser endorsed the perspective of democratic socialism. 28 Secondly, he registered his agreement with the PCF's program on the unprecedented possibility of a peaceful and democratic transition to socialism given the changed global balance of forces. 29 Thirdly, as regards abandonment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Althusser argued that the deliberations had been notable for the absence of their real referent, Stalin. Since the policy document asserted the leading role of the working class in a broad popular alliance, Althusser had no quarrel with it, considering it congruent with Marx and Lenin's theses on the indispensability of alliances. What was unsatisfactory was the ceremonial abrogation of the dictatorship of the proletariat without any discussion of the historical balance sheet of the Soviet experience and the international communist movement. The Congress had ignored Stalinism, domestic and foreign, decreeing the abandonment of the dictatorship of the proletariat on the grounds of its potential confusion with fascist dictatorship. This would not do. The reality of Soviet socialism under Stalin must be openly addressed. The list of examples provided to show that the word dictatorship is intolerable forgets to mention Stalin, not just the individual Stalin as such, but the structure and confusion of the Soviet party and state, the line, theory, and practices imposed by Stalin for 40 years, not just in the USSR but on the communist parties the world over. I am not pretending that this is a simple matter, and not for a moment can one reduce the social reality of the USSR to Stalinist practices. But fascism is fascism. The workers rapidly realized what they could expect from it. On the contrary, they expected from Soviet socialism, in which they placed all their hopes for emancipation and liberation, something quite different from the regime of mass terror and extermination which held sway beneath Stalin after the 1930s, and the practices that persist in the USSR 60 years after the revolution and 22 years after Stalin's death. Yes, there were the Red Army, the partisans, and Stalingrad, unforgettable. But there were also the trials, the confessions, the massacres, and the camps. And there is what still survives. 30. In revoking the Marxist and Leninist category, the Congress had performed a symbolic act, simultaneously adopting a different socialism from the Soviet variety, democratic socialism, and taking an implicitly critical position on the USSR. The theoretical meaning of this scientific concept had not been broached, a consideration which led Althusser to the sanguine conclusion that it would reappear on the Agenda 31 after a brief discussion of the slogan Union of the People of France. 32 Althusser came to the crucial issues raised by the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the transition to socialism, the conception of socialism, the theory of the state and so on, questions which the Congress had tabled in determining the concept's redundancy. He began by insisting that the reality of the class dictatorship or rule of the bourgeoisie in capitalist social formations, contemporary France included, explained the formula dictatorship of the proletariat. It referred to a type of state, signifying the class rule of the proletariat and its allies in economic production, politics, and ideology, a rule whose political form was a mass democracy genuinely superior to capitalist democracy, and whose rationale was the counteraction of bourgeois class rule, the transformation of its institutional forms via destruction or revolutionization of the bourgeois state apparatus, the prevention of capitalist resurgence, and development towards communism. If this point was grasped, Althusser believed, a way could be found out of what he labeled the absurd dilemma, either pure theory or pure historical relativism. 33 The notion of the dictatorship of the proletariat did not exclude allied classes from power. It did not prescribe mandatory forms of transition, violence, or post-revolutionary regime, dictatorship, quite the reverse. It indicated, and was a response to, the ultimate reality, the content, of any form of bourgeois state, dictatorial or democratic, a reality the working class and its allies would have to confront both before and after the attainment of state power, if communism was to be realized. It thus did not rule out peaceful transition given a favorable correlation of forces, it directed the attention of socialist strategy to the existing balance of forces. To Althusser's mind, the current configuration in France was auspicious, as it had not been in Russia in 1917. The abandonment of the dictatorship of the proletariat had focused minds on this potentiality and the necessity of the broadest possible alliance around the working class, desiderata which Stalinist workerism had occluded. But, in treating Stalinist dogma as the truth of the Marxist and Leninist tradition on the state, the Congress had inhibited itself from understanding that its own formulations were compatible with the latter. 34 An accurate appreciation of the classical precept was also crucial to a realistic conception of socialism, itself a precondition of a viable strategy for communism. Socialism had been presented in Stalinist fashion as a stable mode of production, rather than as Marx and Lenin had conceived it, a contradictory period of transition between capitalism and communism. There was no socialist mode of production. Socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariat, was itself the transition period from capitalism to communism. 35 Several different historical outcomes were conceivable: regression to capitalism, retardation in socialism, progress towards communism. If this was the case, then the strategy of the workers' movement had to be one of communism. From the standpoint of a transition to communism, the Congress's vision of socialism was utopian, conjuring away problems and fostering illusions. 36 As was its handling of the problem of the state under socialism, another area where the failure to think through the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat left its mark. A basic thesis of Marxism and Leninism was that it is not just the bourgeois state that is oppressive, but any state, including the revolutionary state. Marx and Lenin had treated the destruction of the bourgeois state and the withering away of the socialist state, a temporary expedient, conjointly. The former was a quite specific operation, revolutionization of the existing state apparatuses, suppression of some, creation of new ones, transformation of all, in preparation for the withering away of the state, i.e. its replacement by mass organizations. 37 Althusser pronounced this requirement to be part of the Marxist theory of the state. The destruction of the bourgeois state was the necessary precondition for the eventual withering away of the state per se and the attainment of a classless future, communism. The socialist countries offered a grim warning of the consequences that would ensue from the failure to anticipate and embark on this task. 38 In the very act of unwittingly posing this question, the 22nd Congress had deprived itself of the means with which to answer it. 39 Sixthly, and nally, Althusser turned to the area of inter-party democracy and, in particular, to the vexed question of democratic centralism, noting the disparity between the abundance of freedoms the PCF promised France and its parsimony towards its own membership. The Comintern principle was upheld by Althusser as a response to the vital political necessity of ensuring the best possible unity, of thought and action in the party. But it derived its urgency from an even greater imperative, namely, that the party's existence is vital, for the struggle of the working class, to provide it with a vanguard organization. It was according to this criterion that actually existing democratic centralism in the PCF should be judged. For organizational forms could effectively contradict the party's raison d'être. The modus operandi of democratic centralism in the PCF was indeed dysfunctional, eliminating opposition and fabricating unanimity. The party's apparatus controlled its inner life. For Althusser, this was not a result inherent in Leninist principles of organization. On the contrary. At the same time, however, the PCF's shortcomings were not remediable by the restoration of organized tendencies. The norm in the Bolshevik Party until the 10th Congress in 1921. Such groupings were apparently out of the question in the French Party, a threat to its unity and a diversion from the real issues. What was required, if the PCF was to perform its proper function, was more freedom, an end to bureaucratic centralism. In optimistic vein, Althusser conjectured that the time was propitious for a discussion about democratic centralism, its substantial modification, so that the party could fool its raison d'être and, in so doing, become the party of the 22nd Congress's 40. Althusser's text did not go down well with the leadership of the PCF. Finally delivered to a meeting of the UEC in December 1976, its publication in the party press was apparently vetoed. 41 It is not hard to see why. For, although Althusser's address marked a change of political direction away from Maoism, it by no means represented an accommodation with the official line. Althusser's serious reorientation towards Eurocommunism stopped well short of endorsing the particular variant adopted by the PCF in 1970s. On Stomachap, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the program of national, democratic socialism, the inter-party regime, and so on, Althusser adopted positions more critical of his party than he himself either understood or, for tactical reasons, elected publicly to admit. Herein lay the irony. Althusser's generally positive appreciation of the initiatives of the 22nd Congress was based upon his identification of an evolutionary logic which would, he believed, propel the PCF beyond the halfway house it had thus far attained. But this assessment of what was involved in the PCF becoming the party of the 22nd Congress was contradicted by the very different evolutionary process at work. Pace Althusser, the PCF was not in transit to internal democracy and a strategy for a revolutionary rupture with French capitalism. In becoming the party of the 22nd Congress, the PCF was furthering the process of social democratization of the Western Communist parties evident since the 1950s. The surprising feature of Althusser's text is the spectacle of the former champion of the Marxist-Leninist theory of the state recording the abandonment of one of its main planks with a certain serenity, as a result of his cadence in the PCF's trajectory. Althusser's starting point is less controversial, the proposition that the cumulative impact of popular struggles in the metropolitan heartlands and of revolutionary movements in the Third World had created a considerable potential for anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist advance in these years. Indeed, that advance was already being made. The counter-revolutionary offensive in the periphery of 1962–73 was checked, and then reversed, in the mid-1970s, as the liberation struggles in Southeast Asia and Southern Africa, the Vietnamese at their head, were crowned with success. In Southern Europe, the Greek, Spanish and Portuguese dictatorships lurched from crisis to collapse, in the last case opening up the prospect of a transition to socialism in the West more tangibly than at any time since the onset of the Cold War. In Italy and France itself, the communist parties were poised to assume a major role in governments committed to radical social change. Despite the signal setback in Portugal, a new springtime of peoples was expected in many left-wing quarters. Whether the Union of the Left was a plausible vehicle for any such socialist renaissance in France is open to question. Here, Althusser's endorsement of the PCF's version of democratic socialism must give us pause. For a start, this socialism could not be divorced, as he appears to imply, from the theory of Stomacap which underwrote it. The PCF's strategic orientation was towards an advanced democracy as the necessary precondition of any transition to socialism, a constant of its politics for at least 20 years and the perspective from which Althusser had dissented in the 1960s. According to the official doctrine of Stomacap, the contemporary phase of monopoly capitalism witnessed a fusion of bourgeois polity and the monopoly fraction of capital, thereby creating the objective basis for an alliance of the French people against this fraction and its undemocratic state. The PCF thus posited a contradiction between democracy per se and the dominance of a fraction of the capitalist class, which an anti-monopoly alliance would resolve in favor of the former. This struggle was held to constitute a transitional phase prior to the transition to socialism, a phase which Claudon, himself an eloquent exponent of left Eurocommunism, termed the transition to the transition 42. Althusser did not go as far as his former pupil Poulantzas in relinquishment of Leninism and diminution of the objectives of socialism. But nor did he publicly line up with his colleague Balibar to defend that orthodoxy and confront the PCF's alternative strategy head-on as a continuation of Stalinism, not its rectification. 43 Althusser occupied a position somewhere between the two. He impeached the PCF's theories, but not really its politics. Or, rather, to the extent that he challenged the latter, it was in the form of a theoretical critique. Thus, arguing the congruence of the party's popular frontism with the Leninist tradition, he asserted the inadequacy of its theory to its new, and largely positive, strategic orientation, an inadequacy which accounted for the negative political features. How should this distinctive position of critical support for the PCF be characterized? Kallinicus has suggested that Althusser's politics in this period are best classed as centrist and should be compared with the perspectives of Austro-Marxism, a prior attempt to steer a course between the social democracy of the Second International and the Bolshevism of the Third. 44 Althusser counterposed to the PCF socialisme auxiliary coulas de la France, not a strategy of dual power and frontal assault on the bourgeois state, but a combination of popular unity at the base and electoral alliance at the summit with revolutionization of the state apparatus. Althusser's third way was one between revolutionary socialism on the one hand and Eurocommunism on the other. As such, it is open to a number of queries. On the face of it, there is a world of difference between Althusser's horizons and those, for example, of Carrillo as set out in Eurocommunism and the State, 1977, a work which proudly claimed the Popular Front strategy of the 1930s as the antecedent and vindication of Eurocommunism. 45 From a Stomacap perspective, Carrillo argued for adopting the objective of democratizing the capitalist state apparatus and appropriated Althusser's essay in his support. 46 Against this strategy of democratization must be set Althusser's alternative, revolutionization. But are they ultimately that different? Althusser's 1970 essay, as we saw in Chapter 4, was amenable to both Maoist, ultra-leftist, and Euro-communist, reformist, readings. His text of 1977 is ambiguous, but tends in the direction of a distinctive variety of the latter. For although he denied the equivalence of democratization and destruction, categorizing the former operation as, potentially, reformist, his characterization of the second fell short of its conventional content. It involved revolutionization, a definition which, for good or ill, is at some distance from Lenin's and goes part of the way towards the Euro-communist thesis of the divisibility of the bourgeois state. The strategy of a democratic and peaceful transition via a war of position in which a new hegemonic historical bloc is gradually forged, and so on, is predicated on the bourgeois state lacking the basic political unity ascribed to it by classical Marxism, an integrity the rupture of which requires a revolution. If classical Marxism is right, then Euro-communist strategy is fraught with dangers for the working class, its party/government, and allies. And the lessons to be drawn from the Chilean experience may be rather different from those derived by Enrico Berlinguer on behalf of the PCI. Pace Carrillo, the issue is not so much the democratic potential of the ideological or representative, parliamentary, state apparatuses as the adamantine presence of the repressive state apparatus. A government of the left unbuttressed by organs of popular power could end either by capitulating, adapting to the order of capital, rather than transforming it, or by succumbing to the special bodies of armed men, Lenin, and dragging down its dis-unarmed supporters with it. At the very least, it may be wagered that the last GHT to which the workers' anthem refers would, at some stage, be engaged, if not as a result of the resort to force envisaged by Marx for the establishment of socialism, then in the form of the slave owners' war predicted by him in response to the prospect of its democratic advent 47, and, in that confrontation, the revolutionary forces would face a rather more considerable opponent, domestic and possibly foreign, than the monopoly bourgeoisie. Revolutionary violence is neither inevitable, nor merely optional. All that can be said with some certainty is that an arithmetical majority for the left at the ballot box and, with it, constitutional legitimacy is no guarantee of either the power or the right to govern, as the murder of Chile yesterday, the agony of Nicaragua today, bear witness. Eurocommunism, the reversion of the West European communist parties, and others, to the strategic horizons of the Second International, would appear to be a déance of the historical record. Born on August 21, 1968, date of the invasion of Czechoslovakia, was not its obituary written on September 11, 1973, date of the overthrow of Allende. 48 The self-emancipation of the oppressed from economic exploitation, political domination, and ideological subjection is unlikely to be achieved by any such strategy, one whose themes, and the objections to them, are, of course, nothing new. 49 And here it is worth registering the absence from Althusser's reaction to the PCF's program of any reference to the history of strategic thinking on the Marxist left, from the Second International to the Bolshevik tradition, from popular frontism to Eurocommunism, or to the history of the PCF and its grands tenants, from the Third Period to the Popular Front to the Moscow-Berlin axis, from the resistance and coalition government to Cold War, from ghettoization to de-Stalinization and the union of the left. Inattentive to the historical sources and precedents of the union of the left in, for example, Koskai's attrition strategy, Stalin's conception of socialism in one country, and the theory and practice of the popular fronts in the 1930s, Althusser overindulged the illusions of Eurocommunism in its French version, a social democratic conception of transition joined to an unreformed Stalinist apparatus. Having nally rallied to the position of a popular front at base and summit and veritable inter-party de-Stalinization, Althusser failed to strike a balance, leaving himself vulnerable to the massive disappointment that failure, amid so many hopes, could be expected to provoke. 50. Failures there were. The Eurocommunism to which Althusser had turned in refuge from Maoism itself rapidly came to grief as a plausible alternative to Soviet socialism. In Italy, the PCI elected to become a party of government rather than a party of struggle. The Via Italiana terminated in an entente with Christian Democracy from 1976 onwards, which was all to the advantage of the latter, the Christian Democrats making the history, the Communists, the Compromise 51. But it was in France in 1978 that the greatest reverse was suffered. For it was there that the parties of the left, jubilant after their triumphs in the cantonal, 1976, and municipal, 1977, elections, were predicted to win an outright majority at the legislative elections. The PCF had grown dramatically after entering the Union of the Left. Through a vigorous recruitment campaign, its membership rose by almost 250,000, to 632,000, between 1972 and 1978. But, as early as June 1972, prior to signature of the Common Program, in a report which did not become public knowledge until 1975, Mark Heiss shared with his Politburo colleagues his anxiety that the Socialists would be the prime electoral beneficiary of the envisaged alliance. They were. And, in the end, inter-party competition on the left counted for more than the hopes of PCF militants and supporters. Exploiting manifesto disagreements as a pretext, the PCF ruptured the Union in September 1977, spent the new few months, the run-up to the elections, vilifying its social democratic partner, and patched up the coalition the day after the RST round, March 13, just in time for the second. The result was a momentous defeat. If the Politburo expected the dismay of its activists to be discharged in rage against the leaders of the Socialist Party, PS, it must have been disagreeably surprised by the sequel. The Rank-Enly revolt was widespread, encompassing a broad range of party opinion, left and right. Althusser's own written response came in two stages. On April 6, Le Monde published a long letter signed by him, Balibar, the historians Guy Bois and Maurice Moissonnier, the philosopher Georges Labica, and the Germanist Jean-Pierre Lefebvre. In once again losing the elections, they wrote, "The left has not only lost a battle. An immense fund of hope has, it is to be feared, been dashed for a long time to come. A great popular force is in need of reconstruction. It would be a tragic response to try to conceal the extent of the defeat and of the problems it poses. In the space of a few months, hasn't the left starkly revealed its own political weaknesses and internal contradictions, the division, never surmounted, between the parties, the discrepancy between the language, the objectives, and a political practice that is often routine and electoralist? The Communist Party knew how to take the initiative, to propose the Union and its program. But was it able to foresee the real nature of the difficulties and obstacles it would encounter, to end the means to overcome them by mobilizing the masses for the defense and extension of the Union? Did it know how to transform itself in order to become the instrument of the popular movement? Why wasn't it able to avoid the constant seesaw movement which by turns revives the dangers of right opportunism and sectarianism, and the succession of volte-faces which cast doubt on its strategy and the correctness of its methods of political work? 52. These were the questions being raised and discussed throughout the party. In contrast to party militants, apprised of the gravity of the situation in which the PCF now found itself, the leadership was alarmingly complacent on its root causes. Further, it was refusing to open the party press to members who dissented from Charles Fetterman's report of March 29 and the Politburo declaration of March 20. The French Communist Party bears no responsibility for this situation. Althusser and co. made it clear that they at least could not assent to the Politburo's authoritarian assertion of the rectitude of the PCF's line throughout. Nor would they accept that the post-mortem should be conducted within its terms of reference. What was now needed was a genuine, in-depth discussion and critique of the party's recent political history unprejudiced by a XED agenda and rigged verdict. Such an inquest required full and accurate information, complete freedom of debate and circulation of ideas, and the elaboration of initiatives from the base of the party. There could be no serious objection to demands for complete information, an open press and an extraordinary, that is, democratic, Congress, since these were in perfect accord with PCF statutes. Every communist knew them to be indispensable to an authentic collective analysis and discussion, and to any future recovery. As it turned out, all communists but the members of the Politburo knew these things. For his part, Althusser now moved over to the attack. To coincide with the Central Committee meeting of 26–8 April, he published a four-part intervention in Le Monde, 25–8 April, entitled Ce qui n'est pas plus dur dans le Parti communiste. A revised version, including a preface that dealt with Marches's report to that meeting, was published in the Theory series in May 1978. In his rejoinder to the Central Committee deliberations, Althusser sharply criticized the secrecy surrounding their debates, after which Marches's apologetic report was unanimously endorsed. 53 In Avancer sur la voie du tout Congress, the PCF's General Secretary had ridiculed desk-bound intellectuals engaging in a monologue, decreed that the Socialist Party is responsible for the disunity and the defeat, warned critics that we are a democratic party, not a debating society, and concluded on a triumphalist note, the Communist Party is now, and will increasingly be, the party which the workers and France need. 54 To Althusser's mind, his superior's discourse represented a system of ideological and political intimidation of all those who had legitimate doubts about the party's behavior. 55 The attempt to dragoon the rank and prevent debate was, however, nothing new. The very vertical structure of the PCF partitioned ordinary members from one another and reproduced the leadership's omnipotence. Lyrical on the subject of the collective discussion underway, Marchese was predictably taciturn on its stage management in accordance with tradition. 56 Althusser proceeded to savage what he labeled the religious conception of the truth entertained by the Politburo, wherein it was the possessor and guardian of a truth with which the masses were to be impregnated. Marches's exclusive concentration on the competition between PCF and PS, his treatment of the class struggle by preterition, and his assumption of the leadership's infallibility bore witness to a total renunciation of historical materialism. 57 Althusser's preface closed on a severe note. The real lagging consciousness was the leadership's, it was insufficiently conscious of the exigencies of the class struggle. This state of affairs had two interrelated causes, the wholesale abandonment of concrete analysis and the deforming ignorance, on the party's theory and practice, of bourgeois ideology. Given the party's subjection to this ideology, and the isomorphism between its internal organization and the bourgeois state, the real question concerned its fitness to perform its revolutionary role. 58 These themes were developed in the main body of the text. In the RST part, strategy, the disguised turn, Althusser rejected any Manichean evaluation of the respective merits of the PCF and the PS. In contrast to the leadership, PCF militants had entertained few illusions about the PS. But to assign total responsibility to the latter was to confuse dialectics with paranoia. In any case, who, if not the Politburo, had facilitated the PS's strategy of outmaneuvering the PCF? A more compelling analysis, one rooted in the facts, was arising from the base spontaneously, an occurrence which could really mark an epoch in the political history of the French party. 59 Contrary to the declarations of Fetterman and Co., the PCF's strategy had not been altogether consistent. The leadership was dissimulating the difference, the contradiction, between the official line of 1972–7, collaboration with the PS, and that of September onwards, sectarian struggle against the PS, an adjustment which had led to the March debacle. In autumn 1977, the PCF's leaders had abruptly made the party's defense of its position against what was perceived as the threat from its partner the primary objective. To this they had been prepared to sacrifice the dynamic unit air of the Union of the Left and the popular hopes invested in it. 60 Fearful of any examination of its vacillation, the Politburo denied the turn of 1977 and took refuge in its own, inherited, infallibility. Unlike them, Althusser did not believe that the leaders were always right. It was not simply the errors of the past that stood in need of rectification, he argued, echoing previous sentiments, their causes must be investigated and tackled as well. 61. The party's organization was an obstacle to these tasks, as the title of the second article put it, a machine for dominating. Indicative of the PCF's command structure was that the common program had been a deal struck by Politburo, and the union of the left in alliance between two political parties under the RM control of their leaderships. The promises of the 22nd Congress had been reneged on. In the approach to the elections, nothing was moving any longer from the base to the summit, everything came from above. 62. The policies thus imposed did not even have the merit of consistency. In a series of unexplained turns, what had been anathema one day, for example, the force de frappe and autogestion, became articles of faith the next. 63. The militants had had to endure and explain these somersaults. Despite them, they could testify to the deep and moving trust which the workers placed in the existence of the Union of the Left. This trust had deep roots in historical memory, which encompasses not only the fraternity of the Popular Front, but all the crushed working class revolts in the history of France, going right back to 1848 and the Paris Commune, the great historical struggles that followed the First World War, and the immense social hopes that accompanied the resistance. This time, after a century and a half of defeats and painful advances, bringing no genuine liberation, the hope was there and victory was at last assured, at arm's reach. Is it really understood what this means, the possibility or near certainty that, for the RST time in history, an age-old tradition would be broken and victory secured? 64. The hopes and energies that had tenaciously survived the dissensions of September 1977 might not outlive the defeat of March 1978. A precondition of the PCF's recovery was that the leadership's traditional secrecy, part and parcel of the Stalinist legacy, should be terminated. Indeed, the whole party machine must now be transformed. This was the demand emanating from the rank and lee, not just for their own sakes, but for the sake of French workers who cannot be victorious without the CP, but who cannot win with this communist party as it is today. The requisite communist party was a revolutionary party governed by a fundamentally moded democratic centralism. At present, in its structure and mode of functioning, the PCF resembled more the representative and military apparatuses of the bourgeois state. 66. Two related features of the PCF structures were highlighted by Althusser: substitutionism and the basic and absolute principle of vertical partitioning. The latter mechanism served to ensure the dominance of the higher echelons over the lower and to prevent militants entering into independent contact with each other. Organizational forms arguably appropriate to a previous era were now without the slightest justification. For the combination of the military and parliamentary models cannot but reproduce and strengthen the bourgeois mode of politics. The self-reproducing leadership corps was bound by a pact of unanimity whereby differences of opinion within it were concealed from party members. The party machine was a veritable machine for dominating, controlling, and manipulating the party militants. 67. If the PCF's organization was authoritarian, its ideology was a caricature. The cadence of militants in the leaders was exploited by the latter through an internal ideology which identified the party with its omniscient leadership. Althusser believed this to be a crucial issue. Repeating the arguments of his intervention on the 22nd Congress, he insisted that party unity was not an intrinsic good. The raison d'être of a communist party was to serve as an organization of for working class struggle. Party unity must be subordinated to that primary obligation. Party ideology should therefore not be considered exclusively from the viewpoint of its efficacy as a cement of unity. 68. At a theoretical level, the PCF's recent history had been one of official platitudes. Marxist theory in the PCF had not emerged unscathed from the ravages of Stalinism, it was in a lamentable state, had reached 0 point, disappeared. 69. The leadership was indifferent both to the global crisis of Marxism and to its national form, the erosion of historical materialism in the party. In place of Marxist theory, the Politburo served up Stomacap, a doctrine which Althusser now scathingly attacked as a French version of Soviet orthodoxy. Stomacap was a theory made to order, predicated upon an idealist concept of objective interest, of the French people in ridding themselves of monopolists, and resulting in a voluntarist notion of class struggle as consciousness-raising, of retarded social strata. 70 The PCF had abandoned the concrete analysis of concrete situations with which Althusser equated genuine Marxist theory. The costs of this neglect were heavy, for such analysis facilitated both the discovery of the real and the determination of an appropriate political line. Averse to any such thinking, the PCF leadership clung to its concoctions, superimposing its ideology on reality, applying it from above to anything that moves, a theoretical practice in conformity with the Stalinist tradition. In Mark Heiss and Fetterman's reactions to the election results there was no concrete reality and no concrete analysis. 71 Marches's resort to backward consciousness to explain the PCF's electoral stasis neatly sidestepped a contributory factor rather closer to home, the party's image and reputation. The leadership, Althusser rected, may imagine that the 22nd Congress was a fountain of youth that washed away the bad memories of the past. But people have a long memory, and blackmailing talk about anti-communism no longer cuts any ice at all. Talk away. It is all very well to be heir to the October Revolution, and to preserve the memory of Stalingrad. But what of the massacre and deportation of recalcitrant peasants baptized as kulaks? What of the crushing of the middle classes, the Gulag archipelago, the repression that still goes on 20 years after Stalin's death? When the only guarantees offered are words that are immediately contradicted in the only possible eld of verification, namely, the internal practices of the party, then it is clear that the electoral buffer also lies within the party itself. 72 The history of Stalinism in the PCF was an unished one. It could be ignored, it would not go away. In his null article, The Solution, Leave the Fortress, Althusser recalled the Marxist tradition's emphasis on working-class self-emancipation and contrasted with this the PCF's typical treatment of its members and of workers as others, instruments of a line determined outside their ranks. Having abandoned the principles of class independence, the party had reproduced bourgeois political practice within itself. Stalinism with a human face it might be, Stalinism it remained. Manipulative of its members, the leadership was equally suspicious of those the party was supposed to represent, the workers and their potential allies. If a political organization was to be judged by its ability to attend and respond to its natural constituency, the PCF currently stood condemned. Confronted with anything outside the control of the party apparatus, the leadership invariably repudiated it, as in May 1968. 74 Its habitual authoritarianism was particularly evident in its conception and practice of alliances. Rather than forging an alliance characterized by a primacy of combat, the Politburo had opted for an electoral compact marked by a primacy of contract. Worse, under cover of an agreement which Althusser considered a unitary electoralism witnessing to a right opportunism, the leadership had conducted a sectarian campaign of electoral competition against the PS, representing PCF domination of its partner as the hegemony of the working class. It had ruled out popular union and unity from the very beginning as a result of its deep-rooted, tenacious, and inveterate distrust of the masses. 75 The PCF, Althusser observed, exists in French society like a garrison in a fortress. This may once have had a rationale, but not any longer. The defeat of the Union of the Left represented a clear repudiation of the party's political and organizational practices. It was the denouement of a long drama. We must look things straight in the face. The March 1978 defeat is the defeat of a political line and practice which are one with the party's fortress-like functioning and its refusal to go out and lose itself, i.e. itself again, in the masses. Vacation of the fortress did not, and should not, entail the PCF's transformation into a bourgeois liberal party like the rest. It meant resolutely involving the party in the mass movement. The party must draw on the strengths of its working class and popular base to change what can last no longer, and in such a way as to preserve, or rather restore, the PCF's autonomy as a working class political organization. In particular, contrary to the advice of the bourgeois leader-writers, it was not democratic centralism per se that was at fault. 76 Althusser concluded his intervention by identifying 4 conditions of change. First, Marxist theory must be rejuvenated. Lucid, critical, and rigorous theory was the precondition of the PCF's regeneration. Secondly, a critique, preparatory to a reform, of the party's structure and modus operandi was urgently required. Thirdly, a concrete analysis of the class situation in France must be made forthwith. Fourthly, a new kind of alliance should be forged between the working class and popular forces, one which articulated compacts at the summit and unity at the base, with priority accorded to the latter. This line of popular union must eschew reformism and sectarianism alike. 77 In response to the title of Marches's report, in the theory edition Althusser added that the course he was proposing could draw inspiration from the 22nd Congress, on condition that its contradictions were recognized and its tendencies to democratic adventurism checked. 78 On the basis of the 4 principles he had outlined, the PCF could change. It will be able to leave behind all the equivocations and constrictions inherited from the past, to redeem its errors and failures, and to assist the rallying of the popular masses for their long-awaited victory. 79 In March 1978, both the PCF's most eminent philosopher and his party reached turning points. The former turned, the latter failed to. Far and away the most directly political piece he had ever published, What Must Change in the Communist Party, is also Althusser's single most powerful text. Thompson complains that Althusser's exposure merely rehearsed long familiar criticisms of the PCF, by Trotskyists, Socialisme ou Barbarie, the rebels of 1956, Sartre, the students of 1968, and so forth. 80 Notwithstanding the partial justice of this claim, Anderson's judgment that Althusser's critique is the most violent oppositional charter ever published within a party in the post-war history of Western communism. 81 Better captures the status of Althusser's intervention. Pace Thompson, the point is that it was Althusser speaking from within the PCF, and not Sartre from without. The novelty of the crisis of 1978 was that there were as many voices raised inside as outside the party, far too many for the leadership to be able to resort to traditional disciplinary sanctions. Doubtless, it would have been preferable for Althusser publicly to have adopted these positions much earlier. May 68 is the indicated occasion. Had he done so, however, he would have faced expulsion, as the fate of Balibar, in very different circumstances 3 years later, demonstrates. Althusser had chosen to be, and to remain, a member of the largest working-class party in France. During his 30 years of party membership, he had missed the moments of 1956 and 1968, he did not miss the moment of 1978. That April he made the transition from private to public opposition, breaking his silence to issue a left-wing manifesto on what must change in the most authoritarian communist party in Western Europe. It would be too easy to argue better late than never. But what would Althusser's French and British critics have said had he once again judged it inopportune? The moment come, Althusser acquitted himself as well as any of those named by his critic. That said, Althusser's text was not without its serious faults. In the theory version he noted that for political reasons the PCF, like the CPSU, had proved incapable of writing its own history. And, earlier, he had retorted that once the book of errors is opened, the end is by no means as clear as the beginning. 82 Indeed, this is precisely where Althusser's admonitions themselves require interrogation. The main political motif and historical model of Althusser's critique is the Popular Front of the 1930s. Insofar as he gestured uncritically towards that experience as the necessary corrective to the present imbroglio, his text was in part a symptom of what it sought to cure. The references to the pre-war Thérèse are only the most obvious slips of Althusser's pen, if anyone is to be credited with responsibility for the Stalinization of the PCF. It is surely the self-styled L.S. du Puple. In his nostalgia for 1936, Althusser shared a certain historical amnesia with the targets of his critique. The Popular Front of Labor, Liberty, and Peace, launched to bar the road to reaction, was hardly an unqualified success for the French, not to mention Spanish, masses. 83 If Althusser was critical towards what another rebel, Ellenstein, termed Gallo-communism, summed up in the PCF slogan, Ni Washington, Ni Rome, Ni Moscow, he was evasive about the Euro-communism by which Ellenstein and others wanted it replaced. Politically, Althusser sided neither with the pro-Italian current, nor with Mark Heiss and the Centre, nor with the Leroy Group, let alone Thérèse's widow and Stalin's ghost, Jeanette Vermeers. Indeed, the level of generality at which political strategy is treated in Althusser's text makes precise judgment of his personal orientation difficult. His position was too idiosyncratic to be assimilated to any current in the Politburo. He did not want the party to take the Italian or Russian roads, he was no happier with national communism. Like Ellenstein, he wanted much greater freedom in the party, but not the abolition of democratic centralism, and not the lifting of the ban on organized tendencies. In common with the hardliners, he was concerned about the abrogation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but for different reasons. Unlike Leroy et al., he was not demanding a reversion to the quasi-third period or post-1947 relations with the socialists. No more was he calling for a return to unconditional electoral alliance with them. On the contrary, in opposition to both democratic adventurism and sectarianism, he set his sights on a genuine popular front. Althusser's history, then, was cursory and descent. His proposals for reform of bureaucratic centralism were inadequate in the light of his own systematic indictment of it. His politics, however elusive and independent, remained within the strategic framework he criticized. And, last but not least, for all that his intervention amounted to a mordant critique of the PCF's tactics, organization, and ideology, it ultimately registered little advance over previous initiatives. In other words, the major problem with it is not its belatedness relative to Sartre's spectre of Stalin or Baby's critique de base, even if Le Retard de 1956 was not only the PCF's, but the fact that Althusserian Marxism largely reproduced, rather than really improving on, their analyses of the iron law of oligarchy in the Communist Party. What was the fate of his text, and of the wider rebellion convulsing the PCF? As in the past, its leadership weathered the storm. Althusser's belief that blackmailing talk about anti-communism would not wash this time proved false. The Politburo's appeals to party members to hold the line against the new wave of anti-communism, a palpable reality, worked their magic. Equally effective was a strategy of divide and rule whereby the intellectuals, in any case at odds with each other, were marginalized. 84 If the RST Reix of the rank and li after March was rebellion, its second, and one much more ingrained, was loyalty. At a high price, order was restored without resort to expulsions. By mid-June, every federation had passed Marches's report. At the 23rd Congress the following May, Mark Heiss beat both right and left. Its leadership entrenched, the PCF failed to change as so many had hoped and urged, ushering in consequence, the French political winter 85 during which the party would experience the most serious crisis in its history, entering the second half of the 1980s ding for its political life. In May 1978 Althusser gave a short interview to Pays Sera in which he further castigated Marches's non-reply, advised that resignations from the PCF would be the best present one could give the leadership and Mark Heiss, exactly what they want, and asserted that it is absolutely vital to stay in the party and GHT for its transformation. The situation in which the PCF found itself, he contended, was inherent in the signature of the common program. 86 The following month, Althusser informed Les Nouvelles Littéraires that his intervention, like those of a growing number of communist intellectuals, was founded upon a wish for more democracy. If I did not believe, he was quoted as saying, that the positions which I defend have a future, I would not defend them. As to whether this hope will be disappointed, that's another matter. Anything can happen. I'm excommunicated today, but I have no desire to be a martyr. I'm a philosopher. I'm not caught up by the effects of everyday public politics, which is what is condemning me for the time being. But once again, I don't work in the immediate present. Unless the party disappears, Althusser insisted, he would remain a member of it because the fact of having joined the party, in 1948, is not a biographical accident for me, it was the absolute precondition for being able to be a political activist. The fact of being in the party has given my philosophical writings a political significance. If I left it, that would be nisht. 87. Althusser was to make no further written contribution to the campaign to change the PCF, though his colleagues did. 88. And although he remained a party member, there were to be no more published philosophical writings. For what did happen was biographical accident. Adieu to Althusserianism. Vincent Descombes has suggested that with the institution of the primacy of lived experience in his preface to Capital Volume 1, Althusser did away with Althusserianism. 89. Certainly, as has been illustrated in Chapter 4, Althusser retreated from the most original, but also some of the more questionable, aspects of his initial project within Marxism, and offered no alternative of comparable novelty and power. But to speak, as Descombes proceeds to, of the Althusserian enterprise being brought to an official close is an exaggeration. Although its prestige had been dented, in 1969 Althusser's Marxism was still in the ascendant in France and elsewhere. And where there was a de facto retraction of high Althusserianism, there was no intimation on Althusser's part at least that he and his colleagues believed they had nothing new to offer. One indication of this, perhaps, is that the majority of volumes in the theory series were published after 1969. It was not at the end of the 1960s, but in the second half of the 1970s, that Althusser's Marxism entered into crisis. The crisis of Marxism repudiated the strategy underlying for Marx and reading Capital and cast a skeptical glance over the theories of Marx and Lenin themselves that would have been unthinkable as late as 1975. It was in Venice in 1977 that Althusser heralded the end of an era. In his survey of historical materialism since the mid-1970s, Anderson has argued that the term crisis of Marxism is a misnomer, since what was actually involved was a crisis of Latin Marxism, a phenomenon which had taken two main forms, renunciation, for example, Glucksmann, Coletti and Semprun, or dilution or diminution, such as Althusser and Palances. 90. The perception of a crisis of Marxism among its southern European partisans in the 1970s was certainly no idiosyncrasy of Althusser's. Claudon, for example, had anticipated him by 7 years, and was to be praised for having done so, Coletti by 3. 91. In 1979, subsequent to the apostasies of Coletti and Claudon, Sebastiano Timpanaro would announce a similar conclusion, but recommend a different reaction. 92. The peculiarity of Althusser's evolution within this wider history was that, unlike Coletti, he remained a Marxist, while, unlike Timpanaro, he questioned the validity of the Marxist legacy, and relinquished Althusserianism. Striking evidence of this is to be found in a text never published in France, dating from late 1977/early 1978, Marxism Today, a document gleefully described by Coletti, no mean butcher himself, as a wholesale slaughter of historical materialism. 93. Measured against the balance sheet he had drawn up in 1965, theory, theoretical practice, and theoretical formation, Althusser's considerations on the state and status of Marxism in Marxism Today are remarkable for their simultaneous, indivisible attenuation of historical materialism and abnegation of Althusserianism. He began by suggesting that in once denying he was a Marxist, Marx himself had cautioned against interpretation of his thought as a system, a philosophy of history or science of political economy. The subtitle of Capital signed Marx's disclaimer of any pretension to science. He had transformed the very meaning of the term critique, his critique of political economy representing not an epistemological enterprise, but a theoretico-political prize to position for the working class. The thought of Marx and Engels had become critical and revolutionary inside the workers' movement, through their participation in its practice. Trotsky and Lenin had, it transpired, been wrong, and dangerously so. Behind this view of a scientific theory produced by bourgeois intellectuals, and introduced, from without into the working class movement, lies a whole conception of the relations between theory and practice, between the party and the mass movement, and between party leaders and simple militants, which reproduces bourgeois forms of knowledge and power in their separation. 94. Against the Trotskyist and Leninist genealogy of historical materialism was to be set the primacy of the direct and practical experience its founders had had of exploitation, and workers' resistance to it. In England and France, Marx became the organic intellectual of the proletariat. Moreover, the experiential dimension had been determinant throughout Marx's career. His theory had been fashioned, tested and developed in the crucible of class struggle. And what was true of his lifetime held good thereafter. We can respond to Trotsky's formula as follows: Marx's thought was formed and developed inside the working class movement, on the basis of that movement and its positions. It was from within the working class movement, paying its way through struggles and contradictions, that Marx's thought was diffused from the RST Marxist circles to the great mass parties. 95. If Lenin was wrong to take up Trotsky's formula of importation, he had also erred in developing Engels's thesis of the three sources of Marxism. For he had thereby fallen into the platitude of a history of ideas quite incapable of accounting for the intimate relation between Marx's discovery of a social reality occluded in and by the problematic of German idealism and his adoption of proletarian theoretical positions. To write the history of Marxism under the sign of the history of ideas was to traduce Marx's revolution in thought, reducing it to a series of inversions, of English political economy into economic science, of German philosophy into dialectical materialism, and of French utopian socialism into a materialist philosophy of history and, practical version of this same mechanism, scientific socialism. 96. The problem, however, was that if this presentation of Marxism, orthodoxy from the Second International onwards, was not explicitly licensed by Marx, no more was it a mere invention. Marx had alluded to an inversion of Hegel, had, despite adopting an increasingly critical stance towards it, remained attached to the idea of a philosophy of history, and had speculated on a transparent social formation beyond capitalism, communism, that would usher in an Edenic kingdom of freedom. Marx's writings were thus shot through with latent or manifest idealism, from the materialist philosophy of history proled in the German ideology, via the evolutionism of the 1859 preface, to the disunity of capital itself. 97. Indeed, in its conception of science, capital was all too indebted to Hegel. 98. The effect of a more than residual allegiance could be located at precise points in Marx's magnum opus, for example, a tendency to an economistic interpretation of exploitation which abstracted from its concrete conditions. So, although Trotsky and Lenin had misrepresented Marx's thought, unwittingly subverting its revolutionary status, Marx had facilitated their misinterpretations through his failure wholly to settle accounts with his former philosophical conscience. Unlike Lenin, however, whom Althusser now rebuked for his imprudent dictum, Marx himself had never harbored illusions about the omnipotence of his theory. He had presented his ideas in two different fashions and forms, RST, as principles of comprehensive analysis, for example, of the structure of social formations, and in theoretical form, and, secondly, as part of the reality they were advanced to explain, among the ideological forms of which the 1859 preface speaks. In the latter, Marx no longer considers his ideas as principles of explanation of the given whole, but solely in terms of their possible effect in the ideological struggle. Therewith the ideas change their form, they pass from theoretical form to ideological form. 99. Here was to be found the genuinely materialist side of Marx's work. Yet, despite his acute consciousness of ideological struggle, Marx was oblivious to the possibility that his own thought might be deformed and exploited, a blindness related to the paucity of his reactions on the superstructure, law, state, and ideology. The Marxist tradition had added nothing to what it had inherited from him. It is a surprising paradox that from a theoretical point of view Marxism is still at the stage of Marx, or rather somewhere short of him. His thought has given rise to commentaries and illustrations, sometimes brilliant, most often dull, and to some applications, yet for the most part Marxism has been repeated and distorted or ossied in the process. This is an astonishing phenomenon, given that Marxism presented itself not as utopian but as scientific, and that no science in the world lives without progress which involves critically questioning its RST forms of expression, its beginning. Nothing of the sort occurred in the case of Marxism, up until recent years, when a movement of critical research now seems to be taking shape. Marxist theory has never been recommenced or developed. Now, this paradox refers us not only to the incontestable effects of the class struggle and the domination of bourgeois ideology, which have kept Marxism on the defensive, theoretically, it also refers us to lacunae in Marx. 100. Among the most serious lacunae, Althusser reiterated, was Marx's failure to pose the problem of the organizations of class struggle in and through which his ideas would become a material force. He had not foreseen that any such institution would require an apparatus and that the consequent division between apparatus and militants could reproduce the bourgeois division of power and cause problems so serious as to end in tragedy. Rosa Luxemburg has sensed the danger, but had failed to tackle the problem theoretically. For the most part, sad is to repeat what Marx said, his successors had blindly plunged into the darkness of night, in the dark on the state, in the dark on ideology, in the dark on the party, in the dark on politics, at the extreme, toppling Marx's thought into something utterly alien to him. 101 Marxism, then, had not simply not progressed beyond Marx, it had regressed. With Koskay and Plekhanov, it was converted into an evolutionist philosophy of history. Capital was habitually construed as a treatise of scientific political economy. And, on the authority of Engels's unfortunate late works, dialectical materialism was proffered as the Marxist philosophy, one supplying an absolute guarantee of historical materialism, one of its regions, and of scientific socialism, its application. Finally, under Stalin, Hegel had prevailed over Marx and travesty became tragedy. In Marx's name, for years and years Stalin exceeded the formulae of this poor man's Hegelianism, this absolute knowledge without exterior, from which any topography had disappeared, and for good reason. Since the cadres decide everything, the definition of the true was the prerogative of the leaders, the bourgeois ideology of the omnipotence of ideas triumphed in the monstrous unity of state-party-state ideology, the masses had only to submit in the very name of their liberation. 102. To account for this catastrophe, it was insufficient to invoke the unions of bourgeois ideology, the reproduction of its forms in the working class. Movement required explanation, something only a comprehensive theory of ideology, which Marxism precisely lacked, could facilitate. Marxist leaders had related problems and deviations in their organizations to the intrusion of the dominant ideology. Inattentive to the fact that revolutionary organizations secrete an ideology for the purposes of internal unity, they had not been alert to the potential contradiction between Marxist ideology and this organizational ideology. Bereft of a theory of the party, they had not foreseen that the latter could end up reproducing in the party itself the structure of the bourgeois state. 103 Lenin, Gramsci, and Mao had, in their different ways, grappled with the formidable difficulties involved, but had proved unable to fashion the requisite theory of state, ideology, and party. Althusser was not, he insisted, implying that its absence was responsible for the history made in Marxism's name. Such a fantasy of historical mastery rested on another idealist postulate, namely, that Marxist theory was exempt from the vicissitudes of the history of class struggle from which it stemmed, and in whose deformations and tragedies it was implicated. As to these, Althusser echoed Spinoza's celebrated rejection of moralism and voluntarism. Marxism will not rid itself of the tragedies of its history by condemning or deploring them, that way lie moralism and theoretical and political abdication. It is vital for Marxism to recognize these tragedies, to take responsibility for them, put them on the agenda, and forge the theoretical means required to understand them at their roots. Nor does this have anything to do with the intellectual curiosity of illuminating an irreversible past. At stake in such a radical reaction is Marxism today. Let it now begin to know itself as it is, and it will change. 104. Repeating the opinions he had expressed in Venice, Althusser argued that change had been rendered both possible and necessary by the contemporary pattern of class struggle, which had detonated the general crisis of Marxism, a political, ideological, and theoretical phenomenon. It was now vital to see clearly into the state, ideology, the party, and politics. Marxism, he concluded, had always been in a critical position, at once locked in combat with the dominant ideology and itself under siege, because its own fate was tied to the unpredictable course of the class struggle. Today, more than ever, the masses were on the move, and Marxism, for so long in abeyance, on the verge of profound changes. Marxists must follow the precedent set by Marx and settle their accounts, an operation which would extend far beyond intellectuals and parties, since in the last resort it is the business of the popular masses in the ordeal of their struggle. 105. By way of response to Althusser's reactions, there is little to add to what has already been remarked of the crisis of Marxism. The two texts combine theoretical pessimism and political optimism in equal proportions. Both are injudicious. Viewed in the light of the disappointment of the optimism in March 1978, it is the pessimism that is thrown into relief and which endures. And, in taking his scalpel to Marx, Engels, Lenin, Gramsci, and Mao, Althusser's autopsy was inflicting deep wounds on his own contribution, now located somewhere within the virtual theoretical nullity that was the recorded history of Marxism. In 1965, making his own the axioms of Lenin he now criticized as tokens of idealism, Althusser had also cited Engels on Capital. Without it, and the scientific theory it offered, we would still be groping in the dark. Even with Marx, it transpired in 1978, Marxists had been doing little else vis-a-vis the state, politics, party, and ideology for over 100 years, no Spinozist light had illuminated itself and the darkness. 106 Seriatim, the theses of For Marx and Reading Capital were erased, together with the epistemological break, long-time RST article of Althusserianism. Flawed from the outset, undeveloped since Marx, deformed under Stalin, compromised by a tragic history, replete with idealism, historical materialism was now a very different creature from the omnipotent because true doctrine of high Althusserianism. As was that other avant-garde science of yesteryear, psychoanalysis. In an essay written in 1976 but only published, against Althusser's will, 8 years later, the discovery of Dr. Freud, Althusser queried its status as radically as he retracted claims previously advanced on behalf of Marxism. Rescinding the theses of Freud and Lacan, he argued that Freud had not produced a scientific theory of the unconscious and that Lacan's efforts to impart scientific form to the content of Freud's work had resulted only in a fantastic philosophy of psychoanalysis that has fascinated intellectuals for decades throughout the world. 107 Lacan had remained within philosophy. So too, Marxism today implied, had Althusser, in search of a non-existent object. Lacan was still credited with having repulsed noxious interpretations of Freud. Althusser did not even go that far in his own case. He urged no claims on behalf of his return to, and reading of, Marx. For Marx and Reading Capital were relegated to the theoretical void of Marxism after Marx. Amid ideological adversity, Althusser revoked the omnipotence of theory and, in blatantly voluntarist fashion, apotheosised the practice of the masses. Marxism today is Althusser's real autocritique, one whose imbalance does its author and his subject less than justice. If a date must be chosen, it was in 1977-8 that Althusser did away with Althusserianism. At any rate, With Marxism today, the Althusserian undertaking proper came to a melancholy close. The starting point of this chapter can now be rejoined. With the dissipation of Maoism, Althusser's own complementary theoretical and political stance was no longer viable. Theoretically, he descended into pessimism and skepticism. Politically, he displayed a newfound willingness publicly to adopt oppositional positions. For the RST time, questions of contemporary socialist strategy were addressed in his increasingly fragmentary writings, however imperfectly. Simultaneously with the retraction of his aggrandizement of historical materialism in For Marx and Reading Capital, the erstwhile Pope of Theory 108 hoped for a renewal of a Marxism now bereft of concrete models in popular practice. The masses who made history could also redeem theory. Some of the song at least remains the same. In the spring of 1978, Althusser witnessed the dashing of such hopes as he had invested in the union of the left. Paradoxically, theoretical dejection and political frustration gave rise to an uncompromising assault on the Stalinist legacy within the PCF. What must change in the Communist Party was a left-wing critique of Stalinism, even if it was not the RST. In a remarkably upbeat interview dated July 1978 with his German colleague Peter Schuttler, Althusser contended that he affiliated to the tradition of Marx and Lenin without any hesitation. I do not particularly like the expression Marxism-Leninism, which is too crude to correspond to reality. I prefer to speak of the Marxist and Leninist tradition, which does not stop at Lenin. I think that some of the formulations of Marx, Lenin, and their successors, I am not talking about Stalin, contain approximations, even errors. But essentially they are correct politically, even if it is necessary to go back over some of their theoretical formulations and improve them. Comrades who declare themselves against Leninism are just if, by this, they mean the foundations of Leninism XED and glossed in an utterly tendentious manner by Stalin. If, on the other hand, they mean Lenin's thought, which contains its share of problems and even contradictions, I believe they are wrong. 109. Complacent, in public at least, about the impact of the new philosophers. 110. In this, his last published statement on the subject, Althusser revealed himself curiously unaware of the gravity of the crisis affecting the intellectual and political enterprise he had defended for 30 years, a crisis which did not spare a master of Marxism and some of his pupils. Conclusion: Unist history. All knowledge at the moment of its construction is a polemical knowledge. It must rst destroy to clear a space for its own constructions. Gaston Bachelard, La dialectique de la durée. The argument of this book can now be resumed. Having joined the PCF immediately after the post-war left turn in the international communist movement, Althusser took almost no part in the controversies of the political and intellectual Cold War. Only 4 years after Khrushchev's secret speech to the 20th Congress of the CPSU in 1956 did he enter the fray. By the time of his return to Marx, a new division had supervened in the communist world, the Chinese Schism. Althusser's project was the renovation of communist political practice by a renewal of Marxist theory. Philosophically hostile to the humanist Marxism stimulated within the communist parties by de-Stalinization, and then recuperated by their leaderships, the rejuvenation of Marxism essayed in For Marx and Reading Capital was politically consonant with Maoism. Such sympathies were, however, RMLY subordinated to the theoretical orthodoxy Althusser attempted to re-articulate in his major works. Repelled by the subjectivism of Zdanov's intendancy, Althusser expounded a novel version of dialectical materialism as the theory of theoretical practice, a highly sophisticated anti-empiricist epistemology which posited abrupt discontinuities between science and ideology, expansively deemed, and within the history of science. In effect at once epistemology and ontology, Marxist philosophy in its Althusserian rendering was immunized against the dictates of the class struggle. But what it lacked in political militancy it sought to make up for in the services it performed on behalf of historical materialism, whose claim to be the science of history it upheld. If Althusser's ambition was to constitute Marxist philosophy, his project vis-a-vis historical materialism was no less radical, to reconstruct it in non-economistic, non-humanist, and non-historicist form, preliminary to the comprehensive development it required after its sojourn in the dogmatist night. The upshot was a new conception of the dialectic which, unlike any inversion of Hegel's, stripped it of abstraction and fatalism via the category of overdetermination, a reconceptualization of the structure of social formations which respected their constitutive complexity through the assignment of relative autonomy to irreducible political and ideological regions, the totality being governed by a structural causality wherein determination in the last instance, but not dominance, was the preserve of the economic, an anti-teleological theory of modes of production as articulated combinations of relations and forces of production, whose account of historical transition proscribed evolutionism, and a distinctive conception of ideology as representations of people's imaginary relations to their real conditions of existence which, denying any end of it under communism, impugned historical messianism. An enterprise of great scope and originality, executed with enormous determination, this recasting of Marxism, founded upon a forced rereading of Marx, was seriously vitiated, by a theoreticism that toppled over into idealism and conventionalism, by an astringent theoretical anti-humanism which occluded human agency in its prioritization of structural necessity, by an ultimately anti-historicism productive of its own fair share of difficulties in understanding historical change as a consequence of its emphasis on social reproduction, and yielding an ahistorical structurality or, alternatively, an unstructured history. These and other problems eventually became apparent to Althusser, who would seek to resolve them. Meantime, the unleashing of a cultural revolution in China, and Althusser's election of it as a cynosure of democratic communism, drew him into a irritation with Maoist opposition to the PCF's leadership which did not cease. When he declined to follow his students out of the party in 1966. The ultimate ambivalence over Stalinism inherent in Althusser's political affiliations was, if anything, henceforth exacerbated. The connecting demands of conformity to the Politburo and indulgence towards Maoist China marked his career for roughly a decade, resulting in a combination of public adherence to the party line and theoretical Gaukism. The autocritique and rectification undertaken by him from philosophy and the spontaneous philosophy of scientists, 1967, onwards, in an effort to satisfy his critics, effected a radicalization of his theoretical positions, redeeming philosophy as, in the last instance, the class struggle in theory, proposing that the masses made history, and foregrounding the thesis that its motor was the class struggle. But these adjustments to Althusser's Marxism did not add up to a coherent or plausible alternative to his initial versions of historical and dialectical materialism, being characterized by an unresolved tension between functionalism, an automaticity of social reproduction via state apparatuses, and voluntarism, a contingency of social transformation via the deus ex machina of class struggle. Moreover, rather than settling accounts with theoretical Stalinism, they substituted a schematic Marxism-Leninism for the original theoretical system of For Marx and Reading Capital. The nadir of this declension was reached with reply to John Lewis, a pamphlet which conjoined a militant rhetoric of class struggle with an evasive account of Stalinism. Althusserian affinity for the Chinese experiment and its ideology also marred the most substantial contribution made by Althusser to historical materialism after 1965, the ambitious theory of ideology expounded in Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, 1970. Then, in the mid-1970s, a dramatic change of direction occurred. Under the impact of the termination of a discredited cultural revolution and the anti-Marxist turn among French intellectuals, Althusser reopened the question of Stalin, abandoned quasi-Maoist responses to it, and posed some questions of his own, which he did not, however, attempt to answer. The shattering of illusions about China did not issue in renegacy, but it did infect Althusser's thinking with a certain pessimism. Politically, from 1976 onwards a reorientation, towards centrism or left Eurocommunism, was evident which, whilst it facilitated a more forthright indictment of Stalinism, produced no real alternative political strategy to Gallo-communist horizons. Theoretically, Althusser betrayed an increasing skepticism as to the explanatory merits of historical materialism, of whose contributions to theories of politics and ideology he now despaired. Where the misadventures of Maoism had impelled him to serious engagement with the political strategy of the PCF, the vicissitudes of Eurocommunism in its local form, the union of the left, provoked him to the frontal assault on the Stalinist legacy in his party, with which his public career to all intents and purposes closed. Amid the crisis of Marxism he had announced in 1977, Althusser also queried the Marxist and Leninist legacies and relinquished Althusserianism, effectively effacing the epistemological break whose vindication had been the object of the Althusserian exercise. If, despite its limitations and belatedness, what must change in the Communist Party appeared to herald a new era for Althusser the communist militant, Marxism Today unwittingly wrote the obituary of Althusser the Marxist philosopher. Such was the fate of Althusser's enterprise at its author's hands. With Marxism Today, he bowed, inadvertently or otherwise, to the anti-Althusserian consensus that had already crystallized in France, and which has since been consolidated. Elsewhere too, as noted in the foreword, the explicit critical judgments have for the most part been going one way, against Althusser. For some, apolitical literary deconstructionists, he is too faithful to Marxism and, consequently, unworthy of a place in the theoretical adventure playground that is post-structuralism at its worst. For others, the post-Althusserians, he is to be praised for having prepared the way for their own post-Marxist paradigms. If, for the Nietzschean avant-garde, he is the Marxist same, for humanist Marxism, he is the Stalinist other. As far as some Anglophone Marxists are concerned, on the other hand, he is simply all too French. Thus, in Althusser's case, we cannot report that the magnitude of his achievement has been obscured only to the extent that we have grown accustomed to it. I should like to propose an alternative verdict on Louis Althusser's detour of theory, a reckoning which stops well short of espousing high Althusserianism, but which does not anathematize, repress, disappear or patronize it either. Althusser once remarked that he had never ceased to be disconcerted by other people's construction and utilization of his work. Writing books, he retorted, was like casting a message in a bottle onto the open seas. 20 years after that message was launched in the shape of For Marx and Reading Capital, years in which its recipients have themselves been disconcerted or unrefed, outraged or enthused, provoked or encouraged, what is there to be said in its favor? First, Althusser's rereading of Marx, however tendentious textually and contentious theoretically, had the great virtue of reorienting Marxists away from the uncritical cult of Marx's early works to serious scrutiny of his later writings, restoring Capital to its rightful paramountcy. To be sure, the Althusserian symptomatic reading substituted one unilateralism, Marx versus the young Marx, for another, the 1844 manuscripts versus Capital. Yet the privilege accorded to Marx post-1844 was not the mirror image of its antagonist, but a salutary counter-reaction against it, since historical materialism, the research program initiated in 1845 and developed thereafter, is theoretically superior to, and politically more significant than, what preceded it. By bending the stake so far in the direction of the mature Marx, Althusser not only disrupted contemporary vogues, established certainties and official platitudes, he also put on the agenda a genuinely satisfactory account of Marx's career, one that presents a picture neither of seamless continuity nor of outright discontinuity, be it to the credit of Marx in Paris or Marx in the British Museum. Whether as provocation or stimulus, Althusser's periodization unquestionably incited debate on, and research into, historical materialism, its genesis and development, at a virtually unsurpassed level. Gareth Stedman Jones's forthcoming Return of the Repressed, a synthesis of the best modern scholarship and an original contribution in its own right, constitutes, whatever its non-Althusserian conclusions, sufficient testimony to its positive impact, while scholarly translations of Marx by the Althusserian Germanist Jean-Pierre Lefebvre and the indispensable Dictionnaire critique du Marxisme, 1982, featuring articles by Balibar, Macquarrie and many others, confute insinuations of charlatanry. Althusser's rationalist epistemology, and the modes of reading and critique associated with it, are untenable, condemned, by an internalism which insulates theoretical discourse from empirical evidence and severs it from its real referent, to the relativism inherent in any conventionalism. Even so, and this is the second point, his theory of the cognitive process as a process of production of knowledge has a lot to be said for it as a philosophy for science. Rejecting the positivist misrepresentation of science, Althusser countered both the jejune materialism of orthodox Marxism's Reaction theory and the sophisticated idealisms of its Western Marxist opponents. Contra scientism and historicism alike, the theory of theoretical practice posited the historicity and scienticity of science. Although the development of its subverted realism, the distinction it featured between the object of knowledge and the real object encapsulated the simultaneous commitment to the specificity of scientific practice, the historical production and transformation of intrascientific objects, and epistemological materialism, the independent, extrascientific existence of the objects of which knowledge is produced. Thus, for all that the concepts of problematic and epistemological break in practice set up the conundrum of commensurability, hence the reconciliation of scientific change with scientific progress, and ultimately obstructed theorization of a science's conditions of existence, incidentally functioning as pretexts to read Marx's overthrough patently non-Marxist optics, they did focus attention on crucial intrinsic aspects of scientific research programs. Moreover, they served to highlight the counterintuitive nature of science, the peculiarity of its systematic discourse, the sui generis nature of its discontinuous history. Above all, the RST version of Althusserian philosophy had the considerable merit of insisting on the cognitive autonomy of scientific theory, albeit by granting it independence from the non-theoretical a timely correction. For by so doing, Althusser struck a blow against Stalinist pragmatism without signing science over to it, reminding a new generation of Marxists, and some older ones, that Marx's ambition was to found a new science. Characteristically, Althusser overstated his case, thinking, as Poulantzas had occasion to remark of him, and as he more or less admitted, in extremes for the fact that historical materialism is not straightforwardly a science among others, however, does not mean that it does not aspire to be a science, one whose results amount to objective knowledge which can be employed to further the project of changing the world. Thus, if the null shape assumed by Althusser's anti-empiricist epistemology aligns it with the idealism and relativism it commenced by eschewing, it nevertheless represented a decisive advance in Marxist reaction on the philosophy of science, approximated only by Della Volpe's works. In certain respects, a regression, even the second definition of philosophy has something going for it as a Marxist variant of the Lockean conception of philosophy as an under-laborer to, rather than the queen of, the sciences. Important philosophical work by such British Marxists as Ted Benton, Alex Kallinikis, Andrew Collier, and especially Roy Bhaskar, author of the most substantial contemporary philosophy of science by an Anglophone Marxist, all owe different acknowledged debts to Althusser's initiative and indicate its legitimacy. 5. In their search for a realist approach to the natural and social sciences, these writers have pursued the path opened within Marxism by it. Given their ambitions, it has not been the last word, naturally. But, in conjunction with non-Marxist philosophies of science, it has been a starting point or staging post, a position Marxism must progress beyond, not regress behind. Althusser's periodization of Marx and his epistemology have, it has been suggested, much to commend them. What of the reconstruction of the basic concepts of historical materialism propounded by Althusser and Balibar in opposition to the evolutionism of Second International and Stalinist Marxism, and the alternative schemas of their antagonists in the Western Marxist tradition? Our third conclusion can be that what Frederick Jameson considers the Althusserian Revolution 6 in the conceptualization of social formations has aided Marxist researchers in the most diverse fields to explore some of the terra incognita of the continent whose discovery Althusser attributed to Marx, the continent of history. If, as Jürgen Habermas has argued, theories, especially of Marxist inspiration, ultimately prove their worth by making a contribution to the explanation of concrete historical processes, 7 Althussers has more than proved its worth. The single most important achievement for Marx and Reading Capital was to help renew Marxism, often in spite of Althusser's epistemological protocols and in directions unforeseen by him. The effect of this particular return to Marx, in France and beyond, was to impart a new vigor and greater sophistication to Marxist inquiry, communist and non-communist, under Althusser's immediate auspices or not, in a multiplicity of domains. From philosophy to political science, from historiography to literary criticism, linguistics and cultural studies, from economics to anthropology, from social theory to legal studies, the harvest of Althusserianism in abstract and concrete investigations, and in syntheses of the two, has been abundant and rich. No cursory list can do justice to the continuing productivity and vitality of the Althusserian research program. But a few pointers can be offered. Thus, among historical works significantly indebted to the meta-historical labors of Althusser and Balibar, one could cite Guibois' extraordinary study of Norman feudalism, building into an analysis of the laws of motion of the feudal mode of production, Robert Linhart's challenging re-examination of Leninist theory and Bolshevik practice on the peasant question and the organization of industrial labor in the edgeling, embattled Soviet state, Peter Schüttler's rewarding exploration of the contradictory nature and checkered history of the Bourses de Travail in Third Republic France, which attests to the fertile aspects of later Althusserian propositions on ideology and class struggle, or, outside France and Althusser's immediate orbit, Perry Anderson's marvelous syntheses of European historical development from antiquity to absolutism and Gareth Stedman Jones's signal contributions to English working-class history. 8. Althusserianism, then, has enunced concrete analyses and explanations of the past that are as empirically controlled as they are conceptually engaged. Add to this its part in a renaissance of Marxist anthropology, whether via Emmanuel Terra's defense of the applicability of historical materialism to primitive social formations or Pierre-Philippe Ray's profound survey of the effects of colonialism in the Congo 9 and its capacity for engagement with the real world should not be in doubt. So much for the enunciations, direct or indirect, exclusive or combined, of Althusser's Marxism on historiography and anthropology. What, Brie, of its impact on politics, economics, and sociology? In the RST category there are the contributions of the Greek Marxist Nikos Palantzas, whose fundamental work on different forms of the capitalist state deservedly made him the single most influential Marxist political theorist of the post-war period, of the Swede Göran Therborn, whose studies of successive state structures and the theory of ideology, like the comparative history of classical sociology and Marxism that preceded them, represented impressive advances, of the Argentinian Ecobeto Laca, whose essays on fascism and populism sponsored a controversial new approach to old and intractable problems, of Balibar himself, whose excavation of the original significance of the dictatorship of the proletariat reclaimed the Marxist and Leninist concept from its subsequent debasement. 10. In economics, what is probably the most informative Marxist work on contemporary capitalism derives from a French current part descended from the Althusserian tradition, the regulation school. Outstanding here have been Michel Aglietta's ambitious theory of the development of capitalism in the USA from the 1860s to the 1970s, and the inquiries of Alain Lippietz into the role of money and credit in the current recession and into the vicissitudes of global Fordism, for example. Across the Channel, on the other hand, the vigorous critique of modernization and underdevelopment theory developed by John Taylor is perhaps the central contribution by an English Althusserian. 11. Finally, Althusserian impetus to sociological research can be gauged from the trio of comprehensive analyses by Christian Baudillat, Roger Establet, and their colleagues of France's Education Network, Petty Bourgeoisie and Class System, from Poulantzas's delineation of the class structure of advanced capitalism, from the American Marxist Eric Olin Wright's contrasting map of modern classes and his dissection of economic inequality in the U.S., and from Manuel Castell's research in urban sociology. 12 Elsewhere, 2, Althusser's recasting has proved its worth and versatility, in the innovative initiatives of Pierre Macquarrie in literary theory, taken up in British most notably by Terry Eagleton, 13 of Michel Péchier and his colleagues in linguistics and discourse theory. 14 of Bernard Edelman in the Marxist theory of law. 15 These are only the most salient examples of attempts at a creative development and application of Althusser's work, especially his theory of ideology, often conjugated with post-Saussurian linguistics and Lacanian psychoanalysis, the tip of a partially Althusserian iceberg in aesthetics, cultural studies, literary criticism, media and LM studies, and so on. 16 Moreover, this culpably pre-feminist Marxism has been utilized by feminist theoreticians to explore problems of crucial significance to the oppression of women, but whose analysis had been obstructed by its predecessors, the sexual division of labor, for example, or the socio-cultural reproduction of gender. 17 In philosophy, meanwhile, the Althusserian contribution has likewise been notable, especially in aiding a better appreciation of the oeuvre of Althusser's real companion in heresy, Baruch Spinoza. 18 None of this work is unproblematic or above reproach, naturally. And Althusserianism has also given birth to its fair share of aberrations. Nevertheless, if Paul Hirst exaggerated somewhat when, contesting Thompson's verdict, he claimed that the Althusserian current remains the most original and productive in modern Marxist theory and research, he erred on the side of accuracy. 19 In any event, the diverse literature generated in an Althusserian matrix to date contradicts a familiar image of Althusser and the Althusserians, mere reproductions of their master's voice, as pseudo-Marxological, metaphilosophical, suprahistorical, anti-empirical, hyper-theoretical and apolitical. 20, or crypto-Stalinist. That last epithet leads into a fourth point. If, quite the reverse of being analytically barren, a sterile repetition, Althusser's conceptual clarifications and constructions effected a certain recommencement of historical materialism, did they by the same token contribute to the de-Stalinization of Marxist theory? Here, again, taking Althusser not at his word but at his work and its effects, the historical record dictates an affirmative response. Althusserianism was not an avatar of Stalinism. On the contrary, it was Althusser's iconoclasm within the PCF which initiated a genuine theoretical de-Stalinization. With the inception of his enterprise, the intellectual ice age 21 through which the party had passed, and for whose duration the talents of such as Lefebvre or Desanti had been squandered, came to an end. Althusser was not quite a lonely pioneer. Khrushchevite liberalization had emboldened other communist intellectuals to independent, fruitful exploration. But his endeavor was qualitatively distinct, insofar as it amounted to the articulation of a whole theoretical system. Its significance was threefold. To begin with, the very pronouncement that Marx's philosophy remained to be constituted meant that, despite Stalin and Zdanov, everything was still to play for here, while Althusser's own initiative in this newly opened space represented a substantial break with Stalinist orthodoxy, one whose inconsistencies ultimately, and mercifully, discredited the very idea of resuming dialectical materialism in anything like the received, superintending sense. Next, insistence on the imperfection of historical materialism both as a historical consequence of its ossification in the international communist movement from the mid-1920s, and as a normal theoretical correlate of its status as a scientific paradigm, liberated Marxism from a dogmatic conception of science in general, and of historical materialism in particular, as a XED and niche doctrine. With their installation of recasting, development, and progress as criteria of scienticity, rather than indices of revisionism, Althusser's epistemological propositions licensed the research required to make good the deficit of decades. It would be very rash to believe that everything has been said, a characteristically laconic statement of the utmost significance. 22 For therewith Althusser helped to emancipate younger communist intellectuals from the Stalinization of Marxism, not only rereading Capital himself, but enjoining others to read Marx as opposed to Thérèse or Soslov. Finally, and critically, Althusser's reclamation of Marx's immense theoretical revolution was conducted, in arresting and commendable contrast to other leading representatives of Western Marxism, without surrendering historical materialism to the Stalinist misrepresentation of it, histomat. Refusing the Western Marxist anti-naturalism wherein Stalinist positivism enjoyed its posthumous revenge, Althusser retrieved the materialist conception of history from its parody. In other words, this was a theoretical de-Stalinization which declined to write off the classical Marxist tradition as inherently vulgar. Althusser's treatment of other members of the Western Marxist tradition was crude and cavalier, his typology of Marxism's undiscriminating, and his own reconstruction of historical materialism defective. Moreover, he accepted elements of the Stalinist codification of Marxism, its division into dialectical and historical materialism, for example, or the travesty of Trotskyism. Only in the third phase of his career did he overcome his reticence, resolve some ambiguities and arraign Diamat as forcefully as he had interrogated humanist alternatives to, and rectifications of, it. In this sense, and late in the day, Unist history opened the book of errors, Althusser's included. But, if Althusserianism was a consequence of Stalinism, it was scarcely its continuance. 23 For when all is said and done, Althusser's critiques of evolutionism and economism, of historicism and humanism, his renovation of historical materialism as the non-teleological theory of the history of social formations, and his commencement of the elaboration of its undeveloped regional theories, these exploded the Girardiist dispensation, put an enormous research program on the agenda, and reconnected French Marxism with its classical antecedents and with contemporary philosophy. Aware of what dogmatism really meant, Alastair MacIntyre has signaled the profound debt of gratitude that we all owe to Althusser for having brought French Marxism back into dialogue with the rest of French philosophy, concluding, so far as French philosophy was concerned, he de-Stalinized Marxism more thoroughly than any other Marxist did. 24 Althusser's erection of new and problematic orthodoxies may partially qualify, but does not cancel, the breach he made in official Marxism. The testimony of his students and others to his liberating intellectual inience, and generosity, is there for those who want to read it. 25 To those, on the other hand, who still wish to insist that in the RST or last instance Althusser was a Stalinist, it might be replied à la Sartre, Louis Althusser may have been a Stalinist, but not every Stalinist is Louis Althusser. What one far from uncritical commentator has described as an intellectual tour de force which is overwhelming in its scope and pretensions. 26 Thus incontestably had immediate and long-term effects on the development of historical materialism that were positive for Marxist culture as a whole. Its intellectual contribution to the intercontinental renaissance of Marxist theory in the 1960s and 1970s was second to none. The ultimate and obvious limitations of Althusser's accomplishment, especially when measured against its initial promise and ambitions, render it no less remarkable and leave its beneficiaries, past and present, no less indebted. As messages in bottles go, for Marx and reading Capital fared well. Althusser's Marxism also contained and encouraged some bad habits, and they must be entered in the balance sheet. First, there was an intellectual exclusivity about it, betrayed by intimations of a theory degree zero prior to its own emergence and occasional depiction of the history of Marxism, minus Marx, Lenin, and Mao, as a night in which all pre-Althusserians were humanist historicists, that had negative consequences for its own development. Disinclined to make the thorough acquaintance of other post-classical currents or to engage in dialogue and debate with interlocutors, adopting a tone of authority with critics or simply ignoring them, Althusser elected to pursue his project in splendid isolation. It was he who ended up being marginalist. Secondly, Althusserianism was characterized by an overweening confidence in, a fundamental immodesty about, the powers of Marxism, an assertion of its supremacy that contained its own nemesis. Thirdly, although Ahrens' reproach that Althusserianism was Marxism for egregies 27 is quite unjust, it is the case that neither Althusser nor his followers furnished the concrete analysis of the French situation his reconstruction was supposed to facilitate and which he continually invoked, a dereliction whose grave repercussions on the political reputation of Althusser's Marxism need no underlining. Fourthly, and nally, if Althusser made an enormous contribution to the de-Stalinization of French Marxism, he then proceeded after his own fashion to Mao's it, an involution which was theoretically retrogressive and politically perilous, the illusion of the Parisian epoch rapidly giving way to a disillusionment from which French Marxism has never recovered. That Althusser was always constrained, politically and theoretically, by the twin horizons of the PCF and Maoist China, and that almost all of his work after 1965 is ultimately, and for whatever reason, footnotes to for Marx and reading Capital, these two are facts to which attention has been drawn. Although they represented a genuine attempt to rectify the demerits of classical Althusserianism, Althusser's revisions, the second definition of philosophy and the Marxist-Leninist theses of reply to John Lewis, were a cul-de-sac, their outcome in inverse proportion to the effort expended on them. In the absence of a concrete analysis of contemporary France, no credible theoretico-political project materialized in the quite new conjuncture ushered in by the May events of 1968. It will have been noticed that a considerably less positive evaluation has been offered here of the second phase of Althusser's career than of its RST and third. The Althusser who demands continuing, though critical, admiration is the innovative philosopher of 1960-5, one whose self-confessed polemical extremism, destroying in order to create space for his own constructions, was vital to the establishment and productivity of his research program, and is not without distinguished, for example, Engelschian, precedent. The Althusser who deserves respect is the independent militant of what must change in the Communist Party. His career between 1968 and 1975, on the other hand, retains its importance largely because it is his and forms an episode of a depressing history perhaps still too close for comprehension as opposed to lamentation or ridicule, the fate of a generation of French Marxisms, not only Althusser's, but Sartre's, Telkel's, Glucksmann and Co.'s, which, transxed by the rhetoric of Maoism, took a fast boat to China. Etienne Balibar has recently suggested, RST, that after May 68 Althusser more and more found himself in the position which, like Lenin, he had always censured, reacting to events and being dragged along by them, rather than anticipating developments and taking initiatives, and secondly that, under political he unduly criticized his original positions. 28 There is no reason to quarrel with Balibar's RST statement, a transition from attentisme to suivisme is discernible post-May. And I would like to register my agreement with the second. In the course of Althusser's attempt to repay the imaginary debt he had contracted by not being Gauchist, much that might have been patiently emended or developed was abandoned, in favor of a theoretical and political orientation which failed to propitiate his leftist critics. There is no point in speculating on what might have been. History did not pass that way. Instead, it passed by the Cultural Revolution, May 68, the union of the left, the crisis of French Marxism. At the end of Unist history, Althusser reacted that, whilst Lysenko's history was concluded, that of Lysenkoism was seemingly endless. 29 If the signs are reversed, a similar relationship might be posited between Althusser and Althusserianism, histoire termini, histoire interminable. Althusser's career would appear to be over. Yet this partisan and artisan of Marxism is among the Marxist philosophers. Inscribed in history, his detour of theory can be judged better. Accordingly, if Althusser lacks the political record and literary qualities of a Sartre, if his oeuvre is dwarfed by the encyclopedism of Lukács's, Adorno's, or Habermas's, if his contribution must count as much less extraordinary than Gramsci's in his prison notebooks, composed at that time and in those conditions, nonetheless his achievement is very considerable. The history of Althusserianism, on the other hand, now shorn not only of its original élan but of many of its pretensions and vices, continues, to the undoubted bonnet of Marxist and socialist culture. It has ended only to the extent that much of what is best in it, its rational kernel, has been assimilated into the culture, becoming part of the theoretical consciousness, or, often, unconscious, of left-wing intellectuals. In that sense, something of the moment of Louis Althusser has passed into a wider history, which is not to say that we are all Althusserians now. Postscript, the necessity of contingency. In memory of Michael Sprinker, 1950–99. We do not publish our own drafts, that is, our own mistakes. But we do sometimes publish other people's. Louis Althusser, 1963. 1 Althusser after Althusserianism. Intellectually quasi-non-existent either side of the channel following the murder of his wife in November 1980, Louis Althusser was physically interred a decade later. Commenting in 1994, however, David Macy could report that the death of the philosopher has led to a resurrection of his writings. The 1990s were indeed marked by a quite unexpected revival of interest in Althusser. The main spur to this raising of the dead was the simultaneous appearance in France in 1992 of his autobiography and the RST installment of a biography. These revealed the existence of a hitherto unknown Althusser, something of whose complexity is disclosed by the subsequent volumes in a posthumous edition of his work, completed in 1998. And this is to omit from the reckoning the philosopher's extensive archives, containing some book-length manuscripts, which researchers have begun to delve into, but which have doubtless yet to deliver up all their secrets. What does the posthumous edition comprise? In sum, 9 volumes, drawn from the archives deposited at the Institut Mémoires de l'édition contemporaine after Althusser's death, mostly published by Edition Stock in conjunction with IMEC, and individually or jointly edited by Olivier Corpet, Yann-Moïse Boutang, and François Mathéron. They may be classed as follows. I. 2 volumes of autobiographical writings issued in 1992, the 2 memoirs, 1985–1976, presented in L'Avenir dur Longtemps, Suivi de les Fates, and the Prison Camp Notebooks and Correspondence, 1940–5, assembled in Journal de Captivité. An expanded version of L'Avenir, featuring other autobiographical texts as well as 3 chapters removed by Althusser from his Confessions, was put together in 1994. An English translation of the RST edition had been marketed in the UK by Chatto and Windus the year before. Unaccountably, its US counterpart renders the Gaullist obiter dictum of Althusser's title "The Future Lasts Forever." 2 volumes of psychoanalytical writings, Écrits sur la psychanalyse, from correspondence with Jacques Lacan, 1963–6, through to Althusser's interventions in the controversy over the dissolution of the École Freudienne de Paris, 1980, published in 1993, and Psychanalyse et Sciences Humaines, the edited transcripts of 2 seminar presentations from 1963–4, released in 1996. An abridged English edition of the Écrits came out from Columbia the same year as the seminars. 4 volumes of philosophical and political texts. The RST, Écrits philosophiques et politiques I, 1994, retrieved the bulk of Althusser's early writings, 1946–50, translated by Verso in 1997 as The Spectre of Hegel, and Unished manuscript on Marx in His Limits, 1978, due to appear in English in 2006 in a Verso edition of the later writings, Philosophy of the Encounter, and extracts from late Althusserian speculations as to an underground current of the materialism of the encounter, 1982, likewise scheduled for inclusion in that volume. The second, entitled Sur la philosophie, 1994, collects written interviews and correspondence with Fernando Navarro, 1984–7, ruminating on the aleatory materialism moot in 1982, which will occur in the upcoming Verso collection. A third volume, Sur la reproduction, 1995, is composed of the unpublished 1969 book on the reproduction of the relations of production from which the ISA's essay was extracted the following year, together with that article and a retrospective note of 1976. A further offering of Écrits philosophiques et politiques, 1995, arranged thematically, selects diverse material from 1962 to 7, in particular, Unist works on Feuerbach and the Humanist Controversy, 1967, texts related to the philosophy course for scientists, 1967 to 8, and an opuscule on Machiavelli derived from a lecture course given in 1972. Machiavelli et Nous was issued as a separate volume in English by Verso in 1999, while the texts from the 1960s, together with a programmatic piece on the historic task of Marxist philosophy, 1967, hitherto available only in Hungarian, and the 3 notes on the theory of discourses, 1966, excluded from writings on psychoanalysis, were translated by Verso in 2003 in the Humanist Controversy and other writings. 4. An 800-page collection of Althusser's correspondence with his sometime Italian lover and translator, Franca Madonia, Lettere a Franca, 1961 to 1973, which ranges far beyond an epistolary romance, published in 1998. At time of writing, there would appear to be no plans to translate any of this material. So much by way of rudimentary inventory of French publication and English translation. It is also worth mentioning that, under the stimulus of this ambitious program, there were several reissues in France. In 1996, Presses Universitaires de France published a variorum edition of Lire le Capital, regrouping the 4 installments of the second edition, 1968 to 73, in the order of the 2-volume original, 1965. Later the same year, Editions La Découverte reprinted Pour Marx with a preface and biographical note by Étienne Balibar. Finally, in 1998, Yves Sintemer's collection of out-of-print material from 1955 to 77, virtually all of it translated into English at some stage, appeared from Presses Universitaires de France. As for the secondary literature, by the early 1990s, the existing synth essays of Althusser's thought, whether in French, Cars and Cotton, or English, Callinicus, Benton, Smith, etc., were out of print. Apart from the occasional contribution, especially by Antonio Negri, the 4 collections published in English in the course of the decade, by Ian Kaplan and Michael Sprinker, by myself, by Jacques Lesra, and by Antonio Colleri and David Ruxio, either effectively predated the posthumous edition or focused their attention elsewhere. 2. The same was true of 2 full-length studies by Robert Paul Resch and Margaret Majumdar, and of 2 earlier French texts, one grouping Balibar's various writings on Althusser, the other the proceedings of a conference held in Paris shortly after the philosopher's death, edited by Sylvain Lazarus. 3. Writing about Althusser gathered new impetus with the publication of L'Avenir dur Longtemps and Volume 1 of Moëllier Boutang's Louis Althusser. 4. In addition to special issues of Magazine Littéraire and Futur and Terreur in 1992 and 1993 respectively, 2 substantial volumes of conference papers edited by François Mathurin and Pierre Raymond appeared in French in 1997. 5. In 1999, in response to the Uri of Althusseriana, an expanded edition of the 1974 Trotskyist anthology Contre Althusser was put out, featuring at least one markedly less hostile new text by Daniel Bensed. 6. The same year 2 ex-pupils, Pierre Macquarrie and Dominique Lecourt, supplied intriguing insights into the collective adventure of Althusserianism. 7. From 2000 onwards, an important literature on the late Althusser began to emerge, especially with articles by André Tezel in French, Wal Suchting in English, and Vittorio Morno in Italian, the last of these only one instance of a flourishing culture of publications on and by Althusser in Italy sponsored by the Associazione Louis Althusser directed by Maria Turchetto. 8. In the Anglophone world, meanwhile, although Andrew Levin's A Future for Marxism Althusser, the analytical turn and the revival of socialist theory did not redeem the promise of its title. Warren Montag's concise and illuminating Louis Althusser the previous year was the RST account in English to register the full impact of the posthumous edition in Althusser Studies. 9. A forthcoming translation of Mikko Lautinen's Finnish book in the same series as these pages is set to be. The RST to take its full measure. 10. Geoffrey Goshgarian's introductions to the humanist controversy and philosophy of the encounter are the initial, impressive fruits of intensive research in the archives. 11. Before engaging with the unknown Althusser, some directions for use are in order. Although, on occasion, Althusser himself seems to have envisaged a posthumous works and correspondence, 12. At other times he expressed misgivings over the phenomenon. Thus, at 2 points separated by an interval of 15 years, he regretted that Marx's consignment of such drafts as the German ideology to his bottom drawer, plus Resident Mice, had not been accorded due respect by editors and commentators. 13. Since the bulk of Marx's writings remained unpublished at his death, the paradoxical effect of any consistent application of the implied editorial etiquette would, of course, have been to deprive posterity of precisely those works of Marxian maturity that Althusser counterposed to Marx's early writings. In Althusser's own case, while it would have drawn a veil over the autobiographical hallucination of L'avenir dure longtemps, that plea indictment confession, composed for an imaginary tribunal 14, it would not have exempted another draft, manifestly destined for posthumous publication, which was unquestionably no mistake or outtake, Machiavelli and us. Accordingly, if we would do well to heed Gramsci's cautions about the status of posthumous works, 15. Handle Althusser's with a care conspicuous by its absence in the shanghaiing of his self-analysis by disobliging critics to depict the philosophico-political history in which he was a subject as a deranged process with a murderous telos, and bear in mind that these materials discover the philosopher general mostly in his laboratory, sometimes in his labyrinth. Nevertheless, extrusion of them as unauthorized is neither feasible, nor desirable. In the remainder of this postscript, I propose to do no more than successively skim Althusser's autobiographies, his early works, texts from the Althusserian moment, and the late writings, before proceeding to a schematic periodization and tentative evaluation of the published over that seek to Althusser in his approximate limits. 2. Partial recall. Within months of its release in April 1992, L'Avenir dure longtemps, Suivi de les Fates had sold 40,000 copies, attracting sustained attention in the French press. 16. The longest book written by Althusser became the best-selling. The thinker who had endured a living death for the last decade of his life suddenly enjoyed a posthumous existence of sorts among an audience much of which had probably never heard of, let alone read, for Marx and reading capital. Across the Channel, coverage of the French original and its rapid translation focused predominantly on the sensational dimension of L'Affaire Althusser. The ritual monotony of the titles prefacing reviews, A Marxist Murderer, Sex, Murder, and Philosophy, Marx and Murder, The Paris Strangler, explains the space devoted by the mainstream press to the deceased adherent of an iniquitous doctrine. Where, doubtless inadvertently, French commentators had sometimes given the impression that Althusser's murder of his wife weighed less heavily with them than his failure to abjure the God that failed. 17. Their Anglo-American counterparts were readier to insinuate the equation, fate divers equals fate philosophico-politique, or Marxism equals madness equals murder. I am one thing, my writings are another, proclaimed Nietzsche in his putative autobiography 18. The point applies to Althusser American Samoa to any other thinker. The genesis, the structure, the validity, and the effectivity of a body are thought are analytically distinct issues for any inquiry that aims at something other than ad hominem incrimination or exculpation of ideas. At any rate, the secrets of Althusserian Marxism will not exposed by inspection of its artisans' adolescent bedclothes. As a general rule, he once objected to Plekhanov's imprudent speculations on the causes of the French Revolution. Concepts are not hidden in beds. 19. By way of variation on a Sartrine theme, it might simply be remarked, Louis Althusser became a manic depressive murderer, no doubt about it. But not every manic-depressive murderer is Louis Althusser. The heuristic inadequacy of literary supplement psychobabble is contained in these two sentences. The RST thing to note about the occasion for Althusser's renewed notoriety is that the status of both his texts is no less complex than their character. Les Fates, begun in 1976 but not completed, was scheduled for inclusion in a journal that never saw the light of day. L'Avenir dure longtemps, almost 4 times the length and characteristically drafted in feverish haste in the spring of 1985 between bouts of hospitalization, was initially intended for publication, but then simply laid aside. No will having been left by Althusser, his closest surviving relative, a nephew, became his executor and decided to authorize their release. Althusser's unavailing struggle against the psychological torment that preceded and punctuated his public career, the war without memoirs or memorials evoked in Freud and Lacan 20, was thus granted a memorial and yielded memoirs of a kind. But can the autobiographer's tale of how he became what he was be trusted any more than Nietzsche's Ecce Homo? That there are reasonable grounds for doubt is suggested, if by nothing else, by the marked discrepancies between the facts and the future lasts a long time. The former, under a typically laconic, and ironic, title, is composed in a comic register. It contains, for example, Chanel encounters with Pope John XXIII and General de Gaulle. 21. The latter pertains to the converse mode, its tragic score unrelieved by the falsely optimistic notes it strikes towards its conclusion. Essentially covering the same terrain, they do so quite differently, offering not so much a mutual corrective as alternative perspectives on Althusser's destiny. The effect of their appearance between the same covers is, or should be, to remind readers that autobiography is as much rhetoric as record, and hence, art, or artlessness, hiding art, a compromise formation between biographical facts and literary conventions. Where readings have not been agrantly culpable, they have too often been ingenuous, in pre-Freudian fashion taking Althusser at his word and therewith subscribing to an idea of reading which makes a written discourse. The immediate transparency of the true, the real discourse of a voice. 22. As the author of Reading Capital insisted at the outset, there is no such thing as an innocent reading. Althusser's own strategy vis-a-vis Marx, the symptomatic reading that sought to reconstruct the latent structural matrix generating the manifest discourse of his texts, was modeled on the Freudian interpretation of dreams. His analysis of the Althusser case and the reasons for his unreason, the tangled causal skein that issued in an act of destruction and self-destruction, requires an analogous operation. The occasionally oniric discourse of the future lasts a long time cries out for a symptomatic reading. It is immeasurably aided by Molière-Boutang's meticulous reconstruction of Althusser's life up to 1956, which permits critical scrutiny of his own tendentious rendition. For there were many Althussers, of whom Althusser's is only one who must be approached en connaissance de cause. Yet the problem, baldly stated, is that, despite his biographer's endeavors, such knowledge is not at our disposal and is unlikely to be even when, if, his second volume on the years 1956 to 1990 materializes. The bare facts of what Althusser once dubbed his auto-heterobiographical circumstances 23 are in the process of being established. The implacable logic of his unconscious remains recalcitrant to elucidation. Nothing, he justly remarked in one version of those facts from another scene, could be more simple than the unconscious elements which analysis deals with, yet the combinations they assume in individual cases could not be more complex. 24 Because they appear under his signature, Althusser's own disconcerting simplicities were received as the disclosure of that individual combination in all its complexity, as if, contra Pascal's pensées but in accordance with Descartes' discourse on method, the Althusserian heart had its reasons and they were transparent to Althusser's head. Furthermore, his projection of the shadow of Althusser onto the young Althusser, the construction of his own history in the future anterior 25, has been accepted as the authoritative, because authorized, version. The future lasts a long time advertises itself as the public explanation which Althusser was at once excused and denied by the non-Lou, no grounds, decreed after the murder of his wife 26, reminding us that there was an Althusser before and after, as well as during. Althusserianism, the author stipulates that the future constitutes not a diary, not my memoirs, not an autobiography, 27, but rather what he once described to his biographer as a trauma biography. He claims to be sticking closely to the facts, but immediately adds a writer, hallucinations are also facts. 28 We are dealing not with the tranquil recollection of a life lived, but the anguished retrospection of a death foretold, one which amply confirms Malraux's observation that what is tragic about death is its transformation of life into destiny. In the words of its editors, the future is an inextricable tangle of facts and fantasies. 29 Althusser seeks to situate his text by allusion to Foucault's edition of Pierre Riviere's Testament and Rousseau's Confessions. Other autobiographical writings that come to mind are Sartre's Words and Schreber's Memoirs of My Nervous Illness. In effect, this is a fragmentary wild, self-analysis, something akin to the testimony of a Nietzsche in the language of a Freud. Just as, in a typical assertion of the singularity of the autobiographer, Althusser can lay claim to Rousseau's privilege and bane, I am like no one in the whole world. 30, so his confessions are exceptional, for better and worse alike. Much of their poignancy, as well as their ambivalence, derives from a fact so blinding as to risk invisibility. The future lasts a long time is a symptom of the manic-depressive syndrome that it hopes to exorcise through a public talking and writing cure. Its overture, replete with literary melodrama, is the crime scene. Following seeming self-detection, its envoy takes the form of the explanatory commentary of an old doctor friend. 31 Therewith in some measure reinstating the non-lu whose deleterious effects it hoped to conjure. The RST half of the book is given over to the etiology of its subject's mental illness in a family romance, played out in interwar Algeria and southern France, which soon acquires the contours of a familial horror story. From his maternal aunt Althusser learnt the family secret, that his mother's aunt had been killed during the First World War, that she had subsequently accepted the marriage proposal of his brother, and that she had named her only son after the love of her youth and life. Once again, this is a paradigmatic instance of a standard feature of autobiography, minor antecedents entailing major consequences. At all events, thus informed, Althusser claims to have drawn a devastating conclusion: he had, so to speak, been born, not made. For inscribed in the infant Louis's RST name was the true, and other, object of his mother's affections. Above all, it contained the sound of the third-person pronoun, Louis, which deprived me of any personality of my own, summoning as it did an anonymous other. It referred to my uncle, the man who stood behind me. Louis was Louis. It was him my mother loved, not me. 32. As depicted by him, Althusser's mother is a Mater Dolorosa straight out of the pages of de Beauvoir's Second Sex. 33 Remembered as a violated wife, a martyred mother bleeding like a wound. 34, Lucienne Althusser, née Berger, the maiden name to which she reverted after her husband's death, just as her son assumed it after 1980, is portrayed as a castrating mother, impelled by her phobias to enforce a strict regime of social and sexual hygiene on Althusser and his sister Georgette. From the domestic milieu in which her writ ran, his father was literally or metaphorically absent, inspiring in his son the sense that he had no father. The consequence, so Althusser claims, was a feeling of fathomless solitude, relieved only by his relationship with his maternal grandparents, my true family, my only family, in the infant paradise of the Bois de Boulogne overlooking Algiers, or of La Roche-Mille in the Morvan, to which they retired. 35 As Althusser notes, the related themes of the fatherless child and solitude would recur in his philosophical writings. 36 Cherchez la femme is the leitmotif of his case history. I fooled my mother's wishes and expectations of the other Louis. And I did it in order to seduce her. I strove for goodness, purity, virtue, a pure intellect, a disembodied state, academic success, and to crown it all a literary career. To accomplish all this, I was to go to the École Normale Supérieure, Not at St. Cloud where Uncle Louis was to have gone, but the one in the Rue d'Ulm. Then I became the well-known intellectual who earnestly refused to dirty his hands in the media, and got my name on the cover of a few books which my mother proudly read 37. Thus to win his mother's love by fooling her desire was for Althusser simultaneously to realize his own being, by fashioning an ego. The paradoxical effect of his project, as with its repetition in his relationship with his teachers, was to exacerbate the perceived original eccentricity. Seduction of others meant Althusser's seduction into his own betrayal. 4. I always had the impression I was not myself, that I didn't really exist, that my existence depended solely on pretense, indeed was a pretense 38 in Revelations onto which critics have latched. Althusser maintains that such deception extended to his philosophical culture, or, more precisely, the lack of it. 39 What is unquestionably true is that his formal education was interrupted, after he had come sixth in the national examinations for admission to the Rue d'Ulm, by the advent of war in September 1939. The political option current in the Catholic and monarchist circles in which he had moved at the Lycée du Parc in Lyon materialized with the collapse of the Third Republic. Among those sacrificed in the strange defeat of June 1940 was Althusser. That the experience of captivity was a formative ignorance is clear. Notwithstanding the manifold privations it records, his account stresses the redeeming features. While Sartre had never felt freer than under the occupation, Althusser enjoyed a sense of security in his prisoner of war camp. 40 Accordingly, liberation in 1945 induced not elation but disorientation, betokening reversion to the solitude which enhanced that nostalgic desire for union motivating subsequent attachments. 41. Post-war, these attachments essentially reduced to three: the école normale supérieure, a maternal ambience, like an amnioticoid. 42, where Althusser resumed his education and secured an academic post after being received second at the philosophy aggregation in 1948, Hélène Rittmann, Jewess, resistant, ex-communist fallen on hard times, whom he met in 1946, and the French Communist Party, which he joined in November 1948. Hélène's gift to Althusser, as he recalls it, was a world of solidarity and struggle, a world of reasoned action, a world of courage. 43 Yet the prospect of redemption so miraculously opened up soon gave way to the threat of perdition. The relationship with Hélène, 8 years his senior, was traumatic from the outset, so Althusser claims, plunging him into a deep depression which necessitated the arrest of a score of hospitalizations, following a diagnosis of schizophrenia. According to Althusser, he and Hélène nevertheless performed an indispensable maternal and paternal function for one another. She was everything for which he had yearned. She loved me as a mother loves a child, and at the same time like a good father in that she introduced me, to the real world, that vast arena I had never been able to enter. Through her desire for me she also initiated me, into my role as a man, into my masculinity. She loved me as a woman loves a man. 44. Indissolubly linked to these rites of passage was Althusser's induction into the world of French communism, which he embraced, so he narrates, after the loss of his Roman Catholic faith. 45 As the hopes borne by the resistance succumbed to the Cold War, and the united front of 1944-7 fractured into the two camps of 1948, Althusser chose his camp, outside the party, no political salvation. Even without aggravating circumstances, the conjuncture would have proved inclement for the new academic recruit. Aggravating circumstances there were, however, in the form of Hélène's exclusion from the party and Althusser's assumption of the mission to secure her readmission. So explosive an issue was this that if no salvation was to be had outside the party, damnation beckoned within it. Althusser basically reiterates the standard account of the affair, attributing his wife's misfortunes to the malevolence of Elsa Triolet, and conreams the details supplied by one of the participants in it. 46 Althusser sought to clear her name of having been a double agent. Of no benefit to her, his zeal served only to expose him to the censure of the PCF cell at the École for his dangerous liaison. Althusser maintains that the experience induced a realistic appreciation of the PCF and its methods. Thanks to Moali Erbotang, we know that the comparative equanimity with which he affects to have greeted the sanction of his comrades is belied by the historical record. In the facts, reacting on his imprisonment in Germany, Althusser recounts a plan which consisted in giving the camp guards to think that an escape had been effected, and then, some weeks later, when they had failed to recapture the escapees, making the genuine attempt. For him it exemplified the nub of all philosophical, as well as political and military, problems, how to escape the circle while remaining within it. 47 Having identified his attachments, the future turns into a tale of a circle of circles, the family, the école, the relationship, the party, the clinic, and their mutual implication and overdetermination to produce a singular fate. Applying his own formula, it might be said that his narrative enacts his inability to end an exit from circles whose arc was enacted but not designed by him, and which degenerated from the seemingly virtuous to the intermittently vicious to the ultimately infernal. Thus, on his account, he and Helen formed a couple who by the end could live neither with, nor without, each other. What crystallized, in Althusser's harrowing image of November 1980, amounted to a private hell, terminated only by a murder in which self-destruction was symbolically achieved through the destruction of others. 48 As if in uncanny echo of Nietzsche's exaltation, my time has not yet come, some are born posthumously. 49 The closing pages of the future are leavened with the desperate optimism of the will. So, despite its dramas, life can still be beautiful. I am 67, and though it will soon all be over, I feel younger now than I have ever done, never having had any youth since no one loved me for myself. Yes, the future lasts a long time. 50. Perhaps, but not for the author of these lines. With ultimate pathos, what the text cannot know is that, rather than registering the conquest of Althusser's illness, its conclusion betrays the manic phase of his manic-depressive cycle. Within weeks of its completion, hounded by the gutter press, he was back in hospital. Louis Althusser's time had come and gone. Most are not, born posthumously. The overwhelming impression conveyed by the future is of Althusser's indivisible destructiveness and self-destructiveness. Moali Erbotang's exhaustive research confirms that this propensity is mimed by the text itself, in a consistent self-defamation which conceals a fact: Althusser was a man with qualities. His own express wish was that his testament would resolve his enigma to public satisfaction, thus putting an end to demands for its explanation and releasing him into an emancipatory anonymity. 51 In the event, its publication generated a further massive burst of the kind of voyeurism attendant upon the events of 1980-1. For if not the tissue of lies and half-truths bemoaned by one of his closest associates, 52 it is, as Moali Erbotang conclusively demonstrates, a rewriting of a life through the prism of its wreckage. Althusser's biographer has laid bare the profundity of his revisions in 6 main respects. First, and crucially, the inversion of the Althusserian family romance can be RMLY dated, to July 1964, and condently attributed, to none other than Helen Rittmann. She it was, in a letter of July 26, 1964, who ventured the wild analysis of the familial dynamic as a fatality from the outset, faithfully reproduced by her companion. 53 Having, like Althusser's closest male friend of the 1950s, the suicide Jacques Martin, endured a wretched childhood, Helen abetted Althusser in the projection of the manic-depressive shadow of maturity onto his infancy. Secondly, a central relationship in the young Althusser's existence is underplayed and left largely unexamined in his implotment of his life story, his intense bond with his sister Georgette, whose own history of nervous illness tracked his own. Suffice it to indicate that, some 2 weeks after receiving Helen's letter in the summer of 1964, Althusser had a dream about her that anticipates the murderous scenario of November 1980. 54 Thirdly, Althusser postdates the onset of his recurrent depression to the post-war period, passing over in silence the trials he experienced both during his school days and then in captivity. The latter have, however, left their trace in the desolate record he kept in Schleswig of what he called Unwissens Historie. 55. Two further contributions by Moellerbotang concern Althusser's relationship with Roman Catholicism and the controversy over Helen Rittmann's resistance record. Regarding the former, it would appear that the pre-war activist in Jeunesse Chrétienne was politically considerably further to the right than he is prepared to concede in the future. More importantly, his gravitation to the left after the war involved no abrupt break with the faith of the church into which he was born. If the organization to which Althusser transferred his allegiances proved so recalcitrant to the rehabilitation of his companion, Moellerbotang gives us to understand, it was because there was no smoke without postponing illumination of this obscure episode to his sequel. Moellerbotang meanwhile suggests that Althusser's claim in the facts to have voted for Helen's exclusion from the peace movement amounts to a screen memory for the catastrophic breakdown he suffered after bowing to the will of his comrades at the École Normale. 56. Finally, Moellerbotang's research in and of itself allows us definitively to reject Althusser's affectation, à la Wittgenstein, of ignorance of the history of philosophy in general and of Marxism in particular. This gesture of ingratiating self-depreciation, or propitiation, foregrounding the unlettered genius capable of creation ex nihilo, rebounded on its author, being widely, and gleefully, construed by reviewers as exposing, in the words of one of them, the philosopher-emperor who had no clothes. 57. In the course of a disappointing discussion of his road to Marx and his relationship to Marxism, which admits the charge of imaginary Marxism pressed by Raymond Aron, Althusser xes upon ne pas se raconter d'histoires, not to tell stories and not to tell ourselves stories, as the one and only definition of materialism. 58. Here, at any rate, honoring his Machiavellian maxim more in the breach than the observance, self-imprisoned in what Sartre referred to as the retrospective illusion of the autobiographical genre, Althusser tells himself and his readers more than one story, some of them tall. Rather than paving the way for subsequent volumes in the posthumous edition of Althusser's oeuvre, and enabling an informed assessment of it, such stories were apt to queer their pitch. In turning to those volumes, we would do better to take Althusser not at his fabular, partial, retrospective word, but at his work. 3. Fateful Rendezvous. The same year as L'Avenir dur Longtemps was published, Althusser's Journal de Captivité appeared. In a kind of testament of lost youth, or to the pitiless demarcation of generation, the terrible education of deeds 59 undergone by the pre-war royalist Roman Catholic found its moufed echo. The intrusion of historical problems in a life without history, the vacillation of faith, rescued by resort to the wager of Althusser's constant companion Pascal, the volatilization of his politics, reorientated towards communism by the counter-example of Vichy, that parade of counter-revolutionary France in which Nazi Germany took the salute. 60, these helped induce the post-war intellectual in arms summoned up in the preface to For Marx. 61. Whatever his null destination, with the release in 1994 of a RST volume of philosophical and political writings containing texts from 1946 to 51, it became possible to identify Althusser's post-war point of departure with some certainty. In short, it transpired that the intellectual biography of Marx outlined in For Marx and Reading Capital was something in the nature of an intellectual autobiography. The work of the mature Althusser conducted a tacit settlement of accounts with his own erstwhile philosophical consciousness. The critique of Hegelian Marxism conducted therein was, at the same time, a critique of the young Althusser. One result, as we read the early writings, is an intermittent sense of déjà vu. Not for nothing did Althusser remark in a review of Marx's newly translated Paris manuscripts in 1962, even our own experience should remind us that it is possible to be communist without being Marxist. 62. The philosophico-political adventure recorded in them involves an intricately overlapping and cross-cutting transition, from Catholicism to communism, and from a variant of Hegelianism to a variety of Marxism. In their centerpiece, the 1947 master's thesis on content in the thought of G.W.F. Hegel, Althusser wrote, Germany's political disarray made, perhaps, as deep an impression on the young Hegel as did the formalism of its religious life. Interestingly, it is only with difficulty that we can distinguish his political from his religious thought amongst the concerns of his early years. 63. With due alteration of detail, the observation applies to its author. Indeed, formal adhesion to the PCF in 1948 at the age of 30 coincided with maximum engagement in the activities of the Catholic group Jeunesse de l'Église, as if Althusser became a communist precisely because he was a Catholic. When, a year later, no longer lapsing but lapsed, Althusser remonstrated with his ex-teacher Jean Lacroix's personalist philosophy, he was keen to convey something I have experienced along with a number of your former students. Namely, that in actively rallying to the working class, we have not only not repudiated what had been our reasons for living, but have liberated them by fully realizing them. The Christian I once was has in no way abjured his Christian values, but now I live them. Whereas earlier I aspired to live them. 64. Actively rallying to the working class, it is scarcely fortuitous if the diction of Althusser's Apologia was straight out of the lexicon of Gallic Stalinism. 65. Like the young Marx under the German Confederation a century earlier, the young Althusser of the French Fourth Republic was immersed in the ideas of the age. Some of these were spawned by the return to Hegel, most prominently associated with Alexander Kojève, prompting Jacques Derrida to react to Francis Fukuyama's re-edition of The End of History in the early 1990s by recalling that eschatological themes were, in the 50s, our daily bread. 66. Althusser's post-war native philosophical language was that of French Hegelianism, his ideological orientation akin to what the ex-communist Edgar Morin once dubbed Hegelo-Stalinism. 67. It is also apparent, however, that at the height of the Cold War Althusser shared the crude anti-Hegelian turn of Stalinist Marxism. While it would seem to be the case that he never fully endorsed the impostures of Lysenkoism, the two sciences, bourgeois and proletarian, and did not succumb to the ferruginous romance of socialist realism, Soviet boy and girl meet machine tractor station, he certainly did subscribe to Stanovism, party partisanship in philosophy, against which later claims for the autonomy of theory were staked. To borrow the terms of his letter to Lacroix, 68. The philosopher's rendezvous with the railwayman proceeded under the sign of the Cold War in culture, a period when the PCF was ranged against the Coca-Colonisation of Fourth Republic France. Whatever their intrinsic worth, Althusser's early writings are redolent of a conjuncture of combatant philosophy, in which the shade of Hegel is barely distinguishable from the spectre of Stalin. Repatriated after years of imprisonment, his religious faith intact but his political orientation upended by the infernal surprise of 1940, Althusser resumed his education at a moment memorably described by Ernest Gellner. End of war and post-war France was like the human condition, but a damn sight more so. If ever there was a situation when men could not end reassurance for their identity, dignity, or conviction, this was it. 69. As indicated by the earliest of the pre-war texts, the International of Decent Feelings, 1946, Althusser found reassurance in not heeding the ideology of the human condition propagated by novelists turned prophets, Malraux, Camus, Kestler, and co. English, he wrote, is not the proletariat's lot, there is no emancipating oneself from the human condition, but it is possible to emancipate oneself from the worker's condition. 70. Unlike the false prophets of history, Marxists and their Christian or non-Christian allies possess the sense of a redemptive ending. The road to man's reconciliation with his destiny is essentially that of the appropriation of the products of his labor, of what he creates in general, and of history as his creation. This reconciliation presupposes a transition from capitalism to socialism by way of the emancipation of the laboring proletariat, which can, through this act, rid not only itself, but also all humanity of contradiction. 71. The echo of Marx's early works, the proletariat as universal class, is resonant, and the Paris manuscripts positively invoked. However, in repudiating a Western socialism without class struggle as a system of protection against communism, Althusser was swayed by a certain Hegelianism, foregrounding a master-slave dialectic. That he not only undertook an intensive study of Hegel, alongside Marx, in these years, but was a Hegelian, is evident from his master's thesis. If the International of Decent Feelings was turned down by the journal for which it was intended on account of its virulent polemic, Althusser seemingly never sought to publish this remarkable document. Suggesting that post-Hegelian philosophy had not superseded Hegel, Althusser's text extravagantly displayed the historicist vices he would subsequently reprove in those who conated the Marxist and Hegelian dialectics. By way of history, Hegel's thought escapes the prison of a dawning age and the canes of a civil servant's mentality, offering itself to our gaze in the freedom of its realization and its objective development. In a sense that is not un-Marxist, our world has become philosophy, or, more precisely, Hegel come to maturity now stands before us, is, indeed, our world. The world has become Hegelian to the extent that Hegel was a truth capable of becoming a world. We need only read, fortunately, the letters are there before our eyes, writ large in the text of history, letters become men. 72. Contemporary readers would have had no difficulty spelling out those letters, not the Emperor at Jena, but the Generalissimo of Stalingrad. Hegel was indeed the last of the philosophers. Yet it was in the new slave of modern times, the proletariat, that the freedom prematurely announced by the phenomenology of spirit was in the process of being realized. Marx's imminent critique of the philosophy of right had demonstrated the contradictory nature of Hegel's perversely consistent benediction of the Prussian state in 1821, when actuality did not embody rationality. For all that, however, Marx had not surpassed Hegel, who represented his silent rigor. Having denounced the alienation of the bourgeois world he lived in, and having merely predicted the end of alienation in the coming revolution, Marx was no more able than Hegel to leap over his time, and his own truths were recaptured by what they denounced. As philosopher, Marx was thus a prisoner of his times and hence of Hegel, who had foreseen this captivity. 73. The Marxist conception of history, a materialist humanism irreducible to any natural or economic determinism, was thoroughly informed by Hegelian truth. For Marx, there is a positive side to capitalism. Without capitalism, without, that is, alienation in its extreme form, man would have succeeded neither in transforming his material powers into something universal, nor, above all, in reappropriating, through the brotherhood of man, the universality of his essential being. Capitalist alienation is the birth of humanity. We need not force the terms unduly in order to identify the fecundity of this division with the passion of Hegelian spirit, which does not go forth from itself by chance, but in order to appropriate its true nature, and which, in this fall, attains the revelation of a depth realized by the totality. The proletarian discovers the truth of humanity in the depths of human misery. 74. Peppered with references to Kojeev's introduction to the reading of Hegel, published as Althusser was preparing his thesis in autumn 1947, On Content is Not a Kojevian Work. In a review of that volume written concurrently, Althusser reproached it for its unilaterally anthropological interpretation of Hegelianism, which valorized subject at the expense of substance. The upshot was an existentialist Marx, a travesty in which Marxists will not recognize their own. Even so, Kojev was to be applauded for restoring part of Hegel's veritable grandeur. 75. Even as Althusser's notice was appearing, Andrei Zdanov was laying down the line of two camps, bellicose imperialism/irenic socialism, at the inaugural meeting of the Cominform and intimidating a conference of Soviet philosophical workers. The question of Hegel was settled long ago. There is no reason whatsoever to pose it anew. 76. In 1950, an anonymous article, in fact penned by Althusser, was published in La Nouvelle Critique, a new PCF journal significantly subtitled Revue du Marxisme Militant. With Zdanov's admonition as one of its epigraphs, the return to Hegel, the latest word in academic revisionism, noted the vogue for Hegel in France since the 1930s. The consecration followed, Hippolyte instated at the Sorbonne, Hegel recognized, via his commentator, as one of the masters of bourgeois thought, commentaries in the windows of all the bookshops, the labor of the negative in every term paper, master and slave in every academic talk, the struggle of one consciousness against another in Jean Lacroix, our theologians discoursing on the lesser logic, and all the to-do connected with the academic and religious jubilation over a reviving corpse. 77. Althusser, who had been compiling what he termed Hegelianeries, Hegelian inanities, the Hegelian Robinsonate of master and slave included 78, decried the pervasive recourse to Hegel's philosophy of history or the state. It served the needs of the moribund bourgeoisie, which had renounced liberalism in this, the crisis-ridden imperialist stage of capitalism. In particular, it validated the projects of reaction in France 79. Moreover, the Hegel revival tailored the revisions of Marx require to impugn communism. The working class has recognized in the founder of the thought of scientific socialism the theoretical weapon it needs for its liberation. Marxism is today the mode of thought of millions of human beings organized in communist parties throughout the world, a mode of thought that is triumphing in the socialist countries, the people's democracies, and the daily struggles of the working class and colonist peoples still subject to capitalist exploitation. In this mode of thought, it is the rational aspect of the dialectic that has been developed, together with authentic knowledge of the material content of history. This knowledge points, both in science and in the events inseparable from it, to the inevitable collapse of the bourgeoisie and the victory of the working class, which will emancipate the whole human race. The time has come in which the overriding preoccupation of bourgeois philosophers and litterateurs is the following question: what does Marx have to be for the communists to be wrong? 80. The question of Hegel had long since been resolved for the proletariat by the masters of scientific socialism, who had rescued a revolutionary method from a reactionary system. By contrast, the bourgeois return to him amounted to a revisionism of a fascist type. 81. Althusser's excoriation of modern irrationalism occasionally reads like a cruder, miniature version of the monument to this ideological moment in the history of international communism, Lukács's Destruction of Reason, 1953. An isolated incident, mercifully it did not entail the destruction of his own. By now, all roads were perceived to lead either to Washington or to Moscow. On July 1, 1949, Pope Pius XII, whose record on fascism had been lamentable, issued a decree proscribing Catholics from association with communists, and menacing recusants with sanctions. 82. That February, Althusser's A Matter of Fact had featured in Cahiers de Jeunesse de l'Église, one of the main French groups targeted. There, he reprehended the social doctrine of the Church, propounded in the papal encyclicals Rerum Novarum, 1891, and Quadridecimo Anno, 1931, as a form of reactionary reformism. 83. As to its present political stance, if we consider its policies on a global scale, we must admit that, apart from a few active but isolated small groups, the Church comprises an objective force that maintains a deep commitment to worldwide reaction, and is struggling alongside international capitalism against the forces of the working class and the advent of socialism. 84. Contrariwise, its future depended on the number and courage of those Christians who are developing an awareness of the necessity of the struggle and joining the ranks of the world proletariat. The Church will live thanks to those who are once again discovering that the Word was born among men and dwelt among them, and who are already preparing a humane place for it amongst men. 85. The July anathemas of the Holy Office resolved Althusser's matter of fact for him. Henceforth, it was not equally to Roman Catholicism, but exclusively to Soviet-style communism, that he looked for salvation. The youth of the Church having been suppressed, the youth of the world, Valiant Couturier's characterization of communism, absorbed Althusser's energies. In an extraordinary 70-page letter to Lacroix, completed in January 1950, Althusser cited this phrase with the ardor of the convert. Part airing of grievances, part confession of faith, This epistle affords privileged access to the convictions and motivations of its author in his high Stalinist years. For a start, the later partisan of a left critique of Stalinism entertained not the least doubt as to the legitimacy of the Rajcsho trial in Hungary in September 1949. Second, the former Hegelian dismissed the good old problem of the end of history and alienation, claiming that in Marx's residual use of the category alienation is an economic concept, in the broad sense 86 third, a version of Vico's verum factum principle, held up to ridicule in the reply to John Lewis in 1973, was advocated, the proletariat knew the truth of history. Because it made history, proprio sensu, historical materialism was a proletarian science. Finally, lauding Zdanov's on philosophy as a text admirable in every respect, Althusser extolled the extraordinary freedom vouchsafed communist intellectuals in and through their conformity to the partisan positions deemed by the Party 87. The respective conditions of party and intellectuals were marked by a fundamental asymmetry. I would like you to understand that the truth is the iron law and condition of the party, and that we intellectuals, perhaps, do not always live in the same condition. The condition that is ours does not require us, materially, as a question of life and death, to possess the truth, to put it to the test of struggle, to share it with other men. We are not condemned to the truth. 88. Hence the duty to show ourselves worthy of our admirable brothers, who are suffering and struggling for their freedom, for our freedom. 89. Hence the imperative of a rendezvous with the railwaymen, those heroes of a resistance mythology, not devoid of all reality, impressed upon Althusser and his like, who were incessantly reminded of the railwaymen's rendezvous with the Ring Squad. 90. Reacting on the immediate post-war period in for Marx, Althusser observed that the intellectuals of petty bourgeois origin recruited by the PCF felt that they had to pay the imaginary debt they thought they had contracted by not being proletarians. 91. Even those, unlike Althusser, who had participated in the resistance were unquestionably made to feel it by an organization which, substituting itself for the class in whose name it spoke, impelled its intellectuals to self-abasement before la force tranquille of the proletariat, that is, itself. If for no other reason, Althusser necessarily missed his rendezvous. The preface to For Marx suggests that in his own way, Sartre provides us with an honest witness to this baptism of history, adding, we were of his race as well. Yet the vocation of the partisan philosopher differed significantly from that of the committed intellectual. No ambivalence towards politics and power attached to those who, seeking to escape the intellectual condition and contribute to the cause of human emancipation, submitted to the voluntary servitude of Communist Party discipline in the West after the Second World War. As regards that baptism of history, Althusser's early writings provide us with an honest witness. It is the less surprising that, when he reappeared on the public stage, forewarned and forearmed, Althusser advanced masked. 4. Selective affinities. I have, Althusser wrote to Lacan on November 26, 1963. Been pursuing obscure works on Marx for some 15 years. I have nally, slowly, laboriously emerged from the night. Things are clear to me now. That austere inquiry, that long and harsh gestation, was needed. 92. By now, the inquiry went beyond Marx and had assumed a collective shape. Prior to the Reading Capital seminar of 1965, which consolidated and deployed their results, a sequence of seminars had been staged at the École Normale Supérieure. 93. In the wake of Althusser's opening salvo on the subject, that of 1961-2 was devoted to the young Marx. The following academic year, coinciding with publication of Levi Strauss's Savage Mind and Foucault's Birth of the Clinic, attention switched to the origins of structuralism, with Althusser himself speaking on Foucault and the problematic of origins and Levi Strauss in search of his alleged ancestors. At the time of the RST exchange of letters with Lacan, Althusser and his pupils were engaged in a seminar on Lacan and psychoanalysis, during which Althusser wrote the article on Freud and Lacan carried by La Nouvelle Critique, the very PCF publication in which psychoanalysis had been anathematized as a reactionary ideology 15 years before. Freud and Lacan has hitherto represented the sole published evidence of Althusser's own input into the joint enterprise of 1963-4, which saw contributions from, among others, Balibar, Michel Tourt, Jacques-Alain Miller, and Yves Durahoux. In Psychanalyse et Sciences Humaines, 1996, we now have edited transcripts of the papers he presented, the RST on the place of psychoanalysis in the human sciences, the second on psychoanalysis and psychology. Surveying the Gallic encounter with Freud, in the former Althusser was concerned to demarcate Freudian theory from the philosophy of intersubjectivity, and hence from the Sartrean existential analysis that took its concrete bearings from Georges Politzer's Critique of the Foundations of Psychology, 1928. At the same time he declined an anthropologization of Freudian concepts that effectively construed the superego as a latter-day pineal gland joining biological individual and social collective. This equally applied to the identification of psychoanalyst and shaman by Levi Strauss, said to be becoming a specialist in the generalization of the pineal gland. 94. Lacan's methods of intellectual terrorism, on the other hand, were justied insofar as they were motivated by a radical refusal of mechanistic or intersubjectivist distortions of psychoanalysis, serving a return to Freud and a theoretical interpretation of his texts. 95. They thus facilitated specification of the de jure relationship between psychoanalysis and the world of the human sciences. To penetrate this world, we need the point which Archimedes demanded in order to be able to see further. In my opinion, there are two anchorage points. One is the theoretical results of the problematic inaugurated by Marx. And the other, is the possibility of a consistent, rigorous, and valid definition of psychoanalysis. This is what Lacan gives us. 96. Althusser's second paper, full of allusions to Anna Freud and Melanie Klein, evinced antipathy to the discipline seemingly most proximate to psychoanalysis, psychology, whose credentials had been submitted to withering inspection in Georges Canguilhem's celebrated 1956 lecture What is Psychology? 97. Psychoanalysis had effected an epistemological break. It represented the eruption of a radically new discipline with the potential to disrupt the eld in which it erupts. 98. Successive attempts at recuperation of it by psychology rested upon an identification of individual, subject, and ego typical of that discipline, which occluded the imaginary structure of the ego and irreducible alterity of the unconscious. 99. Freud's revolution, which you have restored, so Althusser uttered Lacan, entailed rejection of any homo psychologicus. 100. Meanwhile, against any absorption of psychoanalysis by biology, Althusser maintained that Freud's discovery revolved around the transition from the biological to the cultural, or the infant's entry into the symbolic order via the deals of the Seigneur. 101. The leitmotifs sounded in the seminar papers of 1963-4 resound in the culturalist interpretation advanced in Freud and Lacan, later acknowledged to be such by Althusser. 102. With which writings on psychoanalysis opens. The remainder of the volume records the rise and fall of the alliance between Althusserian Marxism and Lacanian psychoanalysis institutionaliste, with Lacan's relocation of his own seminar to the École Normale in 1964 through Althusser's intermediation. Two themes are of especial interest. The RST is Althusser's counterposition of a logic of eruption to the problematic of origins, in conceptualizing the beginnings of a historical process. 103. The term habitually employed by Althusser to describe the advent of both Marxism and Freudianism is surgissement, with its sense of sudden appearance or springing up. Ben Brewster's otherwise excellent translations of the 1960s and 70s tend to conceal this, since they invariably render the French by emergence with its more genetic evolutionary connotations. In correspondence with his analyst René Dietkind dating from 1966, in which Althusser sought to impress upon him Lacan's unique originality, 104. The idiom of surgissement, felicitously translated as eruption by Geoffrey Melman, is frequent. Contrary to the necessarily teleological structure of any genesis, both Freud's theory and its object, the unconscious, were to be conceived as the eruption of a new reality, something Althusser sought to clarify by reference to the eruption mechanism of a determinate mode of production, as analyzed by Balibar in reading Capital 105. In the instance of the unconscious, Lacan's hypothesis that the structures of language, say, of the symbolic, play a determining role in the mechanism issuing in its eruption was upheld. The Lacanian simile, the unconscious is structured like a language, meant that there could be no question of reducing the theory of the unconscious to a chapter or a subchapter of general linguistics. 106. This brings us to a second intriguing aspect of the Althusserian rapprochement with Lacan, the determination, vain. As it happened, to obviate his assimilation to what Althusser disdained as the idealist aberrations of the structuralists in a letter to Lacan of July 11, 1966, a few months before his addressees' écrits were collected. 107. This is plainly apparent from 3 notes on the theory of discourses composed in the second half of 1966. These initiated a sequence of lengthy exchanges over the next 18 months among a group comprising Althusser, Balibar, Duraou, Tourt, Pierre Macquarrie, and Alain Badiou, which Althusser hoped would lead to a collective elements of dialectical materialism, a true work of philosophy that can stand as our ethics, as he put it in a letter to Balibar of October 14, 1966. 108. In the notes to hand, much taken up with the articulation of the unconscious and ideology, the structuralist pretension to unify the human sciences via the linguistic model was met with and a non-recevoir by an Althusser insistent upon the differential singularity of the sciences. Lacanian reference to Saussure and Jacobson, fertile in itself, nevertheless indulged the illicit hegemonizing ambitions of structural linguistics as relayed by Levi Strauss. 109. The regional discipline of linguistics, whose object was the particular discourse known as langue, could function as an epistemological guide for the missing general theory of discourses to which psychoanalysis, whose object was the discourse of the unconscious, likewise pertained. 110. Contrary to any linguistic formalism, however, it did not constitute that general theory, and psychoanalysis was misconceived as a subset of it, with the consequent dematerialization of Freudian theory. What really does expose us to the risk of losing the libido is a mistaken conception of the object, and thus of the claims of linguistics. If we interpret the phrase "the unconscious is structured like a language" as one which presupposes the deductive application of linguistics to an object called the unconscious, then we are indeed dealing with a formulation that is reductive of its specific object, and with the loss of the libido. 111. So many questions. How can one answer them in the present state of affairs? Althusser inquired of his interlocutors at the end of his third note. 112. But if, according to a letter of 1977, a very question does not necessarily imply an answer, a decade earlier Althusser was content that he had at least tabled some of the relevant questions, and, as he informed the Société Française de Philosophie in February 1968, humanity only needs an answer to the problems which it can pose. 113. Indeed, in his November 1963 letter to Lacan, Althusser had struck an evangelical note. I am prophesying, but we have entered, in large measure thanks to you, into an era in which one can nally be a prophet in one's own country. I have no merit in running the risk of this prophecy, henceforth we have a right to it, since we possess the means for it, in this country at last become ours. 114. The intervening years have more nearly vindicated St. Matthew. At time of writing, however, Althusser had published the majority of the articles whose collection in Pour Marx in September 1965 propelled him into the Parisian limelight, but not before they had aroused the political suspicion of his party. Days after communicating with Lacan, the text he enclosed with his letter, on the materialist dialectic, was the subject of a session of the management commitment of La Pensée, presided over by Georges Cognat, co-founder of the journal and secretary to communist leader Maurice Thorez. At a PCF Central Committee meeting the previous month on the Sino-Soviet split, Althusser's work had been criticized by Lucien Sévé for Maoist inclinations. And rejoinders to Contradiction and Overdetermination, 1962, by party philosophers had taken Althusser to task on a variety of scores, from the Marx-Hegel relationship to the primacy of the economic In a bravura reply to a critique, formulated in advance of the La Ponce confrontation on November 30, 1963, Althusser anticipated, and repudiated, his critics' objections. Although tactically distancing himself from the political line of the Chinese Communist Party, he upheld the theoretical value of the categories introduced in Mao's On Contradiction 115 as to the complaint of dualism lodged by those who registered a culpable silence on the dialectics of nature. Althusser responded that since he lacked competence on the structures peculiar to natural processes, he had held his tongue on the subject. A scientist who has made a foolish remark, keeps quiet, often for some years, for fear of making another. This is not generally the case in our philosophical domain, Althusser tartly rebuked his comrades. 116 Althusserianism's paradox, Jacques Derrida wreaked it in 1989, was that it claimed hardening and transformation simultaneously. But in both traits, it was playing to lose, more and faster. 117 If Maoism affords convenient shorthand for the political terms of that paradox, structuralism is the appellation malcontrolly for its theoretical terms, Seve's diagnosis of a structuralist contamination giving moderate expression to a critical consensus overdue for revision 118 An astringent text of 1966, on Levi Strauss, penned shortly after Maurice Godilier's sketch of a Marxist structuralist synthesis in Aletheia, and circulated to Emmanuel Terry and others, reproved the functionalism of the Levi-Straussian social unconscious, the formalism of the structuralist comminatory, and the homologization of words, women, and goods consequent upon an abusive extrapolation of Saussurianism to non-linguistic objects. Albeit that they were too hasty, Althusser reckoned that his criticisms had located the precise point that distinguishes us from Levi-Strauss himself and, a fortiori, from all the structuralists. 119 That demarcation had been publicly signaled in a lecture, The Philosophical Conjuncture and Marxist Theoretical Research, before a packed auditorium at the École Normale in June 1966. The grandiose research program mapped by Althusser looked for domestic allies to the tradition of historical epistemology, Cavales, Bachelard, Coeur, and Canguilhem, and to Lacanian psychoanalysis, rather than Levi-Strauss, let alone fashionable Parisian ideological byproducts. 120, the structuralist fashion raised to fever pitch by two products of that year, Foucault's Les mots et les choses in April and Lacan's Écrits in November. Imaginary Marxisms, such was Aaron's verdict on the Sartrean and Althusserian enterprises of the 1960s. Conceded, as we have seen, by Althusser in The Future Lasts a Long Time and elsewhere, it, or rather Althusser's instrumentalist construal of it as a mere ruse de guerre, is disavowed by Balibar in the preface to the re-edition of Poor Marx. 121 What he calls the quarrel of the real and imaginary Marxisms triggered by For Marx was intensed that November by Lire Le Capital, where, to underscore Marx's putative rupture with the German ideology, Balibar himself ventured to describe historical materialism as a most unusual structuralism. 122, most unusual because Althusserian affinities actually lay elsewhere. With Spinozism. 123 For Marx may be regarded as an anti-history and class consciousness, translated into French in 1960, Reading Capital was more than an anti-critique of dialectical reason, published the same year. If the classification of their results as an imaginary Marxism designed to turn the ankh of the PCF leadership is misleading, the return to Marx of their self-conception is unilluminating. The motto in which the Royal Society spurned the authority of the past, nullius in verba, in the words of no one else, was not an option for Althusser, obliged by organizational allegiances to invoke the founder. Yet, in so doing, he not only mounted a critique of historical Marxism and communism, 124, but also deployed Marx against himself. Hence, perhaps, another paradox, encapsulated by Seve, one of the most powerful Marxist thinkers of the century, was doubtless never exactly a Marxian. 125. However that might be, as the introduction to the 1996 reissue of Lire Le Capital makes clear, the 12 seminar sessions on capital held in the Salle d'Aix from January to April 1965 conjugated several different projects, whose intertwinement accounts for the richness of the published record, a critical rereading of Marx's scientific oeuvre, a recasting of the categories and gears of the dialectic, steered by the notion of structural causality and intimately related to a reinterpretation of the basic concepts of Freudian psychoanalysis, an endeavor to substitute a problematic of theoretical practice for the theory of knowledge, and an old project which, subjectively at least, governed all the others, the search for a communist politics, Spinozist in inspiration, theoretical anti-humanism, which would conceive communism as the becoming necessary of freedom, rather than as the exit from the kingdom of necessity. 126 In other words, the Althusserians' wholehearted conviction was that only theoretical anti-humanism in the present could orientate a practical humanism of the future. For as Althusser remarked around the same time of the painter Cremonini, in a textingly reprinted in Volume 2 of Écrits philosophiques et politiques, Cremonini follows the path which was opened up to men by the great revolutionary thinkers, theoreticians, and politicians, the great materialist thinkers, who understood that the freedom of men is not achieved by the complacency of its ideological recognition, but by knowledge of the laws of their slavery, and that the realization of their concrete individuality is achieved by the analysis and mastery of the abstract relations which govern them. 127. Several implications of Althusser and his colleagues' rereading of Capital, presenting their reconstruction of historical and dialectical materialism as Marx's explicit or implicit construction of it, should be noted. First, Marx's opening up of the continent of history to scientific exploration in Capital constituted an immense theoretical revolution strictly analogous to the achievements of Galileo in physics or Lavoisier in chemistry. However, it had only been begun by him. He had founded a research program that remained to be developed, rather than promulgating a doctrine that need only be quoted by his successors. The second, inherent in Althusser's delimitation of historical materialism as an autonomous science with its own object, method, and theory, was renunciation of the materialist metaphysic inherited from the Second International by the Third, wherein Marxism was an autarkic cosmology or worldview, subsuming the totality of natural and social phenomena, of which historical materialism was merely a subset. The third, in conjunction with Althusser's reassertion of the scienticity of Marxist theory, was an insistence upon its incompletion, not only as a result of the inevitable limitations of Marx's own contribution, but as a normal correlate of its scientific status. If it was to make good its claim to be a science among others, then, by definition, it must be capable of progression and self-rectification, producing the new knowledge characteristic of the adventure of science in development. 128 Finally, an inference from the Galilean analogy, to this end the problematic within which Marx had worked was open to recastings of the type being proposed by Althusser, in response to the misadventures of a science in stagnation. Just as the science of physics, as opposed to phases in its history, was not designated by a proper noun, so too the science of history, historical materialism, was not the property in perpetuity of a founding father. The theoretical contributions necessary for the present period would, as Althusser tactfully but pointedly observed with reference to Leninism, later be called by a name which does not exist as yet. 129 Whether or not that name spelt Althusserianism, the import was clear. Insofar as they merely reiterated the Marxism of Marx, Marxists negated its scienticity, therewith abdicating their intellectual responsibility. Althusser's belief that scienticity inhered in the non-humanist, as well as non-economistic and non-historicist, bases of Marx's mature writings caused consternation within and without PCF ranks. At an assembly of communist philosophers in January 1966, which the main culprit could not attend because of illness, Roger Garaudy led the assault on the Althusserian reversal of alliances against theoretical humanism, sanctioned by the belief that nothing inhuman was alien to it. 130 and was repaid in kind by Macquarie. 2 months later, the PCF Central Committee, while conceding freedom of research, resolved that Marxism is the humanism of our time. 131 Althusser was undeterred by the ubiquitous accusations of lese humanite. Immediately after for Marx and reading Capital, he had set to work on an alternative manual of Marxism-Leninism to those available from Progress Publishers and / Editions Sociales, from which extracts were published in the Mausent organ of the Communist students of the Rue d'Ulm the month after the Central Committee meeting at Argenteuil. In 1967 he delivered a lecture course on the German ideology which started with an examination of Feuerbach, whose philosophical manifestos of 1838-45 Althusser had translated in 1960 and whose Essence of Christianity he would publish in the Theory series in 1968. 132 In turn, he envisaged incorporating this material, in which the secret of Feuerbachian anthropology resided in theology, into a work on the break, proposing to assume responsibility for the chapters on Feuerbach, the 1844 manuscripts and the theses on Feuerbach, while Balibar took charge of the German ideology. An unused counter-polemic on the humanist controversy, in which Althusser demurred at his leader's pronouncements, 133 traversed much of the relevant terrain. A Schertz endo preface evoked Erich Fromm's commission, and then rejection, of a text for an international symposium on humanism. 134 The ensuing article, Marxism and Humanism, had elicited numerous critical responses in communist periodicals. Whereas it had settled the question of the early Marx's intellectual development with no ifs, ands, and buts, in 2 lines, 135 Althusser now scanned his evolution at some length, offering his most extensive discussion of the works of the break and emphasizing the centrality for Marx and Engels of Stirner's The Ego and its own. 136 The notion of man was an epistemological obstacle to the science of history. In his mature works, Marx starts out from the abstract, and says so. This does not mean that, for Marx, men, individuals, and their subjectivity have been expunged from real history. It means that the notions of man, etc., have been expunged from theory, for, in theory, no one has yet, to my knowledge, met a flesh and blood man, only the notion of man. Far from being able to found and serve theory, these ideological notions have only one effect: they foreclose theory. These notions of theoretical humanism have been eliminated from Marx's scientific theory, and we have every right to eliminate them, root and branch, for the simple reason that they act only as epistemological obstacles. There 137. Reaffirming Marx's theoretical anti-humanism, Althusser likewise asserted the anti-historicism, anti-evolutionism, and anti-structuralism of Marxist theory. But if he was manifestly playing to win, Althusser was advised that it would be a long game. We are not laboring under any illusions. Theoretical humanism has a long and very bright future ahead of it. We shall not have settled accounts with it by next spring. 138, especially since next spring was May 68. The Paris Spring derailed the last major collective venture by the Althusserians, the philosophy course for scientists staged in 1967-8. Althusser's own FTH lecture, Anatomizing the Invariant Structure of the Classical Theory of Knowledge, was published in 1995, thus completing Philosophy and the Spontaneous Philosophy of Scientists, 1974, 139. While the course was underway, complementary private exchanges with Badiou, Balibar, and co pondered the nature of philosophy, endeavoring to stabilize a politicist definition of it. 140. In the midst of them, Althusser queried one of the central results of the symptomatic reading of Capital advanced in 1965. I wonder if it might not be the case that what we regarded as irrational residues in Capital, a discrepancy between the old categories and those that would be required by the new scientific problematic, that is, a certain anthropological Hegelianism, does not represent in Capital the philosophy heralded by Marx in the Theses on Feuerbach. 141. This consideration would weigh heavily with the later Althusser, who might have subscribed to Derrida's detection of the coup de force of an artificial strategy, an interpretative violence committed, but not admitted, in reading Capital 142 the aftershocks of May were soon the order of the day. In 1965, Balibar had sought to infer elements for a theory of transition from an analysis of the concept of reproduction. Post-May, Althusser embarked on a conjointment theory of reproduction and revolution. Significantly, however, only the RST volume, treating the former, was substantially completed in April 1969, a second, given over to class struggle in capitalist-socialist formations, was seemingly never started. The reproduction of the relations of production, presented by Jacques Bidet, was newly published in 1995. It prompts three immediate observations. The RST is that Althusser, aware that it can be a short step from Yancey to facility, proved to be his own best editor in singling out the sections on the ISAs and ideology in general for La Pensée in 1970. These represent his main contribution to historical materialism after 1965, albeit that in his 1966 critique of Levi-Straussian functionalism he had drafted the script of his critics, who would argue that the attributes denied to human agency were transferred to social structures in Althusser's account of ISAs. If the rest of the text adds nothing of enduring value to them, it is largely because, second observation, echoes of the Cultural Revolution in China pervade this didactic exposition of the fundamentals of Althusserian Marxism-Leninism. Notwithstanding seriatim criticisms of then actually existing socialism, Althusser's political optimism was seemingly unbounded. We are entering an age which will witness the triumph of socialism the world over. 143 contrariwise, and thirdly, anarcho-libertarianism, with its prioritization of repression and denigration of knowledge as authoritarian, was accurately identified as the proximate ideological beneficiary of the student revolt. 144 in this respect at least, May was, as Foucault surmised, profoundly anti-Marxist. Of more immediate significance here, it was explicitly or implicitly anti-communist, with decisive consequences for an Althusser trapped between the anvil of communist discipline and the hammer of ultra-leftist contestation. The intricacies of Althusser's transactions with the parties to the dispute cannot detain us here. Suffice it to say that they have invariably been discussed with a cadence in inverse proportion to competence. But that the contradictory pressures of the conjuncture post-May primed a series of auto-critiques, injecting ever greater doses of class struggle, deus ex machina redirecting structural causality, and debauching into a doctrine of philosophical correctness whose concessions to critics issued in a bad return of the repressed, 145 is evident enough. Esprit de système, esprit de contradiction, even as Althusser composed the most dogmatic of his rectifications, Reply to John Lewis, 1972, he was privately parodying the laws of the dialectic and his own promulgation of the theses of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. 146 matters took a more serious turn in the mid-1970s with the anti-Marxist Operation New Philosophy in the wake of Solzhenitsyn's enormously influential Gulag Archipelago. And, soon enough, it was French Marxism in general and Althusserianism in particular that were experiencing a crisis. In an undelivered conference paper of 1976 published without his permission in 1983, Althusser had retracted his radication of Lacan. 147 The following year he proclaimed the crisis of Marxism at a conference organized by Il Manifesto in Venice. The day of reckoning had arrived, so a dejected letter of January 1978, to which Althusser attached his Venetian talk, condemned to a Georgian friend. I see clear as day that what I did 15 years ago was to fabricate a little, typically French justification, in a neat little rationalism bolstered with a few references, Cavales, Bachelard, Canguilhem, and, behind them, a bit of the Spinoza-Hegel tradition, for Marxisms, historical materialisms, pretension to being a science. I only half believed in it, like anyone of sound mind, but the doubtful half had to be there so that the other half could write. Not everything about this adventure was vain or worthless. But the question is how to manage this presumed or presumptive past in a situation like the one we're saddled with today. The only answer that I can ND for the moment is silence. A silence that can become permanent. Why not? Or a step back in order to publish a few little things after all, on Machiavelli, Gramsci and company, or a few impudent remarks on philosophy, an old idea that I've been carrying around with me for some time. Or, who knows, something on the Epicurean tradition. It's not much in a day and age in which one ought to be armed with enough concrete knowledge to be able to discuss matters such as the state, the economic crisis, organizations, the socialist countries, and so on. But I don't have that knowledge. Like Marx in 1852, I would have to begin again from the very beginning, but it's very late, given my age, fatigue, lassitude and, also, my isolation. Of course, there's also the possibility of returning to Capital, now that we can pretty well see what doesn't work in its reasoning, something that has to do with, not the idea of the undertaking, but its arguments. Still, there too, if we want to be logical, it wouldn't be enough to take the mechanism apart, one would have to put it back together again. But that requires having other parts and something altogether different from the limited philosophical culture that I possess. 148. In an abortive manuscript from summer 1978, Marx dans ses limites, whose essential thrust is conveyed in Marxism Today, Althusser did address, even if he failed to resolve, the crisis of Marxism 149, lashing out at Glucksmann, Levy, and the like. He nevertheless called for a labor of correction and revision of the Marxism of Marx, Lenin, and Gramsci 150. By then, the electoral Ides of March 1978 had tolled the knell of the phase of French politics opened by May 68, provoking the frontal assault on the PCF leadership in Le Monde, with which Althusser's public career came to an effective end. As we now know, however, Althusser did not cease to think and write in the interval between the murder of his wife and his own death 10 years later. Stepping back, as he had anticipated in his letter to Merab Mamardashvili, he did indeed return to the Epicurean tradition and Machiavelli. 5 brief encounters. The extremely uneven, often fragmentary materials associated with the late Althusser can be divided into 2 groups. I. The late writings proper, the underground current of the materialism of the encounter, drafted in 1982, Philosophy and Marxism, constructed between 1984 and 1987, but also drawing on Althusser's 1976 Spanish talk on the transformation of philosophy, 151. The Future Lasts a Long Time, contrived in 1985, and 3 chapters, on Spinoza, Machiavelli, and the political situation, originally intended for the future, but ultimately omitted from it. 2. Machiavelli and Us, a set of lectures given in 1972, revised on and off in accordance with the idiom of the late Althusser up until 1986 or thereabouts, and carefully polished for posthumous publication. The RST group of texts, with their freight of generic references and quotations, revolves around the postulate of what Althusser calls an aleatory materialism, or materialism of the encounter. Supposedly originating with Epicurus, and variously continued by Machiavelli, Hobbes, Pascal, Spinoza, Rousseau, Marx, Heidegger, Wittgenstein, and Derrida, this authentic materialism is positively contrasted with an incorrigible dialectical materialism, derided as a yellow logarithm. 152. My principal thesis, Althusser writes in The Underground Current, is the existence of an almost completely unknown materialist tradition in the history of philosophy, a materialism of the encounter, and therefore of the aleatory and of contingency. This materialism is opposed, as a wholly different mode of thought, to the various materialisms on record, including that widely ascribed to Marx, Engels, and Lenin, which, like every other materialism in the rationalist tradition, is a materialism of necessity and teleology, i.e., a transformed, disguised form of idealism. 153. Philosophy and Marxism affords a fuller version of the same capsule definition. My intention, here, is to insist on the existence of a materialist tradition that has not been recognized by the history of philosophy. That of Democritus, Epicurus, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Rousseau, the Rousseau of the Second Discourse, Marx and Heidegger, together with the categories that they defended, the void, the limit, the margin, the absence of a center, the displacement of the center to the margin, and vice versa, and freedom. A materialism of the encounter, of contingency, in sum, of the aleatory, which is opposed even to the materialisms that have been recognized as such, including that commonly attributed to Marx, Engels, and Lenin, which, like every other materialism of the rationalist tradition, is a materialism of necessity and teleology, i.e., a disguised form of idealism. 154. In thus isolating antinolism as the Denning characteristic of any consequent materialism, the late Althusser was resuming the Spinozist critique of Hegelian teleology encapsulated in the category of a process without a subject or goal. 155 acknowledged not to be a Marxist philosophy. Aleatory materialism is proposed as a potential philosophy for Marxism, one to which Marx himself was only ambiguously affiliated, for constrained to think within a horizon torn between the aleatory of the encounter and the necessity of the revolution. 156 As André Tezel has written in an essay, Althusser no longer looks exclusively to Marx for the philosophy supposedly contained in the practical state in Capital in his theory of the capitalist mode of production and its structural causality, and which allegedly refutes reference to Hegel's teleological logic. This theory is itself now subject to critique as the product of a persistent metaphysical rationalism and purged of what bound it to the principle of reason. The critique is conducted via the themes of the materialism of the underground current of the encounter, by a new philosophy developed independently of Marx by Epicurus, Machiavelli, Spinoza, Rousseau, and Heidegger, which has become the norm of the critique of Marx's idealist rationalism. 157. Pierre Raymond's severe estimate of the very approximate character of what Althusser himself called the intuitions of the underground current 158 and philosophy and Marxism are difficult to gainsay. Althusser accumulates some very different philosophical sources, and heterogeneous themes which he never analyzes distinctly or precisely. 159, as it were, Epicurus, Machiavelli, Spinoza, Marx, and a host of others, meme combat. In a heroic exercise in an E-grained exegesis of these convoluted texts, to which readers are referred, while pinpointing numerous inconsistencies and obscurities, plausibly distills a methodological anti-necessitarianism, rather than a traditional philosophical interminism. From them 160 less perplexing is Althusser's sustained analysis of Machiavelli, which conreams the soundness of Emmanuel Terrae's judgment prior to the publication of Machiavelli and Us that there was little or nothing fortuitous about the encounter between the secretaries to the Florentine Signoria and the Parisian Grande École. 161 In the future lasts a long time. Althusser characterizes Spinoza as a nominalist, commenting, Marx taught me that nominalism was the royal road to materialism. 162 And, in response to Navarro, invoking Wittgenstein's The World is What the Case Is, he isolates the fundamental thesis of nominalism as the existence exclusively of singular cases, situations, things, totally distinct from one another. 163 Althusser's Machiavelli is a nominalist in the stipulated sense. Frequently admired as a secular theoretician of politics, as commonly belabored as the cynical technician of power, Machiavelli, so Althusser argues in The Underground Current, had a quite different order of achievement to his credit, a philosophical theory of the encounter between fortune and virtue. 164 Althusser indicated his intention to elaborate on these brief notes. Nothing with Althusser ever being simple, however, in fact he already had, as early as 1972, in Machiavelli and Us. Althusser's text started life as a course for candidates of the philosophy aggregation at the École Normale in January-February 1972. Around 1975-6, he significantly revised it, especially the introduction, gave it its present title, and wrote a preface. Having summarized its conclusions in a lecture on Machiavelli's Solitude in 1977, Althusser then returned to Machiavelli and Us in his Null Decade, systematically replacing references to the dialectic and dialectical materialism by the discourse of aleatory materialism. 165. In his intellectual biography of Machiavelli, Quentin Skinner maintains that in order to understand Machiavelli's doctrines, we need to begin by recovering the problems he evidently saw himself confronting. 166. Althusser too was intent upon a recovery of Machiavelli's problems, the better to displace perennial controversies over the Florentine diplomat, for example, whether he was the founder of positive political science, and reveal him instead as what, transposing Negri's characterization of Spinoza, we might name the savage anomaly. For Althusser, Machiavelli does not merely criticize the Renaissance humanism rooted in classical antiquity. In pursuit of la verità effettual della cosa, he unequivocally repudiates it, together with the entire tradition of Christian theology and all the political theories of antiquity. 167. The upshot is Machiavelli's solitude, stranded as he is between classical and Christian traditions, on the one hand, and the modern tradition of natural law theory, on the other. As Timothy O'Hagan has remarked, if Althusser's Machiavelli is solitary, his reading of Machiavelli is not. 168. Foreshadowed by Hegel in 1802, elaborated by De Sanctis in 1870, and adopted by Gramsci in the 1930s, according to it the overriding problem posed to and by Machiavelli is the constitution of Italian national unity. 169. Althusser shares the sense of the Machiavellian problematic and the correlative conception of the prince as a revolutionary manifesto. The real novelty of Althusser's interpretation lies elsewhere. It hones in on Machiavelli's dispositive théorique, and its effects on the modality of his object, as the key to his philosophical importance. The peculiarity of this dispositif is that it states a series of general theses on history which are literally contradictory, yet organized in such a way as to generate concepts not deducible from them, for the purposes of theorizing an object which is in fact a determinate objective. 170. Machiavelli's object is not some theory of the laws of history or politics, but the conjunctural conditions for the foundation of a new principality. Machiavelli's endeavor to think the conditions of possibility of an impossible task, to think the unthinkable, induces a strange vacillation in the traditional philosophical status of his theoretical propositions, as if they were undermined by a different instance from the one that produces them, the instance of political practice. 171. Inscribing in itself the place of the political practice that can alone determine the identity of a new prince in a new principality, Machiavelli's theory of the conjuncture inhabits the space of the putatively universal, the abstract theoretical, to think the irreducibly singular, the concrete historical case of 16th century Italy. If the RST theorist of the conjuncture 172 can specify the conditions for a fruitful encounter between virtue, or the political agency of the prince, and fortuna, or the contingency of the real, his grasp of the necessity of contingency precludes any prediction of what is, by definition, aleatory. Consequently, Machiavelli is not in the least utopian, he simply thinks the conjunctural case of the thing, and goes dietro alla verità effettual della cosa. He asserts it in concepts which are philosophical and no doubt make him, in his temerity, solitude, and scorn for the philosophies of the tradition, the greatest materialist philosopher in history, the equal of Spinoza, who declared him acutissimus. 173. Where the early writings shed light on the pre-Althusserian terminus a quo, in short, Catholicism and Hegelianism, the late texts table the question of the post-Althusserian terminus ad quem, is Antonio Negri right to posit what, alluding to Heidegger's turn, he has dubbed Althusser's care. 174. Is the last Althusser radically distinct from his earlier philosophical selves? Or are there discernible and demonstrable elements of continuity, as well as discontinuity, between them, elements that might in turn necessitate a rereading of the overly familiar Althusser of the 1960s and 1970s and a more nuanced delineation of him at the zenith of his celebrity? as the original date of composition of Machiavelli and us might predispose us to think, an answer in the affirmative to the second question is indicated. Althusser Unrehearsed contains references to themes and authors already present in the mature Althusserian discourse on method, before taking center stage in the closing meditations on a philosophy for Marxism. It might even be argued that the principal merit of the Underground Current and related texts is that they facilitate a litmus test on the Althusser of the 1960s and 1970s, indicating underlying themes across his over 175 in his valuable lexicon of the late Althusser. Vittorio Morno detects the presence of various themes that indicate a strong continuity with the works of the 1960s. 1. The concept of process without a subject and hence the negation of any form, whether internal or external, of teleology. 2. The primacy of relations over related elements. 3. Theoretical anti-humanism. 4. The claim that philosophy has no object. 5. The denition of the structure of metaphysics according to the schema origin, subject, object, truth, and foundation. 176. These constitute the rational core of aleatory materialism, and yet, terminological discontinuities harboring conceptual continuities, are invariably couched in a sometimes confusing new constellation of terms. 1. Void/nothing, 2. Encounter, 3. Fact/factum/factual/facticity, 4. Conjuncture/conjunction, 5. Necessity/contingency. 177. Indeed, if one theme, explicitly formulated as such, runs like a red thread through Althusser's oeuvre, then it is the necessity of contingency, aimed at surmounting what reading capital identified as the classical opposition, necessity/contingency. 178 cornerstone, as Morno notes, not only of the late Althusser but also of the earlier one. 179. It postulates that instead of thinking contingency as a modality of necessity, or an exception to it, we must think necessity as the becoming necessary of the encounter of contingents. 180. Mentioned only in passing in the Underground Current. 181. It is probably to Antoine Augustin Cournot's denition of chance events as the unpredictable but intelligible consequence of the encounter of independent causal series that we owe the category of necessary contingency. 182. Introduced to Cournot by Jean Guiton at the Lycée du Parc from 1936. 183. Althusser invoked him sparingly but approvingly in the 1960s, most strikingly in an unpublished working note from 1966 that reads like an outline for the Underground Current. 1. Theory of the encounter or conjunction, equals Genesis, cf. Epicurus, Clean Amen, Cournot, chance, etc., precipitation, coagulation. 2. Theory of the conjuncture, equals structure. Philosophy as general theory of the conjuncture, equals conjunction. 184. As François Mathurin has argued, the category of the encounter is not some belated discovery of Althusser's. It constitutes one of the fundamental tendencies of the articles collected in for Marx. It is posited in all the texts whose object is the conjuncture, and which seek to show what it means to think theoretically from the standpoint of a task to be accomplished, rather than from the angle of the fait accompli. 185. Shortly after referring to Cournot, C.E. Grandmacanoe, the Underground Current itself peters out with a contrast between two conceptions of mode of production in Marx, one historico-aleatory, the other teleological, referring back to Balibar's genealogy of the capitalist mode of production in Reading Capital, while regretting that Marx himself succumbed to the second. 186. The critical note, however, the project of an alternative logic of the constitution and transformation of modes of production, characterized as a theory of the encounter or conjunction, in an unpublished letter of 1966. 187, recurs in Althusser's work. In the Humanist Controversy, for example, we read, "Capitalism is the result of a process that does not take the form of a genesis." The result of what? Marx tells us several times, of the process of an encounter of several distinct, denied, indispensable elements, engendered in the previous historical process by different genealogies that are independent of each other and can, moreover, be traced back to several possible origins. To put it plainly, capitalism is not the result of a genesis that can be traced back to the feudal mode of production as if to its origin. It is the result of a complex process that produces, at a given moment, the encounter of a number of elements susceptible of constituting it in their very encounter. 188. As intimated by Terry in a remarkable text predating publication of the late writings, 189. What else, in retrospect, was Althusser's philosophical manifesto of 1962, contradiction and overdetermination, but the adumbration of something like a theory of the necessary contingency of history, prioritizing conjuncture and conjunction over structure? Neither a transcription of historical necessity, nor eradication of historical accident, on Althusserian premises revolution is the explicable exception that proves the implacable rule, because the exception is the rule. This materialism of singularity, 190 imputed to the trio of Machiavelli, Spinoza, and Marx but perfected in the work of the RST, underwent magnification in the mirror of Machiavelli after 1980. In a letter sent to Franca Madonia while at work on reading Capital, Althusser critically adjudged Gramsci the Machiavelli of modern times, remarking that he reads Lenin through Machiavelli, just as he reads Machiavelli through Lenin. 191 Mutatis mutandis. Does the last Althusser invite an altogether dissimilar verdict? Rather than essay and answer, I shall table some further questions and proposals for research prompted by late Althusser. The RST is this: is Balibar right to perceive a recurrent tension in Althusser between the Leninist/Machiavellian analyst of the singularity of conjunctures and the structuralist Marxist theorist of invariant structures, between, one might say, contradiction and overdetermination and on the materialist dialectic, or even between for Marx and reading Capital? 192 And, if this is the case, does the option for aleatory materialism not so much resolve as dissolve it? Second, is there a precedent of sorts for his position in non-Marxist, Anglophone philosophy of history? More particularly, in the work of J.T. Barrie, who seems to have drawn upon Cournot for his conception of history as a chapter of accidents, for example, in the essay Cleopatra's Nose, whose starting point is Pascal's famous observation that if it had been shorter, the whole face of the world would have been different. 193 If so, is Althusserian aleatorism altogether distinct from a certain common-sense empiricism among British historians, captured in H.A.L. Fisher's oft-quoted view of history as the interplay of the contingent and the unforeseen? Or, alternatively, is it closer to Georges Sorel's concern with the logic of contingency, rendering a French Marxist thinker brusquely dismissed in for Marx a possible native precursor? Finally, with Althusser's late thinking on necessity and contingency, are we not present at the strangest of encounters, however brief? Our whole age, Foucault once pronounced, is trying to escape Hegel. But any real escape presupposes that we know what is still Hegelian in that which allows us to think against Hegel, and that we can assess the extent to which our appeal against him is perhaps one more of the ruses he employs against us. 194. Insofar as the internal link between necessity and contingency is an Hegelian postulate, 195 Was aleatory materialism the ultimate ruse of Hegelian reason? And what are we to make of the irony of intellectual history that the last Althusser, erstwhile author of a dissertation on Hegel, had staged a return to the youngest Marx, sometime author of a doctorate on Democritus and Epicurus? 6. The day of reckoning, Althusser in his limits. Any future intellectual biographer of Althusser will have to bear in mind his strictures on the young Marx as to the necessity and contingency of Marx's beginning, or in the introduction to Reading Capital, where he renounces every teleology of reason, urging a reconceptualization of the historical relation between a theoretical result and its conditions of existence as a relation of production, and therefore as what, in a phrase that clashes with the classical system of categories. We can call the necessity of its contingency. Or, again, in Elements of Self-Criticism, when, revisiting Marx's epistemological break, he asserts that every science is born out of the unpredictable, incredibly complex, and paradoxical, but, in its contingency, necessary, conjunction of ideological, political, scientific, philosophical and other elements. 196. In short, she or he will have to be guided by the maxim that contingency is the mother of invention and make a virtue of it, permitting readers to witness in an emerging life, once the gods of origins and goals have been dethroned, the birth of necessity. 197. Pending such a venture, having completed our rapid tour of the posthumous edition of Althusser's writings, we are now in a position to mimic the operation he performed on Marx, with this crucial difference, that the object of the exercise is not to locate an epistemological discontinuity, whether between the young Althusser and the mature Althusser, or middle Althusser and late Althusser, but to indicate conceptual discontinuities and therewith bring out any conceptual continuity or continuit ies. Accordingly, employing Althusser's own idiom and risking the wrath of adepts of the narcissism of small differences, we can suggest the following approximate periodization of his published oeuvre. I. 1945-50, the early works. 2. 1950-9, the works of the break. 3. 1960-75, the mature works. 4. 1976-8, the transitional works. V. 1979-86, the late works. I. The period of the early works is the pre-Althusserian phase of the writings collected in English as the Spectre of Hegel, though Spectres of Hegel and Stalin might have been a more apt, if less palatable, title. As we have seen, they trace a dual, nonlinear transition from Catholicism to communism and from left Hegelianism to what Althusser himself would later characterize as the poor man's Hegelianism of Stalinist Marxism. 2. Works of the break can serve as a catch-all for Althusser's exiguous, heterogeneous output of the 1950s, ranging from the two decidedly anti-Hegelian texts on Marxism, 1953, to the splendid short book on Montesquieu, 1959, a decade in which Althusser abandons the ideological formation of his youth without explicitly settling accounts with it. 3. The mature works of 1960-75 must be subdivided into two moments. A. The rationalist moment of 1960-6, or the articles and seminar papers assembled in For Marx and Reading Capital. This moment, of the elaboration of structural Marxism under the auspices of the theory of theoretical practice, is the one in which for hostile critics Althusser's stance resembles that of the Wilhelmine bureaucracy, whose mindset could allegedly be summed up thus: that's all very well in practice, but does it work in theory? Insofar as Althusser came to confess to theoreticism as the mortal sin of these years, he read his work through the eyes of those critics. This catalyzed a second moment of the mature works, b. The politicist moment of 1967-75, represented in texts from philosophy and the spontaneous philosophy of the scientists, 1967, through to essays in self-criticism, 1973-5. This moment, of the unavailing auto-critique and rectification of Althusserianism, involves a new definition of philosophy as class struggle in theory. Whatever the revisions of structural Marxism, it pertains to the same period, the mature works, because of the ongoing, unqualified insistence on the scienticity of Marxism, indeed, of Marxism-Leninism, and the conviction that it inheres in the non-economistic, non-historicist, non-humanist, and so forth, bases of Marx's own mature works. 4. Around 1976, a new period begins, which is one not of the auto-critique, but of the auto-deconstruction, even self-destruction, of Althusserianism and the radical problematization of the scienticity of Marxism itself. It is most dramatically attested to in the 1977 talk The Crisis of Marxism and the 1978 encyclopedia article Marxism Today, texts whose content overlaps with that of the abandoned manuscript on Marx in his Limits. Writings of a break, they can also be regarded as in some sense transitional works, paving the way for anal period of Althusserian production. V. The fragmentary late works of the 1980s, soon to be available in English as Philosophy of the Encounter, open a new, intentionally reconstructive phase, in which various Althusserian constants are cached in the non-Marxian and non-Marxist currency of aleatory materialism. Less a radical change of direction than an inection, the key innovation of this period is a retraction, the non-attribution of Althusser's own constructions to Marx himself, indeed, quite the reverse, their deployment against him and his successors. In other words, aleatory materialism may be regarded as the continuation by other means of Althusser abiding project from the 1960s onwards, the deconstruction of historical Marxism, or the ideological orthodoxy of communism, and the reconstruction of historical materialism. And, in its antinihilist Althusserian rendition, historical materialism was all along, to extend his own category, be a theory of history as a process without an origin, a subject, a center, or goal, s. The tentative assessment promised at the outset of this postscript can take its bearings from the privative character of that formula, process without an origin, a subject, and so on, and the negative character of the corresponding polemical slogans, anti-historicism, anti-humanism, anti-essentialism, and so forth. In sum, Althusser's achievement, still substantial enough, in all conscience, was a primarily negative one, successively deconstructing historical Marxism in the 1960s and then his own full-scale alternative to it in the 70s, but failing to replace them, whether in the 60s, 70s, or 80s, with a positive alternative. Hence, not only do the late writings not represent as radical a departure from for Marx and reading Capital as superficial acquaintance might suggest, but they do not mark a genuine advance over them, a fortiori since their rational kernel, materialism of the encounter for short, the hub without the hubbub, so to speak, is extractable from the mystical shell, structuralism for convenience sake, in those great works. Therein, to recapitulate, Althusser launched an assault on aspects of the Stalinist legacy in the context of an attack on forms of intentionally anti-Stalinist Marxism, deemed incapable of furnishing the requisite theoretical resources with which to sustain a consistent political opposition to Stalinism from the left and put history back on the tracks of human emancipation from economic exploitation, political oppression and ideological domination. Indeed, Althusser subjected virtually the whole of formerly existing Marxism to swingeing criticism on the grounds that, notwithstanding the obvious differences between its representatives, they all performed variations on Hegelian themes. For what were habitually construed as the mutually antipathetic traditions of Orthodox and Western Marxism exhibited the common vice of historicism, the economism typical of the Trotskyist Second International and the Stalinist Third International, and the humanism characteristic of recurrent reactions against it, such as Lukács in the 1920s or Schaff in the 1960s. Both these broad tendencies amounted to secularist versions of an Hegelian theodicy, depicting human history as an expressive normative totality possessed of an origin, a center, a subject, and a goal. Economism, a poor man's Hegelianism 198, constituted a technological determinism, plotting a meta-narrative of the inexorable progression of the productive forces in a XED, linear sequence of modes of production, from primitive communism via antiquity, feudalism, and capitalism, to advanced communism. Its ineluctable advent, in a negation of the negation executed by the proletariat, would mark humanity's leap from the kingdom of necessity to the realm of freedom. In seductive yet deceptive contrast, humanism, a rich man's evolutionism 199, secreted a teleological philosophical anthropology, projecting an odyssey of the human essence, divided against itself in the forms of class society that culminated in the capitalist present, only to be reappropriated under the classless community of the communist future. Its realization by the revolutionary praxis of the universal class would consummate humanity's rites of passage, from the condition of alienation to the end of history. The scandal of the Althusserian anatomy of these seemingly antithetical interpretations of Marxism consisted in his identification of them, and their political correlates, mechanism and voluntarism, as mirror images, not in their diverse inspiration or aspiration, but in their theoretical schematism and historical mechanism. This homology, traceable to a common Hegelian ancestry, allowed for a degree of amalgamation of the two, as in Althusser's own early writings. Both the humanist inversion of Hegel, conducted by Feuerbach and adopted by the young Marx, and the economistic inversion of Hegel, perpetrated by the Second International and bequeathed to the Third, preserved an historicist philosophical structure even as they reconjugated its elements. Thus, despite the hostility of Cold War Stalinism to Hegel, inscribed in it, Althusser argued, was an Hegelianization of Marxism whereby the phenomenal forms of ideology and politics function as the ruses of economic reason. Consequently, historical materialism assumed the shape of what Marx had dismissed in 1877 as a general historico-philosophical theory, the supreme virtue of which consists in being supra-historical. 200 Althusser's objections to any such theoretical reductionism were simultaneously analytical and political. Insofar as it abstracted from the constitutive complexity and specificity of historical conjunctures, it was explanatorily impotent before the implacable test of the facts of modern history. 201 Whose revolutionary events, Russia in 1917, and non-events, Germany in 1918-19, had obstinately declined to comply with its predictions. It thereby precluded a precondition of rational political practice, a Denning characteristic of scientific, as opposed to utopian, socialism, the concrete analysis indispensable to the real comprehension, and hence potential transformation, of concrete situations. Geared to a reformation of communism via a renovation of historical materialism, the veritable intellectual epuration launched in a plenum by a self-professed political agitator in philosophy who aspired to be the Luther of the one and the Newton of the other, was obliged to proceed as if it were restoring the authentic tradition. Of more non-Marxological moment than its textually tendentious character, however, is the discrepancy between the cogency of Althusser's critiques of classical and post-classical Marxism and the vulnerability of his counter-constructions. This has invariably been explained by his complicity with the 1960s Parisian cult of impersonality, or structuralism. As demonstrated above, however, Althusser was at pains to dissociate himself from the French ideology, and it is primarily to Spinoza that we should look for the key to the originality, and fragility, of Althusserianism in its reconceptualization of the dialectic, reconfiguration of the structure of social formations, and retheorization of ideology. Whatever the sources of Althusserianism, its component parts proved on inspection to be odd in ways that permitted their deconstruction at Althusser's own hands or those of others. Its anti-empiricism, for example, by an unstable compromise between rationalism and conventionalism, seeding perspectivist or realist rejections. 2. Its anti-humanism by a paradoxically historicist dissolution of human nature and repetition of the structure/agency dichotomy, tilting the theorization of ideology in a functionalist direction. 3. Its anti-historicism by its institution of a theory/history antinomy, emphasizing social reproduction while rendering social transformation inscrutable. 4. And its anti-economism by an elliptical resolution of the base/superstructure conundrum via the volatile category of relative autonomy. Above all, while Althusser's treatises on the emendation of the Marxist intellect took deadly aim at such articles of faith as the end of history and the end of ideology, or the inevitability, transparency and ultimate harmony of communism, they left others, of science, class, party, and state, substantially intact. Moreover, in pairing Lenin and Mao as the antidote to the young Marx, Stalin, and Khrushchev, they erected an imaginary Leninism and Maoism which, when put to the question, did not survive the ordeal of what Trotsky once called the merciless laboratory of history. The decline in Althusser's public powers after 1968 was, of course, overdetermined by another case, history. Even so, there is no mistaking his loss of direction amid the series of defeats suffered by the European left in the 1970s, from Portugal to France, which put the seal on hopes for an alternative to Soviet or Chinese real socialism, and led to a general decline in the reputation of Marxism among Western intellectuals. The net effect was to impart to Althusser a highly paradoxical historical significance, such that he may be regarded not only as the focus of the last truly international, impassioned debate in Marxist philosophy, but as one of the leading protagonists in two decisive episodes in post-war French thought. The RST was the anti-existentialist and, more broadly, anti-phenomenological turn of the 1960s, concerted under the umbrella term of structuralism. Althusser's distinctiveness within it was to advocate a re-articulation of Marxist philosophy and communist politics as the basis for answers to the burning questions of the politico-philosophical conjuncture. In so doing, he repudiated the available models of the compliant party ideologue and the independent committed intellectual. As to his answers, Alastair MacIntyre's aforecited verdict may stand: so far as French philosophy was concerned, he de-Stalinized Marxism more thoroughly than any other Marxist did 202 yet, to the extent that he did, but failed to establish a viable substitute. A common deduction was that Althusser had proved the unsustainability of any version of Marxism. Thus it was that the self-declared partisan of a return to Marx became the inadvertent artisan of the turn from Marx associated with post-structuralism. For by virtue of the contradictory complexity of his Marxism, that transfer of allegiances could proceed via an anti-Marxist radicalization of certain of his theses. To conclude, thus to Althusser in his limits is to recognize the limitations of the imaginary Marxism with which he sought to supplant the Hegelo-Stalinism he had subscribed to at the beginning of his career, to register its essentially destructive charge in spirit and substance alike, to record the self-evident failure of its ambition, which subjectively and objectively governed everything else, to renew communist politics, and thereby, just this once giving him the last word, any inclination to tell, ourselves, stories, even, or especially, about Louis Althusser.